Welcome, everybody. I'm Steve, and we are going to be talking about conquering greed today in this webinar. So let me get right on into it in just a sec here. Double checking on, okay, comments working, screen working. Let's get the webinar up there. How's everyone doing this Friday? Been a wild one. A lot of price action. Let me know what's going on with you in the comments here. We can spend some time after talking about the price action, trade, stuff like that. Yo, what's up, Nick? Good to see you, brother. There we go. All right, guys. Today was wild. Whew. I was very biased long based on a couple things, primarily my momentum indicators and my kind of exhaustion indicators on the downside, both kind of telling me we're probably ready to turn up and get a nice squeeze. We were deep in negative gamma and still are. And this causes really, really sharp moves. So, you get these squeeze potentials, even in the context of a larger down move. So, man, I don't know about you guys. I was biased long, and it did not feel good holding through the first, call it mid-morning or early afternoon. Oh, but we did scalp some shorts in the Discord. We caught the big longs, so that's good. That's all that matters. Pain all day long. My dead option calls going minus 80% on me before coming back. I auto sell for 50%. They go 400 or something crazy, probably. What can you do? That's one thing about this market right now. When you're in negative gamma, when you're in downturns like this, when volatility is picking up, there's so much money to be made. It's kind of wild, especially if you are a futures trader, if you are a shares trader, if you're a prop trader, because you get all of the upside of these giant moves. I mean, I scalped 4% on TQQQ today. Like that's crazy. You can catch these moves intraday with high, high probability, and more importantly, like they're just you get so many looks. There were so many setups today. So it's really important in this environment to conquer greed. Another thing about negative gamma is that levels will overshoot since the market makers have to play into momentum on both directions. That causes levels to be breached quite violently and then reclaimed. So really good if you're a fake breakdown trader like me. But you just have to be careful because you can get caught thinking, oh, we're going to the next level up, but we're really just overshooting a level. You chase, all of a sudden we back test the level and lose it, and you're down big. You're down 1% or 2% on TQQQ or something. So really good time to talk about greed. That's why I wanted to bring it up. Coming up, I scheduled this when we were starting the drawdown. I wasn't sure if we'd still be in it by the time this came around a few weeks later, but here we are, and I think it's very relevant. So we're going to get right on into it, guys. Hey, Tyler got his dip. Good to hear it. Microsoft looking beautiful long term. Yeah, we can definitely look at Microsoft after this. Hey, Visridge, been a while. Good to see you, man. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm just like, oof. Even thinking about the trading day, I was like, it was mad stressful. It was a stressful one. Stressful one to cap off a stressful week. So if you made it out alive, pat yourself on the back, and let's learn a little thing or two about how to prepare yourself for more chaos next week. So here's what we're going to be talking about. A few things. The first is understanding greed. Our brains are wired for greed, and we're going to talk about why that is and how to combat that. We're going to talk about the neurochemistry that hijacks rational thinking. I'm by no means an expert on any of this, but I am a established armchair psychologist, and it sure fascinates me how the brain works. So this is one of the most interesting parts of trading for me, and I think I have a thing or two to say about it at the very least. So how winning trades will make the greed stronger is another important concept here, and we're going to talk about that. Then we're going to move on into recognizing the greed. Once we know what it is, how do we recognize when it's coming up for us? So there's going to be 7 warning signs that greed is starting to take over your trading plan, and it's not always as cut and dry as you might think. We're going to give these kind of archetypal ways that you can fall prone to this to this trap, but it'll be up to you to kind of figure out where you fall like where your issues lie out of these 7 kind of categories. And, we can talk about how to tailor the best method to treat this, depending on what you're kind of falling for. So the personal greed, sorry, I lost my train of thought here. So essentially, when you have this greedy mentality, it's going to trigger a lot of thoughts and patterns that will go against your analytical mind. And so the game is going to be basically catching yourself thinking illogically, catching yourself being driven by emotions, and catching yourself before this affects your actual trade plan. So setting some stops in place, not literal stops, but like checks that you have to check off before you enter a trade. Like, am I on tilt? Because often you know that you're on tilt, but you won't be able to recognize that that's inhibiting your thinking. So just by saying, am I on tilt? Yes, I should chill, or I should at the very least size down. And if I've taken a couple losses, it's usually better to just not trade at all when you're on tilt, right? So that's going to be the biggest part here. But also identifying when it is greed and when it's confidence, because it is and again, it can be a fine line. And we have to kind of dissect that and figure out how to identify it without being outcome dependent. Because just because it works doesn't mean it wasn't greedy. Just because it didn't work doesn't mean that it wasn't a play you should have had or was a play that you shouldn't have had confidence in. So we'll be talking about finding those lines as well, and then overcoming the greed. So, once we've recognized where it appears for us and how it manifests, we'll talk about some strategies. There will not be 8. I did not have time. Sorry, I thought I changed that. There will be. We'll have 3, and we can talk about more after. Emergency protocols that you can kind of like, break glass when, shit is hitting the fan, so to speak. And these are ways that you can stop the bleed out and stabilize and ground yourself. And then, we're also going to be talking about, once we've, patched the holes in the ship and, we've stabilized, how can we going forward build habits and strategies that will prevent you from succumbing to greed and build an immunity to it. So that's the kind of overview here. And I'm going to reuse a statistic here that I used in another one. I believe it was fear, another psychology webinar, but it still is so relevant and so valid. And that's that 90% of traders, they're going to fail. And it's not because of their strategies wrong, and it's not because their analysis is bad. It isn't even usually because their entries are bad. I mean, that's a big part, but it's not so much about their, chasing. It's more about the mentality behind it. So in this case, we're attributing it to greed. You could also attribute it to fear or, other key psychological hurdles that people run into with trading. But the psychology is what's holding 90% of people back. And I think that this is a hard truth, because there are a lot of people who don't want to deal with introspection. They're like, I'm here to trade. I'm not here to work on myself as a person. I'm here to make money. And at the end of the day, it kind of is the same thing, because when you're trading, it's literally you against yourself. It's you against your greed and your fear and all of these emotions that most people let govern them more often than not. I think that traders in general understand this more than most. But even in that cohort of people, 90% will end up failing over time and just giving up, because I think that probably about 90% of people don't really dive deep into the mechanisms of these bad habits, because they don't have to in day-to-day life. Most people aren't tempted with greed 50 times a day, so it doesn't have to be something that they necessarily iron out. But we do. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. This is something that will either make you or break you. If you're not greedy and you take base hits, you will compound your money. It's just mathematical. And if you aren't, it's just a you're on borrowed time, essentially. It's a ticking time bomb. Eventually, a perfect storm will arise where your fear or your greed will align with a setup that your ego just can't let go of. You're so sure it's right, it starts going against you. You average in, you reach a point of no return. You hit that. It's called risk of ruin. It's another psychological phenomenon where once you're down bad enough, you're just like, F it. we're going to ride with this. If it works or it doesn't, zero or here, baby, tendies or Wendy's, we're doing this thing. And that is not conducive to long-term survival. That is how you become a victim of financial Darwinism, So we want to avoid that as much as possible. Hey, Talk, good to see you, brother. Consistent spike mentioning pins. Yeah, I've seen some talk about it. The potential mythical triple bottom. I don't know. Do those exist? Or is that a range that might be broken? For me, I need to wait for it to be broken or for strong volume to prove otherwise. And then there's still plenty of room off the bottom for pins. Otherwise, I think there's a lot of room down. I was just looking at that chart a little earlier. That's why I'm getting distracted here. Let's see, running up on comments here. Tyler mentioning Nike. Yeah, remind me later if I don't bring it up after, and we can talk about it. I think retail is providing some interesting looks. I don't know if I want to say opportunities yet. It's kind of sketchy, but I'm watching Nike. I'm watching Lulu, watching ON, ONON. I'm watching Open too. That Open candle sell and buy was crazy. Man, I gotta check out what's going on there. High time frame Open's very constructive, so we do want to keep an eye on that one. And Rocket. Rocket's been very unfun to trade options on recently, or swing options on, but definitely keep it on your watch list. All right. Hey, glad you had a good day. Glass half full. I think I am caught up on comments here. Keep them coming. I love the engagement. But let's get back into this. So, what is greed in trading? I mean, we all know what greed is, but what does it actually manifest like tangibly? Like, what does it actually look like? I found it looks like these things. So it can look like refusing to take profits because it could go higher. Today was a great example. It's like, man, if you didn't have a high time frame target, you were just in no man's land up there holding the long. Like, is it going to keep going? Do I want to sell? Are we going all the way back to, the highs? What are we doing here? When is enough enough? Another way is risking too much because this trade is different. I kind of described how that thought process would manifest, just like an idea you can't let go of. And when it starts going against you, you just think it's a better opportunity. And then eventually you reach a point where your head is too clouded. Your judgment's too clouded by the pain that you're just getting cooked. You're just getting lit up. And some people's response to that is aversion, like, oh, I'm getting lit up and I need to get out. And that would be the fear side, right? Like where you're selling a liquidity rate, just a wick down into a range, nothing to worry about, just normal price action. But to you, it's the end of the world. Well, this is the kind of other side of that coin where you're like, I don't believe it. I don't believe that red candle. I don't believe that volume. I don't believe that structure break. That they're just trying to, I know what I got. I ain't selling, that kind of thing. So that can lead you to sizing up as price goes against you. And it's tough because I do a lot of tranches in my trading. So this is an area for me that's hard because I regularly get faced into situations where I say, okay, I think price is going to come down a little bit and it might come down a little more, but it should hold a level under that. So I have a starter position on the first tranche and I'm kind of expecting and hoping it to go a little bit red and fill my better target, my deeper one. But then if it keeps going against me, I have to be an adult and say, hey, I think I'm wrong. If the level breaks, I'm wrong, and maybe it wicks down and comes back, and then maybe I can look at getting back involved. But I got to take the L because otherwise it loses the level, shows one green candle. I go, oh, well, here's the bottom now. It's a fake out. They're faking me out. They swept the level. Now they're going to take it back, and I buy more. It starts to go up. It back tests the level. I'm like, I'm a genius. This will be easy. 2 more minutes and I'm green. I'll take some off. And you're already thinking in advance about how you're going to dig yourself out instead of actually seeing what's in front of you. When you lose a level and your trade idea is invalidated and you back test it, you're not in the clear yet. Like maybe it's a fake out. You don't know. But the idea is your idea was wrong. So, you can just snowball in and into a position. And I've seen it happen many times. I've done it to multiple accounts, just straight up blown accounts because, well, I know this move's happening today. So I'm in these 0 DTs and sure it's moving against me, but you know what? I'll just average down, and that is super dangerous with options. Never do it with options. Sometimes you can get away with it with shares, but like I said, you have to know the fine line between greed and confidence. So we'll get more into that point later, but going on down the list here, abandoning your plan to chase bigger gains. This is another area that I miss out or that I fail at a lot. And this week's a great example. 2 days ago, we had the NVIDIA gap up And me in my old bear suit, I was saying, I'm thinking of buying Soxus. Instead, I had a doctor's appointment and I didn't want to deal with the stress of checking the market while I was driving and stuff. And I didn't want to have a position open and not be in it. And so I just didn't even look until I came back, and the exact move I was expecting from 665 to I don't even remember what it was, but I was expecting 665 and then down a lot. So I missed it. And because of that, when we started to bottom, I said, okay, well, there's no way they let bears win that much. There's got to be a big bounce, a big squeeze, like what we got today. I wanted it yesterday. My indicators didn't say that it was happening yesterday. They said it was happening today. Yesterday it was just me not sticking to my game plan, which was down. And then I tried the long on the little pullback. So price, obviously went way down. It came up quite a bit, and then it started to pull back and flag mid-afternoon, and I bought there. And then we just puked, and it was rough how fast those contracts went down. But I abandoned my plan. Why was I long? I was biased short, and nothing was saying stop shorting. I was just mad that I missed it. So there's a perfect example. That one smoked me. I made a lot today, but not as much as I lost that day. Still a green week, but not good. Adding to winners beyond your position sizing rules. We talked about that in the other example there. Same deal. Moving profit targets higher after entering a trade is a real tricky one because, again, if you're really confident and your idea has changed based on the information you've gotten since being in the trade, it can be valid to move your target. But almost always when you're thinking about moving a target, it's just because it moved really fast and you think that it's going to keep going really fast. That's not the same as if it builds a really constructive base and is flagging under your target. Then maybe you can move your target up and just put a stop under the base. But a really big price movement is not a reason to expect it to keep moving really big immediately, So the last one here is just over trading when you're already profitable. If you get your big move and you sized appropriately and you scaled out as you should have, and you did the thing, you should have a good profit on the day. Don't risk losing that. So you can still take trades if they look good, but almost always I suggest sizing down and playing with profits. And so then the worst case, if you're super wrong, you just hit it out of the park on the first half a day and then you just whiff on the second half. The idea is, okay, one instance of being right, one instance of being wrong, and you walk away with some profit because you're only risking what you might, what you had already made. At the very worst, stop out flat is what it is. Not all days are going to be green, but that's so much better than just whittling away your profits, trying to get a next continuation play. You gotta take what the market's giving you. I'm like the workout cool off. I like that. Yeah. I'm okay with that. Yeah, that fits. We're chilling. We're vibing. We're having a good time. The market's stressful enough, it's good to decompress. So I like my power hour slot. So I get to do the, the auctioneer fast tape reading, play calling stuff. It's a lot of fun. And then, I get to hang out as I unwind. So it's a good deal. So this is what the greed spiral or the greed cycle looks like. It's going to look like a destructive pattern that sucks when you're doing it. And you're doing it to some degree or another, and you can't seem to figure out how to get yourself out of it. It is no fun. And the best cure is, what is it? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That's not right, but you know what I'm saying. Prevent it from happening in the first place, and then you don't have to dig yourself out of a terrible feeling situation. So usually you get a small win. Your dopamine starts going, feeling good. You're feeling it. You're vibing. You're chilling. Your confidence is surging too. I am a god. I knew exactly what was going to happen. Therefore, I know exactly what will happen. Therefore, I can increase my risk. Number 3, you start breaking your own rules. It's an inevitability unless we are conscious about it, because our brains are wired for greed. Just like we're wired to be scared too. And we're actually wired more to be scared than greedy, but we're really wired to be both, because evolutionarily we had to be greedy and hoarding as many resources as we could. And the people who could do that were the ones who were passing on, their genetic material. And you had to be able to run when you saw the saber tooth. And, so between the two, you take it enough generations, here we are, the result of, or thousands of years of that. And we're kind of prone to falling into these ruts if we don't use the evolutionary advantage that we've gained, which is higher thought and metacognition, and recognize these traits. So where were we? Increased risk, breaking rules, bigger bets, position sizing is now getting violated. Now you're oversized, and if it goes against you, your mental game is going to go downhill fast. You really, really, really want to avoid putting yourself in back against the wall situations where you have to execute with precision to dig yourself out of a hole, or you have to manually stop yourself out because you're adding in and you think that it's going to wick down, and you're not willing to just take the stop and then reassess. That kind of thing is where you'll put yourself in situations where it only takes once to really hurt you. And trading is really dangerous because it's one of the only things that can just keep getting worse and worse and worse if you do nothing. You can be paralyzed by the fear and sick to your stomach because of, your greed didn't let you sell when you knew you should have. And it will just lock you in place, and the market can just keep trending against you. And if you are in that place where you can't, you're paralyzed, it's because you're oversized. So when the market goes against you, it'll wipe your account. And I hate to say, but this is the business model for the market as a whole. When it comes to retail trading, they're here to take your money, so we got to make it hard for them at the very least. And that's I'm not a big narrative trader. You don't see me posting due diligences on Wall Street Bets anymore. My version of due diligence is making sure my head's in the right place to trade, basically. So yeah, inevitable loss like we're talking about, and you get the reality check. You eventually have the come to Jesus moment. You can finally open your account again. You see the damage, you assess it, and you say, I don't want to do it again. But before that, you probably get desperate and revenge trade. So that's step 6. It's probably the most damaging because here it's just all bets are off. You're just going crazy, there's no rules, no adults, we're just, you're just left to your own devices. You're just taking too many setups that don't apply to your rules. You're getting stopped out, or probably not even stopped out, just big moves against you, take a big loss. Oof, get back in there too fast, that kind of thing. And it just keeps going down and down, and it really kills accounts. So we're trying to avoid that. So here's the kind of neurochemistry of it. I kind of touched on it before, so I won't spend too much time here, but the dopamine is going to happen when you win a small trade, and the anticipation and that reward that, the dopamine represents, it's going to exponentiate the bigger the trade gets, the more it goes in your favor. And it creates this vicious cycle where it's literally addictive. Your brain is addicted to the feeling it gets, and it wants more of it. And it knows if it sizes up, it feels better. If the same thing that's happening in front of it keeps happening, press this button, feel better. So you have to actively override your brain, and it's really hard. So the next trade will become an obsession for you. It'll be like an addict looking for the next hit. And maybe it's not that pronounced, but it's still the same energy, the same drive psychologically that's causing it. It's coming from the same place as we've all seen. It's really sad, somebody in the depths of addiction. It's rough to watch. And I've seen that happen with traders, and nobody expects it will happen to them. So this is really important preventative work we're doing. Alrighty. So the other component is just like an addiction. The tolerance builds. You need more leverage. You need higher percentage gain to feel the same. And that's really dangerous. So we want to stabilize our dopamine, because otherwise the rational brain will just straight up shut down. So this is what the difference is between greed and confidence. So confidence looks like following the plan that you have, the strategy that works, that's backed up by data, by your own data set of however long you've been trading. It looks like taking calculated risks and using rules. It looks like profit-based. It looks like profits, which is good, but based on the execution strategy. So you're not just getting lucky. You're not sizing too big. Your strategy is being executed properly, and it is yielding the rewards. We're talking about being comfortable with the targets that we set when we enter the trade, and not needing to move them up, not needing to chase them, not being governed by greed is really what it comes down to. So, same thing, discipline on position sizing and walking away when you've hit your goals. This is a hard one for me. I really have a hard time with this one. So to combat this, there are times that I won't enter trades unless it looks like really, really good, because usually when the liquidity dries up, the first trade I'm in, it's time to exit anyway. And then there's no reason for me to rush the next setup. It's something that I'm like a dopamine fiend looking for that next hit. I just had a big win in the morning and I want to see the next play happen. So just chilling and cooling off, going for a little walk, petting the cat, whatever relaxes you and centers you, doing that after a good trade. If you know that there's probably the move has been made for the next half hour or so, at least just let it settle. Otherwise you're just tempting the devil or being tempted by the devil, just sitting there, staring at it. And he's going to give you looks where it's like, if you're in that mindset, you'll be like, I bet this works. I bet I could play ball here, and it's just a losing game in the long term. So compare these traits to greed, where you're abandoning that plan because there's a better opportunity. This is something I used to do a ton that I'm getting a little bit better about. I used to constantly flip positions and just churn through positions. Oh, this one had a red day. I don't like it anymore. Get it out of my port. I want something better. This looks shiny and new, and I like the setup now. I want money now. That kind of thing. And so often I look back and the stock that I had bought for a reason that was just doing normal price action and just having a red day went on to do more or less what I thought. And I would have made a good amount of money. Instead I lost a small amount of money on that. And then I jumped into something that looked shiny, but I didn't do due diligence on that. And it ended up being a fake setup. Many setups break down. If you don't have a good reason to take a setup, you shouldn't be in a setup. So this is like just crushes your morale too when it happens, when you're bouncing from one stock to the next, and each time you leave, your old stock goes up and the one that you're on goes down, and you just feel terrible and you lose like 5% here, 3% here, 2% here, 5% here, and it just bleeds you out. So and it makes you spiral. So taking excessive risks is going to happen too if you're in this greed mindset, obviously, and this chasing bigger scores and home runs. And I'm just repeating myself here, so we're going to move on. In general, keep an eye out for these signs though, because if you're seeing even one, you're under the spell to some degree, and it doesn't mean you're fully possessed by the greed demon, but it's going to be enough to impact your decision making even a little. And the idea is to get this as small as possible, because trading's hard enough as it is without your mind working against you too. So if you're moving profit targets, is bad. Don't increase position sizing. Don't hold past your targets. And this one is going to be tough in this environment that we're in right now, because like I said, the levels are going to overshoot. So it's going to test your resolve to respect your sell and not say, oh, we're just going to surge through this, I'll just get back in. Because very often you're buying the overshoot, that wick, and you're going to be underwater. And if the market doesn't continue, you were just wrong. Why should you be right about the overall direction at that point? Your read is bad. So it's more likely that you're buying at literally the worst time. And as it goes against you, you're going to feel like a jackass because you bought the very top, because you just made money and were right on the direction. And then you jump back in at the worst time and your ego got in the way. So yeah, that one's super insidious trap you can fall into. So yeah, don't do that. Don't abandon your stop losses. Remember, you're paying your stop losses to protect you. It never feels good to trigger them. That's the whole point. It's doing it so you don't have to press the button. It's saving you that pain, at least. So don't overtrade. More trades will not make you more money unless it is following a system. If you're just gunslinging, it's all good until it's not good, and then you probably won't have the discipline to put it down then if you couldn't do it right from the get-go. Also, portfolio concentration, another one that I've fallen in, prey to a lot in the past, getting better about. Don't all in anything. I don't care how good it is. I don't care how well it would have worked. I don't care how much you would have made. It's you only have to be wrong once, and it feels terrible to be very outsized in a position that has a random news event. I used to do, my primary trading type was big position swing trading in like Qualamagy or Mark Minervini, Can Slim style, where you're holding swings and you're holding momentum plays. We're talking stuff like OKLO or SMR or I don't know, QBTS, IonQ, something like that. You get massive returns if you're right, but if you're pyramiding into a position that's working and you get up to your max allotment, that's like 12 and a half. For me, it was 12.5% of my port. And then you have an event where, something happens overnight and your stock goes down like 40%. I was in CRDO, I remember, and it went down 40% overnight. I was like, well, oh, great. I'm just down like 5% of my entire port just for just a news headline, basically. So, yeah, in the past, I'd been way more concentrated than that. This was my version of risk management. So even then, especially if you're swinging, just got to be really careful about doubling down and pyramiding in, sizing up. It's so easy for a trade to quote unquote start working and you add in and then it goes against you and you just like gave back all of your profits so fast because you halved them essentially because you raised your buy cost basis by so much. So those are the bad things. Don't do those. Feel like we've talked about this. I think I just like kind of talked through most of my slides instead of went through them. So I'm going to power through this a little bit. I think probably you guys want more chart reading and stuff at this point. Checking in on comments. Sorry, I got you guys way over on this other monitor, so I gotta look back and forth. Yeah, Crow's bringing up a good point too. It's great to have like multiple playbooks, as I like to, or multiple plays in the playbook. So like you can feel like John Madden and say, all right, so here's our environment. Here's our opponent, so to speak. Here's the matchups, and how can we best play these? So recently, like I said, negative gamma, big jagged moves. It's been very, very profitable to just scalp 5-minute moves the past couple days and kind of hold just a little core position, or even just hold a bias and just be really willing to buy knives, like buy dips to key levels, to key moving averages intraday or whatever, and expect these overshoots to get really nice dip buy entries. If you're like a ICT trader, like fair value gap entries or order block back test, that type of thing, can provide really nice little scalp gains because you get in, the candle wicks up if you're right. If you're wrong, you put a stop under the bottom of the fair value gap pattern or the bottom of the order block, yada, yada, whatever your strategy is. And you can get these really fast scalps. And it's very, very profitable to just take the initial move. As soon as it starts to fade a little, just get out. There's going to be another little mini puke. You'll be able to keep buying these if you're directionally correct. If you're not, then your risk will be capped quickly and you'll be able to start looking for plays in the other direction because something has changed. There's a change of character. So that is, I think, all I have to rant about there. Just reading up on the comments here. All right, good stuff, good stuff. So we're going to power through the rest here. FOMO is just another aspect of this whole phenomenon of greed. People can kind of see it as something else, but it's really still greed. It's just you're afraid of everybody else making money with their greed, and you're sitting there without that. So chasing breakouts after they've already run 20% is an extreme example. It can also just look like buying the top of a range on the intraday 1-minute chart when you're scalping because you think that it's going to break out, instead of just waiting for it to break out and back test, give you an entry, and then you're good to go. So just chasing in general, front running things in general. I'm a failed breakdown trader. That's like probably over half of my trades. That's like the biggest play in my playbook. So when I see a level get puked, I want to buy it as soon as buyers step in. If it's into a key level, yada, yada, whatever. If it looks good, I want to buy it the second I see buyers step in. And sometimes I do with this very small stop right underneath, usually for a very small starter. But very often I do get stopped out, even if I would have been right overall. So it's just one of those things there where it makes a lot more sense. Even if the gain isn't as pretty, you'll get the gain much more often if you wait for the failed breakdown, for the buyers to step in, for it to surge, for it to break back through your key level. And you can even like limit buy it through the key level. And I've found that's an interesting one for your psychology. Practicing with limit buys where I'm sorry, what's the term I'm looking for? Like a limit buy above my price. So if it goes through this level, then I get in. Like that's like a breakout kind of trade. But you can do that through a key level, and those actually tend to feel better than the front run trades where I'm buying it like after it's dumped and it's just starting to V shape, and ideally, as I expect it to go up and back reclaim a level. So the stress you feel from the uncertainty is not worth it emotionally for sure, but it's also probably not worth it profit wise. So it's just so much better to just wait for the confirmation. And that's the real kind of FOMO cure for me. But other things we can talk about are, just you can't just jump into hot stocks because everybody's talking about it. If you're hearing about it on Twitter, probably you're going to be exit liquidity. It's more likely that you're buying GME at 300 than at 30. Let's put it like that. You can also find yourself trading outside of your strategy if you do this. I know I trade a lot worse if people just throw me tickers throughout the day and I just pull them up on my screen and instantly say, oh yeah, this looks good, I'm just going to take a position, because I just don't have the context I need, and more importantly, the confidence I need from that context to take those positions with confidence. And so I'm operating off of FOMO, and I'm essentially being a greed trader. Just, oh, this could be free money. I didn't know about this. Now I do. It looks good. I want the free money. That's greed. So don't do that. Don't rush into positions either. Like I said, proper analysis is key, and abandoning patience because you might miss it is just a death sentence. The amount of times that I have said, oh shit, it's going right now, I need to get in right now, and then actually it needed to base for another 10 minutes, but I bought a 0 DTE option at the top of a 1 minute range, so I'm down 30% before it starts working. That kind of thing. So it's very clear that long term it's not a winning proposition. So really quick, I just want to talk about how greed can change based, like the way greed presents itself can change based on the market conditions. So greed might present itself in bull markets as it will never go down, just keep adding into every single position and sizing up, assuming that you will never get another dip to buy. That is the most common form of greed that I think most people recognize, but greed in bear markets is very, very problematic too, because this looks like trying to catch every move lower because you're thinking the bear market's over, and you're trying to buy and it can't go any lower. That'll kill you. That'll kill you fast. Also, you can be greedy being a bear because you get squeezed so easily because there is so much pressure release that happens as puts drive the market down into negative gamma. Those puts get monetized. All of a sudden, the influence that pulled the market down so fast is gone, and the market can shoot back up like a volleyball underwater. And so if you're a bear and you're sure we're going lower, you could be right, but it could squeeze you to oblivion and back first. I mean, we've seen some of the moves this week, and we haven't confirmed a bottom. We could very easily dump lower, despite moving 2% intraday, to the upside multiple times. You'd think that would be a bullish thing, a thing that happens in a bull market. Happens more in a bear market, actually. These very jagged, sharp moves, but then they get sold off. So yeah, got to be careful of greed in every environment, whether it's high volatility, like we're talking about this negative gamma bear environment where you're oversizing for bigger opportunities, or you think you are sizing responsibly, but you're not adjusting for the higher volatility. So all of a sudden, you're usually, risking 50 to make 100, and all of a sudden you get stopped out 5 times faster than you think you will, and you realize you have to start risking 100 to make 300 or whatever on the share, on the same position size. So it can get away from you really quickly if you're not cognizant of that. It can also be taking every single setup, because like I said, in these high volatility negative gamma environments, there are a lot of opportunities to take small trades. But if you just take literally everything, you're just going to be trading every other candle because there are going to be so many little moves. Also, like I said, overtrading the big swings and thinking that the sell is going to just keep selling. Almost always it's better to just sell into the strength, the weakness, sell as the volume is increasing and, it's just a puke. And before the volume really spikes, before you find any real sellers, you want to already have free rolled your position. Because if you're playing the dodge the dead cat bounce game, you can very quickly lose your profit that you're making on this momentum trade. And also, It can still apply to low volatility environments too. So you can just get bored. It can just be a boring day. Like, those green days where you're just like, all right, we're up 0.2. My 0-day options are like flat all day. I would have to size like with my full trade the pool account to make, what I would make in a scalp in a high volatility environment. It just gets boring and you can just force a trade because you're like, just give me something to do here, And it leads to taking marginal setups. It leads to kind of seeking excitement and seeking action. It's kind of like I think this is most akin to poker because, like, I don't know, probably some of you guys play poker, and probably not any of you are professionals, unless you're watching MP Tosca. Shout out MP Tosca. But most of you are probably casual players, and you probably like playing. So you probably play out of the, whatever poker players call it, positive EV range or whatever. You're playing outside of your range because, hey, you want to play some hands. This looks fun. Let's do it. It's the same thing that happens in a low volatility market. So yeah, usually not a good idea for making money. If you're just here to have fun, sure, I guess. But if you, I feel like poker's more fun to be bad at. It's less fun to be bad at trading. So I think practicing the good habits and getting in those is a much better way to do it. And yeah, have fun in other ways. So that is where we're at with most of the stuff here. We do have a few strategies we can talk about. We can talk about the pre-commitment system that I mentioned briefly earlier. So what this full system looks like is you gotta record your target before you enter the trade or when you enter the trade. So you can either write it down in your notebook on a Post-it note. You can write it in your notes folder or your trade journal if you have one. That's amazing. But you can also just put your order as an OCO, a bracket order. So when you place the order, you already have your target, you already have your stop. The trade is established, So this is important because you don't want to start moving the goalposts on yourself. Set your exit alert. Automate the notification. Just let yourself off the hook. If you've already committed to the setup, you don't have to watch it. Like, to be honest, more often than not, like sometimes it is the best move to manually stop yourself out. For example, if price action is not what you expect, but you haven't reached your stop yet. I will say probably 70, 80, who knows, maybe 90% of the time, it's better to just, in the long run, let it cook. Let the idea work out. You picked your levels for a reason. If you're still getting killed, then maybe system is bad. Or two, if you have a trading friend, tell them. If you don't, tell me. I'm your trading friend. There you go. If you're having a hard time and you can't stick to your system and it's just not going well and you're feeling the pull to size up, to do these things that deep in your heart are bad, reach out to somebody. We got a good community here, honestly. It's really nice people who want to help. I know if I reach out to talk, and I don't know the Crow that well, but I bet if I reach out to him, he'd be supportive. I bet we'll all be here for each other if we're really, really going through it, because any successful trader's been there. And it really does help to have somebody snap you out of it and say, hey, I know this sucks, but we both know that you just got to suck it up and do the right thing. And, just stop doing these things, and if you can't stop, then take a break, And yeah, it's important. It's important to know when to hang it up if it's not working. And it doesn't mean you're done forever, but you got to stop the negative momentum, That's the biggest thing. So take accountability, talk to your accountability partner, visualize taking profit. This one's silly, but I added it anyway because you know what? I do it. I'm not saying that the secret is real, but what I am saying is that a surprising number of incredibly successful people at the top of their industries talk a lot about visualizing success and doing that before it happens. And by putting themselves in the mindset where they're expecting this to happen and where it's normal and where it is, just the inevitable outcome of hard work and preparation. And it doesn't mean every trade works. You're not like ego, like it's not like divine providence, like this trade has to profit, but it is like the equanimity to be like, okay, every trade doesn't have to work because overall this is going to work because this does work. And you visualize how good it's going to feel to lock it in. You visualize what you're going to, you basically just conceptualize the process of success as opposed to, I always liked the saying, worrying is like praying for what you don't want. You're spending all this mental energy. I don't know if it has a tangible effect out in the universe, but at least for your sake, for your headspace, it definitely is a resource you're expending towards something you don't want when you're worrying. So yeah, do the opposite of that. And then just review the past greed mistakes. So this is why this was great for me. This was like my therapy session because I got to talk about my bad trades this week and how I just didn't listen to my own rules, didn't listen to my own systems. I did not practice what I preached, and it cost me. So it's just it's like meditation. You don't always have to be good. You just have to keep coming back to what is correct. And over time, the amount of time it takes you to get back on the right track will be cut down significantly until you're not really thrown off your path very often at all. And when you are, it's easily correctable. And that's what consistency and sustainability as a trader looks like. Like some of the veterans that I've had the pleasure and the honor of trading with, over the years, who like have been doing this for decades. And it's like there's a strength that comes from that you just really have to cultivate over time. And this is how you do it, guys. You just got to do the work. I know it's not fun. This is less fun than the charting ones we do, but this one is very important. So second strategy is just a profit target ladder. And I'm not going to go through all of the details of this. I'll be posting the whole presentation if anybody wants to go over this at a slower pace or anything. But just going over the basic idea. If you have a profit target ladder, if you have a system where, okay, there are multiple targets for this trade and I'm going to lock in, a set percentage. I love 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. You could do quarters, halves, the sixth, eighths. I don't care. The important thing is that you are taking some of the money off the table as the trade works. And you don't look at it as, well, I think it's going up higher, so why in the world would I ever sell below the target? Well, because I think a lot of things that don't actually happen, but I'd definitely rather lock in some money, and then it's so much easier to accept a stop out at break even on half of the position because you don't feel like a dummy who just wasted his time and was wrong. And you especially don't feel like you lost money. You're just like, hey, I made a little bit, didn't work, on to the next thing. So this is really good for your trading mental health, and it's really good for just consistent profits, consistency in general. And yeah, that's why I added it here. And the last thing we're going to talk about is respecting a daily profit limit. And first off, having a daily profit limit. So think about what a really good day would feel like for you. Like a day where you're like, I don't even care what the market does. I made my money. I'm happy. This was a banger. If I did this every day, living the dream. That'll be nice when it happens, but it shouldn't be your target. You should be targeting like just a good, consistent day. Like it doesn't have to be a grand slam, but like whatever, kind of gauge like what that range is from like acceptable if this happened every day to like, holy shit, this is amazing, and like try to temper things. And probably towards the bottom half of that range, you should be setting a daily profit target, or maybe somewhere in the middle. But you want to have a goal that is attainable, but not a waste of time. Because if your daily profit limit is too small, then you're going to leave a lot of money on the table. So yeah, figure out what that number looks like for you, and when you hit it, just chill. For me, I got to recommend one thing and tell you what I actually do, but as it goes many times, I recommend just closing everything down and walking away. That would have made me more money if I did that every single time. What I do as an intermediary, because I really have a hard time with this, and it's a process. None of these changes are going to happen overnight. Even with me, I've been doing it for years, but still, when I implement a change, it takes time to teach an old dog a new trick. And So I force myself to take a break. I usually go out on my patio and I hang out. My cat, like, usually it's around the same time of day. So my cat will come out from the backyard and we'll hang out. And it just recenters me. I literally just feel some sun on me and I just let whatever's going to happen in the short term happen. And then I come back, usually 15 minutes at least, usually a half hour to an hour. And then I just reassess. And a setup has to look just about A plus, like a really clean setup for me to take it if I've already hit my daily profit. And it has to be an A plus setup because it has to have a tight stop, because I refuse to give much of this back. I will risk at the very most a quarter of my gains on the day on any trade if I've hit my daily profit limit, because then if I fail, I still got close to my daily profit limit, and that's still a good thing. If I did that every day, I'd be killing it. So, I can live with that, and I can say, hey, I thought it was good, but I'm not, but that's confidence and that's not greed, right? It'd be greed if I just kept trying and trying and trying to juice my gains for the day and go higher and higher and higher. But if you see a good setup, you should take it as a trader, unless your mind is clouded or unless you have a really good reason not to, like, I'm way above my daily profit limit. I don't want to give any back. That's a great reason. So leave money on the table. This is a success. It's not a failure. If you are top ticking a trade in a vacuum, if you top ticked a trade, sure, it feels amazing. Probably means you mismanaged it, because that's a very fine line between the very top and it's starting to go down pretty fast. And quite often you will hold a significant way down because it'll just happen fast. And if you were taking profit on the way up, then this situation just doesn't happen to you. And sure, you missed some of the moves. Like I got take profited. I took profit at high of day on that squeeze candle. I'm sure you guys know the squeeze candle I'm talking about. Just the massive, like, whatever, more than 1% candle. I took profit as that was breaking out. I still had a lot on the table, so it was a really good day for me. Great trade. And I don't feel bad about it, because the confidence in taking profit at high a day, which an hour before was amazing. I would have, begged and prayed for high a day, and we just smashed through it a full percent. Okay. Well, I left some on the table. All's well, And if you hear this and it makes you a little sick to your stomach, like, how is he okay with that? He missed so much money. I sold my options when they came back to up 50% from down like 70%. They would have been like 3 or 4 baggers. I don't even care. Like, in that, even a year ago, that would have been like a little punch to the stomach, because I held through so much pain and then I sold into strength, but there was so much room left. We got a huge move off the bottom. They went from trash that was worthless to nice and green. So we take that. All right. I think I'm almost done. Oh, this is, you guys are going to hate this. I've already been talking about this stuff. Practice gratitude. It makes you feel better just in life in general, but for trading, it works so well to combat greed. You can literally just, like, I'll literally tell myself, like, you'll hear me on stream going, oh, well, now they're going to run it. That's okay though. Like, we still had a good day. I'll always try to anchor it back to something good, and maybe it's been a really bad week and I have to reach back pretty far, but no matter how bad your week's been, if you're in a position to trade at all, things are pretty good. So keep that in mind. Keep things in perspective. Yeah, you guys can read this over later at your own pace if you want. It's all just basically what I've been talking about for the past hour now, almost hour now. I'll keep it relatively brief. So one of the last things here, the stop protocol. I know this is this is kitschy or whatever, but it's pretty good. So the S, stop trading immediately. Just close it down. This is what you do if things go bad, and if you're just like on tilt, full greed, you're sizing up, it's not working, and you're like, you have a little moment where you're like, oh man, this is bad. I gotta fix this. So stop. First off, that's how you fix it. You close it down. Close it down. Step away. T, take deep breaths. I'm telling you, you got to regulate your physiological, like your nervous system, because you're trying to pilot something which is, freaking out. It's like you gotta chill, and that's going to be a physiological reset. So after that, open your trading plan. Once you've kind of regulated yourself, and just read your rules and your targets, and think about what went wrong, and think about like the turning point. Like what was the point of no return for today for this trade? When did I give up on my system? Why did I give up on my system right there? Write that down. And, nobody wants to journal when they're getting beat up in the market. So maybe call or text your accountability partner and just say, well, this is greed is hitting me right now, but I'd say just talk about what went wrong, talk about that pivotal moment and what you, in getting other eyes on it, they'll help you kind of be analytical about it and not take it so personally. We all mope more when we're alone, and when somebody else is around, we're like, all right, we can pull it together a little bit. So it's good to kind of just stop the cycle. So stop. There you go. All right. This is a extra slide. So that is our presentation for today. That was greed and how it affects you and what you can do about it. So we can spend a little time. We are a little under an hour. We can go over an hour. We got, oh, nice. Got our viewers up here. Yeah. So let's go over some charts. Let's talk about what you guys want to. We can talk about the price action today, any of that good stuff. I'm going to switch on over to charts and then get some water. And I'll be right back. So yeah, give me some tickers, give me some trades, anything you want to talk about here for me to come back to in a sec. And I will be back in just under a minute. All righty. All right, Tyler, you're up first. I like it. Just catching up on comments here. All right, good discussion going on in the comments here. Let's see. Oh, wow. Yeah, I really like what Crow's talking about here. He's got it dialed in. Easy 1 p.m. runner, one opening, one around 1 p.m., and a power hour trade. 4 trades a day. Usually 3 out of 4 are correct. And manage swings in between. Absolutely. I love this. So you're systematizing here. You're knowing when you operate best. You have your playbooks and you're just cranking them out. You get your morning play. Boom, it works. Great. And it doesn't, whatever. You got 3 more. You're not phased because you got a system and you know the numbers work. Love that. Love when, I'm assuming you're a professional trader. At the very least, sustainable, knowledgeable traders chime in. I think it's so great that there's communities like this where people who actually know what they're doing can help people who are struggling, because, I'm not even going to lump myself in with these guys, but anybody who can do this as a living, there was a long time where we couldn't, and we relied on the help from people who could. And so, yeah, I just appreciate all y'all. That's all. I guess I'm feeling sentimental today. So, hey, Javi, let's see. How the heck do you keep your hands in your pockets instead of forcing a trade? It's tough. I talk myself down a lot. If you saw me on the Power Hour stream, I was trying to trade the mess at the end of the day. I was just play calling it, this choppy BS. And I was thinking to myself, like, I saw this bottom wick and I was like, do I want to go long here and shoot for this little move just to this pivot. I was going, well, why would I even do that? I'm putting myself on a 10-minute timer. The move's been made. If I was bullish into tomorrow, which I am, I would expect to sell off into close. So like it just didn't align with my overall game plan. Whereas this one did. This one, I was like, it feels bad after this. With all the selling recently, we could easily puke this whole thing. We did it twice in this week, But I saw the level catching, confluence between a big round number for ES. I was watching Bookmap, seeing liquidity just build and build and build and start to surge on this candle here. I just, it was a A+ setup for me. And so for this, easy to not sit on my hands. It was actually a little scary. It was like, I was almost like nervous because, I don't know. I just, for whatever reason, it made me more antsy. And then for this one, I was like noticing that I should be more nervous and I'm not. So just kind of touching base with yourself about like, because your own oscillator between like fear and greed, or like tight trading and sloppy trading is probably a better scale, and kind of touching base with yourself and knowing where you're at on there and how you're feeling, and then aligning that with the strategy. So for me, like this time of day, this makes sense to go up. This time of day, not so much. So, combining those should yield some good results. Good question. So let's get into those charts, Tyler. And I see your charts there as well. We'll get to those. Microsoft. And Tyler, if you'd like a specific time frame, give me a holler. Otherwise, I will just do a quick rundown of most major time frames. So, M for Microsoft. Where do we go? We have this level here. We're going to draw this out real quick. I'm going to draw it as a zone. Guys, I'm becoming a line hater and becoming a zone believer. The more and more I use them in place of levels, I just draw zones instead. Because the market doesn't operate on levels. It operates on zones. Because levels aren't respected to the tick, because this is a live market, very, very, very often, especially in negative gamma. There is overlap. There's overshoot. A zone is such a better way to visualize this. If you just have a line on your screen and it gets really close to your line but doesn't hit it, you're more prone to say, well, it's going to come hit the line. If it just comes like right, like say my line was right in the middle of the zone, say it just comes like right there into the zone, that's still in the zone. I would be taking profit there instead of waiting for the perfect level. So I'm a big fan of these. Anyways, we're at a pivotal point here. And whenever we're in a big range and coming into the middle or any of the, center area of it, basically once we've confirmed a top, we go out and we draw a fib. It looks like it was actually a bigger high here. So it's going to be slightly off, but I don't want to mess with it. Anyways, we are trying to hold the 3.8 fib here. Looks like a violation to me. Bulls really wanted to see this consolidation zone hold yesterday. This flush sets up a potential fake breakdown, but I think it could also revisit deeper into here. And I think that there's reason for it to come down to the 50 fib here, because it's the 450 number, nice and round number. Man, it's so pretty when the fibs line up like this. 475, 505, 555, 450, 425, 390. So usually this is whenever number or levels line up with round numbers or like with other zones of interest in a fib range, usually you can be pretty highly confident that this range is going to stick. So we could have drawn this out a few days after, like right here, and it would have given us the same information of very valid levels to the downside. So 450 is a big target. It could start to carve out a bottom in this blue zone here. And where we're looking is basically this little pop-up and rejection that set the intermediate high here. You can even zoom out a little further too. Just to kind of give a bigger picture here, we are back testing a breakout. That's what we're doing. So I don't hate it. I'm not ready to buy it. I want to see what it does a little bit deeper into here, especially this 50 fib. So 450, probably a flush and a reclaim is going to be the entry. That's what I'd be looking for. ANET. Arista, is that what this is? Kind of the same chart, but weaker. So I won't harp on it too much. But in general, watch the 50 fibs. See how Microsoft was up here. So like Microsoft is still right about here. This one's way weaker than Microsoft, obviously. So this is what Microsoft could do, worst case. I'm not saying it will, but Microsoft had a gap that it wanted to fill deeper towards the 50 as well. Something to think about. What else? Snow, INOD, and Nike. Fix my aspect ratio here. There we go. There we go. Okay, back to it. Snow. Basically the same chart again. I mean, these are all software names, so no surprise there. This one is back testing this really clean breakout. This was such a nice gap up, carve out a nice rounded like scallop bottom base here. Surge, scallop bottom base, surge, start distributing. Really pretty price action. So overall, are we bullish? That looks really good. That looks like a back test of a stage 1 base or back testing a stage 2 breakout. So if this holds, we could get a very explosive move to the upside. I like snow. I'm going to put this on my focus list. We can also look at IGV. And that's just going to be the software ETF. There we go. One tarnation. Was this a split or something? What in the world? All right. Is this what IGV even looks like? I swear this is not the chart that I remember. I guess it is. So let's do some doodling. We got a few things to look at. One is this kind of downtrend line here that it previously caught from. It's back testing, could be a deep back test. For fibs, still got a little ways to go to that 50 fib. You're also getting a nice undercut there under 100. So decent reason to be looking for IGV to catch here. But whenever you have a range, you can never be surprised if it goes to the optimal buy zone of the range. That is down here. This golden pocket between the 7.8 fib and the 6.2. Not bearish though. I don't think it really needs to do that, but I think a push down to the 50 would be healthy. I'm seeing this on a lot of charts where I could very easily imagine one more leg down to just scare people out to a lot of these 50% fibs. All right, INOD, Nike. I'm going to speed up just a little bit here. So this is another interesting chart. Could be a back test of a pretty key level. Do wish I had volume profile on here to see where the volume is located. So I can check on that later in trading view. But for now, while we're here, let's look at Nike. Or let's look at the daily really quick. Yeah, it's just back testing this level. It's trying to put in a lower low double bottom, but this could just be a flag break, a bear flag break. I'd be inclined to wait for this one to come back down and fill in some of these imbalances here. This is a big momentum name. And I just wouldn't be surprised if it needs a bigger flush out. When these names move like this, they can move in the other direction that fast too. Huh. It's a wild move. I did not realize it got to $90. Crazy. Shout out to Uranium. He was in this one way early, around here. All right, Nike. Oh, it's just NKE. How did I forget that? Okay, we filled the gap. We got the initial just reflexive pop off of the gap fill. Came back, and now it's putting in a higher low. This one I like. This one I like. Let's see if it's in channel here. Looks like it kind of is. Close enough for government work. Passes the smell test on the daily. Let's make sure we're not missing anything zooming out. It's just tough. It's just tough because, like, this chart looks like shit. If I flip this around, if I did 1 divided by NKE, put that in a chart that could do ratios, it would look like a big old cup with a handle and look like it wanted to surge, breakout, and price discovery. But this is the real world, and it's an actual company with fundamentals, and it's been beaten to heck and back for, well, not in back, just beaten to heck forever. At some point, you got to say, it can't keep going down. This is a long-term support. This could be a double bottom all time, and this is just a higher low in this double bottom or bottoming formation. I got to be bullish Nike here. Said nobody ever, but I actually like it. I actually like it. I mean, it's tough though, you know. maybe Nike's donezo. Maybe they don't exist in 10 years. I think that's pretty unlikely though. I think it's much more likely that this is going to bottom, chop people out, no V bottom. It's probably an Adam and Eve bottom on the monthly. Just when you have the really steep, sharp first bottom, that's the lower low. Then the second higher low is nice and curved out, gradual. Adam and Eve. So honestly, you probably just don't touch Nike until your alert goes off that it closed over $80. 80 bucks, this neckline. Because then it's a valid double bottom, and it's got a ton of room up and to move up. Ton of room to move up, and once it does that, it'll have momentum in its favor. Right now, it's a dog. Right now, nobody cares about Nike. You know, nobody's cared about Nike for quite some time. And that these types of stocks usually don't change character until the new year because there's tons of options pressure that's just pushing this thing down. Or tons of positioning, I should say. So I like it. But probably not quite yet. I think it probably, when it's time to buy it, it will be higher than right now. I just think it's worth it to wait to not get sweated through a rounded double bottom, which could take half a year. All right, Oracle, KKR, and SoFi. Has Oracle been beaten enough? I know I said up here, I'm not interested till it fills the gap. And then I know when it filled the gap, I said, I don't think I'm interested here either. There's more gaps below. It just looks like a terrible thing to be stuck in. Look at it just ramping exponentially down. I think it needs to puke down. I think maybe it has news coming, which makes it fill this gap to 179. I just can't buy it yet. Let's zoom out and see if there's any reason for me to buy it yet. And there's the reason to buy it. Not saying you should, but like it's always valid when it comes back into very old highs. We can draw this as a zone. So like that's valid. I would so much rather see it come into the gap. You could hero buy it off the gap close if you want, or more responsibly wait for the gap to show support, flip to support, and you buy it when it reclaims this zone, and you have a little very high probability area to take profit at 210 right there. It's got the gap that needs to be closed, and it's another previous level high here, and it's aligned with the pivot right here. So there's a lot of incentive for price to come down here and then up here. I don't know what the heck it's going to do from there, but that's how you could frame a trade to carve out a cushion so that you could play it in either direction. If you want to short it, you wait for the pop up here. If you want to long it, you wait for down here and a push up. That's how I'd look at Oracle there. SoFi. Another level of interest. This one's tough. I think it's kind of failing for now. I think it's going to take a while. I'd kind of like to see it come back off the highs. What we can look at, though, is a kind of template. It won't be the same. They're not the exact same sector or anything, but we can kind of look at what Hood did because they are very similar charts and not in completely different spaces. So we are here on SoFi, and we see this low below us, or this previous all-time high from the IPO base. Hood got the IPO base back test, and that was the slam dunk buy. 3 bags since then. More. 5 bag since then. 4 bag, whatever. Big number. SoFi is going to be $100 stock if the world doesn't end in 3 to 5 years, 2 to 5 years, a year to 5 years. I think we get our entry at 2150 first. And probably it's a zone from 2150 down to 20. And I bet you dollars to donuts, it flushes the 20, and then reclaiming it ends up being the high probability buy. If you believe in the narrative and you're a long-term investor, don't worry, just buy more when it comes down there. Otherwise, don't get involved here, I don't think. Unless we see a good reason on the daily or something, but like this isn't enough to get me involved. I will say it is respecting. This is a very orderly sell-off. See that uniform line? It's actually kind of crazy. Look at this. On the hourly, it'd be even cooler. Oh, come on. With a few overlaps, but like they're just channel trading this thing super tightly down. Just unwinding positions. Sweeping all out under here. I know there was a lot of options flow trying to break this thing out because I was buying half of it. So a lot of incentive for them to push it down. To ruin my week. Back here. Anyways, it's a name that you put on a watch list and you wait for it to hit a target, have an alert go off. KKR. KKR and Company. I was hoping to get an idea of what the ticker was based on the company name. That didn't help. I don't know what this is. Kind of like it. It's trying to do an Adam and Eve bottom, the sharp bottom, now the rounded bottom. This looks like accumulation, these big green candles, but there's still potential for distribution here to fill the gap down. Got the $100 there as well. Kind of hard to have too big of a prediction without knowing what they are, so I'll have to do a little bit of DD. In general, double top, but coming back to neckline. It's like I don't love charts like this because I never really know what they're going to do. This is beautiful. This cup is beautiful rounded bottom breakout. And you get the measured move. Let's see, from 42 to this neckline here, 83. So it's a double there. So then it should double from here to 160. Boom. Obviously where the seller stepped in, where the first serious seller stepped in. So you love when a clean base makes a clean move like that. That's just beautiful. That's really beautiful. And then you get the puke and it comes back really cleanly to test where it broke out from right here. And it didn't quite get to here, but close enough. Came back to back test the breakout. And then you get almost the measured move again, but it fails at 154 instead of 160. And now it's back here. So like this chart's kind of played out for me, unless I liked the fundamentals and had a reason to believe that this is carving out a new base, 1 low, 2 low, we go back up here. It could be a big W. Totally valid. But it's not screaming pent up kinetic energy. This is a chart I want to be involved in right now. That's what I'd say there. All right, what else we got? Javi, sorry I missed this 20 minutes ago. If you're still around, be more than happy to answer. Other question is, how do you train yourself to DCA into winners rather than losers? This is an excellent question, and it's very hard to do. How you do it is by keeping a high time frame chart handy. You have a little bit of faith that a proper setup will follow through. You wait for breakouts. You take profits when things are stretched, either with an ATR ratio, or this stock is, maybe it's over a Bollinger Band on a daily or weekly time frame. Maybe it's over the ATR on a day after it broke a range or something. You have a reason to believe that sellers will try to sell here. So you take some off the table. You trade around a core position. So you hold half or a third or a quarter. I like a half. You hold that if you got in a good place. As it goes up, you hold the full position. It goes up to where you think it's overstretched. Then you take some off. You take half off or a quarter off. Then it comes back in and it tests your level. And then you can add like a full position size if you want. So you can be over a full position, You just got to think about them as multiple positions that are playing the same theme. So, for example, on this chart, just because why not, we can use any chart. Say we got long here because we're gods. Massive breakout, big candle, and you go, man, that was a crazy move. I know we're going higher, but it's going to pull back, and it could pull back all the way to the breakout here. So I'll take a quarter off. And then if we hold and show buyers in this, let me zoom into the candle, into the imbalance, the bullish imbalance that was just created. See, from the high of this candle to the low of this red candle, creates a zone which should act as support. So if it dips back and we start seeing strong buyers, we can add them back. And then, it comes up, grinds up. No real reason to sell. Up here, we got a nice pop. You could consider taking a trim when you get over here. And then just saying, I bet we come back and test this zone again. And you can add again. And what you can do is on one of these ads, say for example here, I see it bounce, it goes up here, and then it tries to push down and fails, and I'm a bull, So say I get in here or something into our zone. We found buyers, we get in, and it starts to work. I can trim some here in case it fails, or I can wait for it to surge through, and then I can put the stop under this low. So this is a way to pyramid without exposing yourself to that much more risk, because then you're only really exposing yourself to this much more risk, this little bit. So that's a way that you can build a position. And let's go into the SPY intraday chart, because I was building a position long, and we can talk about how I did that. I was quite proud of my pyramiding today. You won't see my fills because I did it on the Trader Revolution app, not on the web browser here. But this was the area where we were really looking to long, but I started a position. I saw this puke, and then I saw the buyers holding this level, and I just took a little nibble. I didn't know if I was going to be right or not. My stop was right under here. So for me, I was really bullish overall, and I figured this was a pretty key level. It was pre-market highs. We double bottomed off of it before surging way higher. It was like an expansion, like a springboard. So I know this buyer is like the buyer that made us surge higher. So I would expect him to hold. So that's kind of how I framed it, and that's why the risk was small there. But I still had a core position from down here when we caught this trade. And I got stopped out of half of it, I think, here. Half of the runners, so it was down to a very small position. It became my tracker or my starter, and it puked and it didn't feel good, but then I saw it basing here. Stop for both of the positions. Complete stop was under here. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Basically, we had range expansion. As long as we held the range expansion, I kept believing in my trade idea, which was higher time frame. We have much more room. So we had the starter, and I'll be honest, I was not sniping these lows. This was a doom candle for me. I thought it was all over. Hold on, guys. Look at this. Look at how bad this chart looks. I don't think you guys realize how bad this chart looks right here. Tell me that I should long that. I wouldn't tell you. You should long that. Like, that was terrible. Seriously, this looks like it's going to die. Equal lows here. So many failed attempts to push up in a long-term downtrend. Then boom. So I won't lie. I did not bottom tick this. I did not get involved here or here. I got involved here. I thought this swept the lows and we were about to break out. So I got involved right about here. And then felt despondent and euphoric and despondent and euphoric. End of the world, euphoria. Well, hope for redemption at this point. It's so over. Are we so back? Nah, it's so over. And then we got the real move. So my position, my starter didn't go green. It was a conviction starter. And it was enough conviction for me to buy calls and hold through drawdown, right? So the risk was the price of the calls. About $100 when I bought them, about $20 down here. Sold for 150 at 600, 660. So for reference, this is what holding 0 DTs will do to you. From my entry here, down $4, minus 80%. From the entry up $5, plus 50%. You know, like about 40% of the contract just got eaten by theta before it actually made the move. So in terms of building into a position though, so we had our entry and it started to go green. This is when I started building in, because for me, it was like mega confirmation. Oh, we're bottoming. This is a crazy bottoming pattern, because this was a crazy, we're going to puke pattern. And then this is like, a, yeah, oh yeah, try. You know, we found buyers. And then, you know, the biggest bit for me to provide confluence of this trade idea along was the gamma exposure profile, showing that we were surging back up. And there were so many puts down here that they just didn't want to pay out. And then I kept looking and seeing, but the biggest put level is up here at 660. I don't think they want these to pay out. They did, I believe, pay these out at the end of the day. Yeah, but not too much. And they definitely tried to run them down. So that provided confluence in the belief we're going up. So that allows me to pyramid in. That's the biggest thing. You have to have confidence and not greed. So you have to, and you'll know the difference, because I wasn't antsy at all. I said, okay, we get the expansion candle here. It creates an imbalance. I'll be a buyer in the imbalance. I bought there, came under here. I said, I don't care unless it loses this previous level of interest. If it does, I stop out of that position. I still have my calls because I'm not going to sell them. Well, they're still, you know, they're a double from down here, but they're still only $40. And I bought for $1 at the same price this morning, you know? So that allowed me to kind of just let the trade do what it's going to do. So got in here more, came down, surged up, created another imbalance. I very likely trimmed here. Yeah, I trimmed the surge through high of day. Whenever we surge through high of day like this, if I got in like right here, my target, my take profit would be high of day. But since I got in here and I saw this tight consolidation happening, this is very constructive. It's not a surge up to a key level. It's a consolidation under a key level. So my target was not the high of day. I wanted more. And then I wanted to add in even more, because now we're breaking high of day. And then my stop would be under here. Or I guess it would probably be under here. I forget. Basically a loss of the high of day and a significant candle close under it. So I was adding, I don't know if it was this green, a red candle or this red candle, but I know I had an order at the top of this fair value gap and it perfectly wicked. You love when that happens. It just shows that the buyers didn't even want to wait for it to get down here and really hammer in this, fill in this imbalance. So now I'm up to like a good sized position, and I'm starting to think about where I'm selling. And 660 is the big obvious neon sign. And I say, hey, I have conviction. I'm holding the full thing. And I held the full thing. I took off everything but a runner at 660, and it started to trade sideways and consolidate. And I started saying, okay, either it's going to set up for another squeeze or it's going to need to cool off. Either way, I've locked in my profits. And if it comes back down, I can build back into another long. And so, see, that's when this stopped me out of everything except for the runner, which is like just basically one of the 4 positions I took on the way up. So I'm not hurting nearly as bad on this move down. Like it was very weatherable. And because I had a clear head, I could start looking for buyers. And I still did have my stop down here. When it's drilling for your stop, it never feels good. But the closer it gets to your stop, it's almost like a relief because it's like, well, it can't hurt me anymore, So when it started finding buyers right over that, I just said, hey, okay, here's a low risk place to add back in. And this is where I would say you could size up. So you could pyramid above your initial full size if you wanted to, because the trade is working. And you would just say, okay, well, if I'm wrong, I only lose this little bit down to here. Same stop. So the odds here are much better. And then everything started working. Obviously, you trim. This is where I trimmed high of day. And it's another good example of the concept I talked about right here, where we were flagging consolidating constructively under the high of day. So I didn't sell on the break here. In retrospect, this is a very similar look, right? I wasn't expecting this, to be honest. But in retrospect, this is a very similar look, consolidating right under the highs. So you could shoot for, hey, I'm just going to play momentum and hold. I'm not going to sell right at the high. I'm just going to wait until there's a little bit of sellers. So maybe you sold on when you saw this top wick close. Maybe you sold on this top wick close. Maybe you held for here, and then this was your exit when you saw the big red there. Either way, it netted you a nice little added bonus there. And you could consider that a momentum freebie cherry on top. We get the level and then some. But then you just got to respect and say, hey, when it runs it, I don't know what it's going to do after this red candle. Could very easily come all the way back here, which it did. It just took some time. So that's how you can pyramid into a position. And I'll finish this example just because it shows how you unwind a pyramid position too. Because I added more here. I was telling people this was a 50-minute moving average tap. So I was watching that level. It started to respond. I got a really nice fill like right there or something. Then it came up. I took some off because it was this pivot. I took off what I added. That allowed me to hold my core position that I was still holding through this whole thing. Then I think I got one more add off on one of these candles. And then I trimmed. I guess I got whiffed here because I had a stop or a trim at the high day. Came back down. Oh, yeah. And then I added again here too because it was basically if you took a volume profile of this flag breakout, there was a big high volume node right here. And there was a low volume node right above it. So it made very much sense to me that it would come down, fill in the low volume node, refill with bulls on the high volume node, and then go for this consolidating, tightening pattern breakout. And then I would consider this a failed breakout. And so I got stopped out when we lost this swing low. Pretty simple. I mean, honestly, it's pretty simple. You pyramid in on higher lows as long as things are still pointing up in the mid time frames. And then you get out when you just lose the first higher low, because then almost always it signals the beginning of a change of trend. It won't always be, but every change of trend, this will happen, So you got to respect it when it's happening and you're trading a big momentum trade like this. Sorry, that turned into a whole thing, but I think it was good information. So I will now power read through the comments that I still have not addressed, and we will get through as many of them as possible. How about hard out in 25 minutes, 2 hours? I think that's fair. All right. Man, it's a lot of comments. I love this. Oh, and thank you, Joe. I'm seeing your star in some of these too. You're the man. If only I could figure out how to only highlight the stars. Okay, I finally scrolled back up to where I was last. Now we're working back down. All right, all right. Tyler mentioning most of his tickers are near the 200 SMA. Yeah, absolutely. We're at a big pivot point. We're getting close to where I'm looking to long into the end of the year for a beautiful Santa rally. We all want it. We all wanted it too bad, and everybody bought puts and rained on the parade. But now we're ready. Now we're ready. If you think about it, all of the 30 to or 0 day to call it 60 days options, they just got destroyed for any momentum stock. Like if you were holding a SoFi December call, like an out of the money December call, that thing got cooked. It was down 90%, So that is a lot of like pressure release. And now we can start to push up again. Crow talking about he just buys stuff that is bottomed on the RSI and the top 3-month gappers and catch reversals. Very nice. Yeah, there's many ways to skin a cat. I'm also a big RSI guy. Well, I'm a big oscillator guy. I use a wave trend oscillator religiously at this point. It's becoming a huge part of my system. Catching swing trades when hourly momentum has confirmed essentially, and then you just buy all the dips on the way to the hourly sell signal on the other side of the oscillator. All right. Javi, thank you for the questions here. Hymns. Let's talk hymns. Hymns has been beat up. For me, it was a broken setup a while ago and I stopped watching it, but we can look at what would make it unbroken. Man, that's rough. It was looking so pretty up here. This fake breakout is just brutal. Brutal. One thing that I've noticed that could be a early warning sign that we can watch out for on these high beta names, there was a curving to the top here. And this whole range just there's something fishy about it. Like this was so perfect. I was in this when it gapped down. Felt terrible. Felt so bad. This is what I'm telling you guys. Concentrate position size, this will kill you. 50% drawdown, 40% drawdown in a day, 30 or whatever it was. So this kind of broke it. And then this insult to injury I could have held. No way to know that here though, or down here. To me, this looks like it was trying to cup out here and then just completely failed on really damaging news. And there's so much flux and like unknowns in this space fundamentally. And then you got the real base way down here at 25 to 30, we'll call it. And we have gaps, breakaway gaps above the base. So I am not ready to buy here. To me, this looks like the back test of a bear flag breakdown. It could do a U-turn, oops, reversal if it reclaims 37.50. Then you can start buying dips, climb us way back on up to at least 40, probably 50. This is just going to be, I just don't think it's a swing trade until it gets more constructive. Like this is just nothing for me. It's like from Scrubs, like, I don't hate you, I nothing you. I don't hate it. Kind of nothing it though. All right. You know what? You guys have been posting so much and I'm so behind. I'm going to start from the bottom up because I want people who are here now to get what they have heard. And I apologize. I think I can power through some here, but I keep missing things otherwise. So Does Hims have a moat? I don't know. Does it? I have no idea. Tyler had a Micron put. Oh my goodness. I saw the premiums on those go crazy. I was stalking Micron for a breakdown up here on this reversal. Oh, I don't know. I was talking it on one of these days and then it finally did it. This is like the last thing that didn't break down. So I was like, yeah, I'll do that. That'll probably work. Probably won't work, but if it does work, it'll pay me a lot. Took a few days to get there. My question is this the beginning of the end for the last titan of the momentum trade? Or are we just going to start a reaccumulation process? Or is it just going to mean V up here and do a double top distribution? Or is it going to do something else? I don't know. Hard chart to read for me. Crazy, though. Javi, so for call and put gamma, I use Unusual Whales. There are a lot of services, most of them paid to my knowledge. I post them throughout the day for free on my Discord as well, if they're relevant, which they almost always are. So feel free to join my Discord if you'd like. You can find that in my bio of my Twitter account, and that is at Steve Tileman, STEVETEILMANN, 2 N's. Yeah, more than happy to. If anybody in my Discord ever wants the gamma, like what gamma is right now, just ping me. I'll give it to you. I'm working on a scanner as well to have streaming, but that's going to be a little ways off. I gotta dig through some Thinkorswim documentation and figure out how to get it working. Pull live data to an Excel sheet. But yeah, gamma is very, very useful for intraday trading. Talk is an LNG. We were going to look at oil and the natural gas. Let's start with UNG, the fund. Looking constructive. Let's look at oil, the leveraged, because I don't think we can look at futures on here. These are setting up for really big explosive moves, I gotta say. This is a pennant. This is a big base. It could need to fake out and do a W, this down, up, down, and then up. And then the W creates a cup to this handle. So it might not be ready, but we can watch this downtrend line that's starting to form. I'll draw that out. And these are on my focus list for next week for sure. Some other names. I did a write-up a couple weeks back on LNG names, way to play the theme. I'm sorry, natural gas names. LNG is one of them. This one, I don't like the chart though, and I don't know what's wrong with it because it was the leader, so I can't recommend this one. It actually looks very bearish to me for some reason. It may be a fake breakdown and then it goes crazy like the others, but I can't recommend it. RRC is one I like a lot. This one's getting close. This one just looks prettier the further out you go. Look at the monthly. Massive ascending triangle that's trying to break out here. I really like this one for shares long term. This one's riskier, CRK, Comstock. But I like this one too. Setting up quite nicely long term. Look at that. That's really pretty. Cup and handle breakout with a big back test, kind of forming an extended handle. I think it's good to make new highs. Probably go a lot higher over time. But it's very risky. This is a very risky one for an investment. I think the fundamentals are probably very bad based on whatever happened here. That doesn't show confidence in leadership. But where there is not confidence in leadership, there is opportunity and volatility. So put that on a t-shirt. Got to make yourself laugh. All right, what else do we got going on here? What else is in energy? Oh, AR. That's the other one I wanted to talk about. Antero Resources. They are very highly skewed towards natural gas exposure. Took a bit of a header yesterday. They were trying to get a clean breakout, but the market didn't play ball. I still think they are super valid for a big long-term breakout here. I think there's a very constructive long-term pennant. I think the short-term target is up at 40, roughly. So I like all these ways to play the theme. I'm looking for more. So if anybody has cool natural gas names, definitely let me know. Oh, this is one that I missed. Not BTU. PBT? No, it wasn't that either. BTE? Yeah, Baytex. This one. I missed my entry. I was watching it and then it just gapped up like crazy. But I think this small cap has a lot of potential. I'm not sure. This one came up when I was doing fundamental research on energy subsectors that I liked. I forget if this one is Canadian heavy crude or if this one is natural gas based. But either way, they're small cap. They move like crazy, and I'm pretty sure they're breaking out. Long term, you can't see the whole chart. Long term, this is a massive high and tight flag down to from 50 cents or something. I do believe. So this is one to keep an eye on. Very speculative. Tyler's saying he wants Hood over these. Hood is looking like it might be in the zone of interest here. It's just a messy chart. I think even if we're getting a left shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder here, we still have room to 130 or something. If this neckline holds, I would just like a little more conviction. Maybe this is enough though. I probably need to zoom in. It's relatively constructive. Popping after hours too, it looks like. Might be a bottom. I'd like to see one more low just to this kind of pivot mid area. 105. Yeah, nice and even number. Watch 105 for a back test with a stop under 102, but then you're getting into the range of well, why wouldn't they just go for the 100? You know how many people want Hood at $100 per share cost basis? I do. So give me. I don't know. I'm on the fence about that one. Oh, big bull bags. Yeah, that's fair. That one's tough. I got bagged on bull. I stopped out. I still want to get back in. I think long term it's a slam dunk, but I don't want to. I didn't want to hold from 13 to or 12 to 10. Definitely didn't want to hold from 12 to 8. That's brutal. But some things happening. Consolidation. Haven't had that for $2, so at least there's a chance that it goes up this time. I don't know. That's a tough hold. It's going to take so long. And then one day it'll just go crazy. I think you just buy this one enough that it doesn't make you sick if it goes to $5. And then you just don't look at it for a few years. I'd be like, this looks like it's kind of a buy, but it's going to mess with you for a good 3 months. So carving out the bottom territory, you can put it on a watch list. Bull is China-based, yes. So that didn't help. I think I caught up. Sick. All right. Well, now I scroll down and there's more. So Talk, you're awesome giving me all these names. NG on backwardation till April. Okay, let's go. All right, Talk. This is embarrassing. You ever see a word written a lot, but you've heard people say it both ways and you don't know which group of people is the idiot? So is it potash or potash? It's potash? I've been saying potash. But yeah, I know what it is, fertilizer ingredient. So you got Mosaic. They're the dog. This thing. Oh, good to see they still suck. This thing. This got put on my never trade list because I love commodities. I love thinking I'm smarter than people who do this for a living and, like commodity traders. It's a very tough group to trade against. And yeah, this one, everything gets sold till it doesn't, but even that gets sold. It's just a nightmare stock to own for investors. So how I used to like playing the space was NTR for the quality, and I like LXU for leverage for I don't want to say shitco, but less established co. Talk, look at that for a chart. That's pretty. Dodging bullets on Celsius like Neo in the Matrix. Oh, good lord. What's Celsius up to now? This was a great example of greed for me. I got long on this cup and handle breakout. I forget exactly where. I want to say around 100 or something. I did not sell 200. I don't know why. Every time I look back at this chart, I'm like, why didn't I sell 200 if I was in at 100? I just made 100% in like 2 weeks. I could have free rolled it. Thank the Lord that I held through this and I got out at this pivot at 175 for this. Oh my goodness. So I'm with you. I think I dodged the bullets. Overall, making 75% in a couple months on a stock that looks like this, I'll take that. Oh boy. We're talking financials like fintech. What about, is PGY fintech? They're fintech, right? I thought I saw their chart doing something interesting. Not really. Sezzle, they're fintech. They used to be cool. What are they up to? Oh, coming back into the area of interest. Filled the gap and overshot. Now it's trying to reclaim the gap. That could be a setup. That one's a crazy chart. What about Dave? Another darling, fintech darling, from 70 to 300 because reasons, I guess. It's another interesting one. It's holding the bottom of the range. Can't really see what it's doing on the daily, but that's usually, it's like, all right, what is it? Double top from death or just reaccumulation here? Not really sure on these, but worth keeping an eye on. Talking lean crow or lean hogs with crow. Okay. Lean hogs. I need to read up on the lean hog trade. I've been hearing people talk about it. But let's see. How are we doing on time? We got a few minutes. Anybody else have anything for me? Otherwise I can pull up a few that I'm looking at. And we can start our weekends proper. What in the world am I looking at? I'm so brain fried. Maybe Talk's right. Maybe I need to hang it up here. Pulling open my watch list. I think I'm looking at Intel. Sounds like something I was looking at. It's a bunch of 40C flow for February yesterday. They're a little bit green on those. This one's kind of interesting. These, like, it's just like a matter of time till it breaks this downtrend and breaks out, I think. But maybe it just does it all the way down to the gap fill. I really don't think it does. I think this should be close to the bottom. I think it's holding the 50% fib of the new range. Am I right? Almost. Right there. It's holding the 62, though. It's responding very bullishly to the golden pocket. So I'm watching Intel. I like that for a swing. Open. Yeah. Bennett mentioning open. I like open a lot. I've been in and out of open the past month or so. I think that it's setting up a potential potentially massive flag. I mean, man, this is a chart that you do not short. I know everybody's like, oh, it's a meme. I don't care. If my meme is doing a stage 2 breakout cup and handle back test, why are we selling it? Why are they selling it? Is it because no rate cuts in December? I don't think it matters. We'll just moon when there are rate cuts. So I think what we're seeing is this is carving out a handle. See that? Right into the top of the lip of the cup. So this looks really good to me. This looks very similar to, I mean, this is my favorite kind of setup in the world. The SOS, sign of strength, consolidation over a stage 1 breakout. Like, this is my bread and butter. This is I take a lot of these. Like Palantir Hood, some of the most well-known ones. I don't know, there've been a lot. Really nice setup. I like this a lot. Home builders are interesting to me. What's the ETF? Not XHB. IHB, I think. IHB, is that it? I'll find the ticker. There is a ETF for home builders that is around $85, I think, ticker price. Anyways, there's massive options flow for December and January. They're complex positions. I believe they are selling puts in 2 tranches, December and January, to open up vertical bull call spreads for 88 to 91, I think, something like that, or 91 to 94 and 87 to 80, 85 to 88, something like that. So sorry, that was boring myself describing that. Regardless, something's going on with home builders. I don't know what, but somebody's positioning very bigly, and I very rarely see flow. I maybe it was XHB. I'll have to go back and check the flow. But it was a standout to me. I'll go back to my Discord. We were talking about it. I can't find it right this second, though. But something's going on. I don't know what it is. And then you got like Rocket. Rocket long term looks really bullish. I mean, this looks awesome. When moon. So look at this flag. Like, I really like this. I really like this look back testing the midpoint of this range. Got nice targets up above and really, really big room. The further you zoom out, this doesn't have price history going way back, but like this has room to 30, I believe. I'm a believer. What can I say? Yeah, talking about DBA sector. So that's going to be what? Hard commodities, soft commodities? Agriculture. Gotcha. Yeah, been a long time since I haven't traded DBA since the Russia-Ukraine war, I think. Everybody's buying wheat. Oh boy, trading far out of the money leaps on illiquid agriculture ETFs. Yeah. Yeah, there were signs that there was a top. Okay. Hey, absolutely. I can definitely look at ASTS and TSM. Thanks for the comment. ASTS, one of those last remnant titans of the momentum where we're deciding what the heck we're doing. Are we done? Is the space trade done? This is like grim or super high and tight flag power back test. It's tough to say. Let me look on my other chart here. You guys can't see it, unfortunately, but it's got all my other indicators. I just want to check on a few for ASTS in particular, see if the oscillators are starting to round out. Daily is oversold, but not rounding yet. Weekly has so much room to the downside. Monthly is flattening out, has room to the upside. I think that ASTS at 50 is very compelling with a stop under 47.50. 47, yeah. So I think that it's a good chance if you long 50 you get a nice pop to minimum 55 to 57.50, potential for the absolute snipe. I mean, ASTS likes to do this. Like, look at this flag. It looked amazing until this happened, and then it just power surged through it. So, like, this could just be a mega aggressive flag back testing into support. The other potentiality is it does what SMR does and just dies.
wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? It's good to be back with you guys. Of course, we got a new week here, and it's time to talk about what happened in the markets. At least we're having a little bit of a drive back this morning, of course, all by the big Trump out there with a lot of tweets, a lot of truths over the weekend, trying his best to get this market to hold up because it was in free fall on Thursday and Friday. We'll talk about that action, of course. We were looking to see a little bit of a takedown as we left you guys on Thursday. At least I know I was. And the downside came in and it was ugly. So we'll talk all about that. We'll get to the action. We'll take a look at some trade ideas. We'll talk also about what are we seeing right now. Of course, you guys can see the SPY kind of getting a little bit of a bounce back towards 639s, but it was a complete free fall the last kind of 3 days in the market there. Now we're already back here, and the question is, have we already put in the ATR on the day? And the answer is yes. So I don't expect too much from here. I think we could get a little bit of a trickle up and then a fade towards the end of the day. It's going to be a little bit of a stinker open here, as I wish this wouldn't happen, right? Overnight. This is why you got to sometimes get after the overnight action. I had a feeling the future would get the action. The overnight, of course, in the gaps. You can see how the overnights are having bigger swings than the intraday. And that means the overnight traders are the ones winning the trade. All right, let's talk about what's going on in the market. You guys can see what's going on out there, guys. Right now, it's a little bit of a bounce back, but let's get to the playbook action. Let's talk about a lot of shorts out there. So I hope you got some good shorts on. Haha, pun intended. Let's get to the playbook. All right, guys, so I have a bunch of short outlooks. Of course, they're on the bounce, and so this gives us a little bit of an opportunity. One thing, though, I will clearly say is that these are more based on the daily outlook, so you got to be a little bit careful during the relief rally, right? At some point, this is going to probably give up, but how far does the relief come? That's the question. But let's take a look at some of these trades. Let's see how they're setting up. All right, of course, Hilton, a trade that I think we got to continue to watch as we start to see this start to break down. Of course, we talked about this last week, how you could start to see leisure start to break up and how consumer stocks, the sentiment, the ones that could get hit, well, they're starting to see that downside action. So a clean trigger here would be a move right back below the 295, looking for a nice little continuation right back down towards the 280s. Why the 280s? Well, the 200 moving average lines up there. So that would be the look there. We'll see what happens if Hilton wants to come on down towards the 280s. All right, let's go to another one here, and I'm going to keep it going. I got tons of trades, so we'll stay in the same space. We'll look for another short here in Marriott. You see how it's another head and shoulders pattern, and that's what we're going to be attacking, these head and shoulders pattern, looking for this one to come back to the 200, which would put it closer towards $300 here. Looking good if it can cut the 315. Same thing, head and shoulders pattern. Let's look for that break. Let's see if leisure continues to leak. All right, we'll go to another trade idea. We got plenty more here for you guys. Let's stick towards more of the consumer cyclical area. Let's go to some travel stocks. Let's go to Booking as we start taking a look at a potential short here. Booking breaking down here from the 4,500. Got a little bit of a bounce, but right back down to the 4,100. I think this could really start to break down and go further down as we're seeing the further breakdown here. And of course, this is more has to do with the consumer sentiment than necessarily Booking as a whole. But there was even an upgrade today in a stock that I think I'll continue to watch. Names like Expedia and names like that getting a little bit of a bounce back this morning. I think that gives us an opportunity to see this get knocked right back down towards the open. So we'll be looking to see a potential short on travel weakness, of course. Travel services under pressure, of course. TSA not even working. Looks like, of course, that situation is not really the important part here. The important part is more the consumer sentiment. They're hearing problems at the airport. There's oil higher. Prices are going higher. Of course, airlines will be adjusting and skyrocketing prices here into the summer months. So if you haven't bought a ticket and you expected to buy a ticket, you might want to do so pretty quickly. We'll see what happens here as we're seeing Expedia get a little bounce back towards 233. Let's keep the trade ideas going. Let's go over to a different area now. We'll take a look into the financial area. We'll go to a KRE in the regional banks. I've talked about the disaster that I expect in the regional banks for so long now that I sound like a broken record. But a lot of people have said, well, Mitch, when is it coming? You said that it would come. Well, it was all about the 2026 maturities, right, of the loans, right, coming into play. And I thought that maybe the pressure would get put on these a little bit sooner. But it's actually come in 2026. And if you actually think about it, from February here, we've been on a quick little move down. I think we could actually start breaking right back down towards this 23 level. That would get us down there to 40. So I'm going to look for continued breakdown of the regional bank issues. And if we have those issues, if one of these banks start to go, that's really where you got to really start to pay attention to this trade, because that's when we can see further downside. I think right now you're kind of seeing a little bit of some relief, but the question is, can any of these actually hold the bounce? We've seen it in the XLF. We saw it in a lot of trades here. It's really started to go fast. Even the global banks like JPM started to go last week. So we'll look to see if there's any action and bounce in the banks. Another area, if you wanted to leverage into the short into regional banks, or maybe you thought that they were going to get the bounce. Well, DPST, of course, is a leverage to the upside, but I would actually short this, looking for this to get knocked down right back towards the 80. We'll see what happens there in the regional bank stress. All right, let's talk about some software names as we keep the trade ideas rolling here. Let's go to ServiceNow, as I'm looking at a potential short at a name that's about to break the low. And if it breaks that 100, we're in double digits now for now, and this could keep breaking down further. Of course, we're in that kind of relief rally right now, so I'd wait for the weakness to come back in. Or I'd be using kind of pops and levels that I know I can use for resistance and look for the breakdown back towards support. We'll see what happens here on ServiceNow, but we could keep it into the software space and looked at a short like on CRM, right? Also on the edge, ready to break down further. We'll look to see what happens on these names. I also last week gave app, and it's more of a structure breakdown, right? Looking for those breakdowns below. And yes, maybe we recuperate after we break the 360. But I could see app getting that break and heading through that level. We'll see what happens there, guys. What else we're able to kind of come into and what else we can find. Definitely getting a little bit of a spike up here. Just give me one quick second. I think my fan kind of kicked up a second. One quick. All right, fixed. Sorry about that, guys. Just didn't want to hear a whole bunch of noise in my ear. All right, let's keep going, guys. Let's take a look around. We'll go to the next ideas, but of course, we'll talk about the themes today. Travel and leisure leaking on macro pressure, financials showing crack, and software is starting to roll over. We'll talk a little bit more about that during, of course, coming up our next segment, which is a sunrise report, where we give you guys this every single day. And where can you guys be getting this? Of course, on our Discord. So if you want to find out why stocks are moving, and of course, what stocks are moving, well, you got to take a look into the Discord. If you're not a part of it, get towards it now. We'll make sure we throw it up there in the comments. It's good to see you guys out there. Good morning to you guys. I see Joe out there. I see a bunch of you guys starting to come in. Good morning. We'll talk all about the market madness coming up. Stick around as we get there towards the open. We'll get actually traders coming on and filling in as they continue going into the championship week. I won't take part. Michael won't take part, but I think Kevin just might be here, the rug master himself. So we'll see him a little bit later today, guys. Smash the like. Let's keep going and now bring you guys over to the Sunrise Report. All right, let's talk about the Sunrise Report for Monday. Of course, the ground war is coming. Over the weekend, thousands of U.S. soldiers and Marines arrived in the Middle East as the Pentagon prepares for battle here. Will they send in? That's the question. I think that's what officials, of course, will be describing as weeks of operation in Iran could be starting any moment here. Trump, of course, warned publicly that the U.S. could seize the Karag Island and Iran's primary crude oil export terminal, responsible for 90% of the country's oil exports. Futures are modestly green on what looks like relief, more like a pause after 5 straight weeks of selling. So we'll see what happens there. Futures, of course, were bouncing. Will they continue to bounce? I think we'll see that bounce at least for the short run here. The question is, can it hang on? Will the taco trade turn right back? We'll have to take a look at that, of course. The Washington Post reported over the weekend that thousands of American soldiers were getting ready here. And of course, Trump escalated further on Truth Social, claiming that the U.S. is in serious discussions and a new, more reasonable regime is here trying to get a deal shortly done, right? But he also added that if the deal isn't reached shortly, that the Strait of Hormuz isn't immediately reopened, military action will continue. Oil executives at CERAWeek were blunt. The war's disruption is already bigger than the market understands, and the Strait of Hormuz must reopen by mid-April, or supply domino effects across the economy will start to begin. Brent crude was surging 4.2% over the weekend towards 112.57 a barrel, and WTI jumped to 5.46% to 99.6. Back, knocking at 100. We'll look to see if that can hang on here. 5 weeks of wreckage. We'll see what happens. Can the market bounce back? The S&P 500 is down 6.8% in March. It's the worst monthly performance since December of 2022. The Dow has officially entered correction territory, and the Nasdaq is nearly 13% below its October record, approaching bear market territory. 5 straight week declines, a 7-month low on the S&P 500, and no sector left untouched. Asia followed suit overnight, of course, and fell another 3.97%. Hong Kong lost 1% there, and yields don't look like they're recovering here. Of course, 10-year Treasury yields trading above the 4.4. More alarming is the Fed fund futures are now pricing in a rate hike later this year, not a cut. Yes. Airplane Jane has been talking about potentially hikes coming in, and now they're starting to show up on the tape. This is the comments that you want to hear right here on Trade the Pool. That's, of course, a complete reversal from where the market was, let's say, 60 days ago. Brent has soared over 55% in March alone, putting the benchmark on track for its steepest monthly rise on record. The Fed, of course, cannot ease into a 50% oil surge without losing its inflation credibility entirely. Let's get to some of the stocks action this morning. Let's go to some pre-market movers and why they're up. Alcoa. You guys know I've been talking about how certain places are being affected by the war. Now we're having another smelter being affected here by Alcoa. By the war, of course, there was a tax. Aluminum prices surged more than 4.5% after critical aluminum infrastructure in the Middle East was hit by Iranian missile strikes. Alcoa was the clearest domestic beneficiary. The company's CFO confirmed on CERAWeek that the customers inquire have spiked for industrial buyers who can no longer source from these Gulf smelters. That existing 50% Section 232 aluminum tariff are structured tailwinds on top of the war premium. With Brent at 112 and no diplomatic resolution in sight, the domestic aluminum supply thesis keeps strengthening. So continue to look to see if aluminum can continue to rock and roll here. There's other names in aluminum, right? It's not just Alcoa, so I'd be keeping an eye out to see how those perform. You're seeing already CENX get a little bit of a lift. This is how I always bring you guys relationship plays, where most people would just tell you Alcoa. Look to see possibly CENX get a lift. And then I got a cheaper one also. It's not cheaper in price, but cheaper in pretty much a market cap. So KLAU is another one here that could be getting a lift today. These are all aluminum plays. Let's go to the next one here. Let's go to CrowdStrike. It's definitely in the news here. Let's talk about it. It's up 2.5% as the cybersecurity giant is rallying on 1-2 punch of analyst upgrades. Wolf Research upgrading the stock to outperform and arguing that CrowdStrike will benefit from increased AI-driven cyber risk rather than being disrupted by the technology. Morgan Stanley separated and named it its top pick with a $510 price target, citing a 20% revenue growth potential from expanding platform adoption across the endpoint, cloud, and identity security. The street's message is clear. AI makes the threat landscape worse, and that's bullish for companies selling the defenses. So, hey, the banks are willing to put their money on this, right? They're willing to make this a top pick. Of course, they don't want to be looking bad here. So I think we really need to keep these on the radar. There's something going on here, of course. Like I've mentioned, I think some software names are really going to take a beating, and some software names are going to come ripping back. Some software names might go to zero. So we really need to be looking into the here to try to catch which is this landscape, let's say for CrowdStrike and others. Let's go now to Cisco, SYY, of course. We've talked about this name. It's a food distribution name. It's down here 1% after they announced a $29.1 billion deal to acquire Jetro Restaurant Depot, entering a cash and carry food service channel. The deal is projected to be immediately margin accredited with 250 million in synergies, but the financing 21 billion in a new hybrid debt plus a suspended share repurchase program is giving the market pause in a week where the Fed is being priced to hike, not cut, taking on, of course, leverage load and scrutiny here for the deal. Let's go over now to CAR as we talk a little bit about Avis Budget. Avis Budget, of course, profit taking after 13% surge here in last Thursday, the biggest one-day gain since June, as the DHS funding impasse created airport chaos that drove travelers towards car rentals. But Trump signed, of course, an emergency order on Friday directing the TSA to resume paying airport screeners and removing the catalyst. Monday's pre-market shows investors are taking profit now that the airport bottleneck thesis is fading. We'll talk more about the forces that are coming ahead towards the market. Stick around, guys. We got a lot more for you guys, of course. It's been 5 weeks of war, 5 weeks of weekly losses, and now the real escalation is arriving. It's time to go to my man, of course. We'll get on the traders here. Let's go to Michael Noss and take a look about how he's seeing the market and do we need to get hide in a rock, or what do we do, Michael? Here, do I go in a cave? What's going on, man?
You buy stocks.
You
always buy stocks, especially when they're down.
You put your elbow on the table and you buy stocks.
That's right. And this is an email I sent out on Friday and a trade that I took in the SPXL. So far, working out phenomenally. We're seeing a little bit of a push there in the pre-market, but I just wanted to show you guys just the stats real quick of a simple system that I've been playing with here. We'll grab this up, and it's, we talk about this RSI all the time, right? It's not something that I would just blindly follow, but if you have an equity curve that looks like this, you might be interested to take a look at it. And the idea here is pretty simple. You're looking for short-term oversold conditions as long as the market is above or at least in somewhat of an uptrend. And even if we remove that uptrend filter, it still works out for us, just a little bit messier. And the 75% win rate, and this is kind of the breakdown of the trade pretty simply, right? You're looking at a weekly chart and you're saying if you're down multiple weeks in a row and the RSI is oversold, you're a buyer. And when the RSI kind of flips, we're using a short term, a 2-period RSI. And when that flips overbought, you sell. So that's why the average winner is only, 3.5% or so. And the average loss is kind of much bigger if you take that trend filter out of the way. But if you just add a simple moving average that we have to be above, just to make sure the trend filter is intact, then it ends up being, again, a much smoother, much better equity curve. So we're definitely, it's been a rough month for sure. March has not been fun. And it looks like we could be having a little bit of that bounce today. Who knows if it holds? We got to wait. But so far, everything's looking good there. Now, just some levels. I think the levels are pretty obvious today. You don't need to be rocket science with it. We have to hold the lows here, because if we go and we take a look at the futures, which I always think are important to look at here, just to get kind of the overall picture of what happened on Sunday night. On Monday, I think they're important, where you had a gap down and we sold off. It kind of was looking bad there for a second. This is an hourly chart on Sunday night, and then ever since then we've been buying. This looks to me like kind of buy programming, right? If you look at just every candle's green, very little low wicks, people are just coming in and they're just buying this dip the whole way up. Now the question is this the people in the know, and is there another taco coming, or is this just kind of a little bit of a short-term bounce? And then for, what do we look at when it comes to areas on the way up if we're going to continue higher? Well, I think, into this gap would be interesting, right? We're sitting at uh, what's that, 639. So that puts us kind of right in the middle of yesterday's range. So, right, yesterday's high or Friday's high is going to be very important. Into this gap is going to be very important, right? Through that. So we'll say 642, right? 645, those kind of interesting ways on the way up. But just like I've been the whole time, I'm buying dips. I'm be selling rips on anything that I have, taking a little bit of profits on things this morning. I have a lot of systems that just naturally go to cash on Monday anyway, but I'll be taking some profits here or there just because we're getting the bounce, and we see what happens next week. Now, looking at the different areas out there, everything looks pretty much the same, right? We're up across the board. We got the Mag 7 up 1%. We've got the SPY and the Qs up around 1%. RSP is lagging, but also there's not a lot of volume in the pre-market to talk about. Main thing I want to take a look at too is XLF. So we have banks rallying pretty hard to up 1%. And these have been, again, my most worrisome. Like if you were to say, hey, Mike, what's your bear case for the market? It would be this chart of the banks in a downtrend since the beginning of the year, right? We're into April almost. And since January, banks have been in this kind of consistent downtrend, even when the rest of the market's been doing nothing. So underperformance of banks would probably be my biggest thing. So if today we can reclaim these kind of 48, 75-ish levels and start to push higher, that's an interesting one. And then also the fact that we have the market up and oil up, I think is super interesting. Right? We're still nowhere near like the big freak out high that we had overnight that one day. But we've been in this range and we're holding higher. So it's been a while since we've seen both oil prices increase and stock prices increase as well. So that is something to really keep an eye on. Generally speaking, it's been if the oil was down for the day, then you also had the stock market down for the day and vice versa. But that correlation seems to be crumbling a little bit. Maybe the market's just kind of getting over it, which it does all the time. Way before the headlines get over things, the market gets over things. But I think it's a simple story today. It's like, do we hold? If the market did nothing today and closed right where it was, it's still a positive day, a constructive day, maybe a short-term bounce. And then if we don't, if we end up losing significantly, and we can't, when the market opens, we can't hold, that to me is when things get a little bit more ugly. Because as we know, the large guys, they don't really trade, like the mega huge dudes. They're not going to trade a lot in the pre and post market, right? Even though futures are still plenty liquid and they'll mostly trade futures contracts, they just can't take bets on individual names. They can't really, even the S&P 500 is slightly illiquid in the pre-market. So I'll be watching. I think that opening 30 minutes is going to be huge.
Definitely think the opener will be huge, and I think we could just continue doing what we've been doing, right? Which is the first 30 minutes strong and then just fading off. This is what happened on Thursday. This is why I didn't believe the rally on Thursday when everyone was jumping on the software names, thinking that, oh yeah, software is looking great. Well, there it was. It was not looking great, right? Actually, looking really bad. The AI concerns continuing to disrupt software as IGV continues going towards the low. For a second there, I heard almost everybody and their mothers telling me about how this AI software thing was overblown and that software names were the ones to go dip buying. And we're talking, money managers, big money managers talking about that. So I think they're kind of stuck here because I mean, even if you got the best price on IGV, are you really feeling confident here?
Time frames, right? If
Even
I'm
the
buying
the best price, if you got that dip
yeah, but
right there on the daily, even you got that best price there, you're not feeling
it's
too
all
confident. There's a lot of people underwater here, right?
Yeah, but right, if your hold time's 10 years, you don't care if you're a couple percent underwater, right? It's all about times.
Yeah.
If you're
Yes.
an
Yeah.
active
We're talking
swing
longer term.
trader, or yeah, if and that's what most money managers aren't going to be, right? I'm trying to buy it here and I hope it goes up next week, right? Or I hope it goes up next month.
Yeah.
They're saying, this is a depressed level. Let me put it as part of my portfolio. I'll check on it in 2, 3 years. So it's really, yeah, in short-term trading, we could definitely flush this level and things could
Yeah.
get worse. Again, I'm not someone who I would short when something's been in a downtrend for like a year now, right? I think you probably missed the boat to the downside. Again, time frame. Today, yeah, for a couple days, maybe. For any long-term type of trade, I don't know if I would buy a flush after or short a flush after a year went on, but I'm also not that kind of trader, so I don't care. So it's
Yeah.
really, again, it's all time frame dependent. Is someone wanting to buy this and they're looking to, like, they're a Warren Buffett type? Well, he doesn't care if the thing goes another 10, 20% against him before he's right. You can even see that with Oxy. And I bet you for a while, how long did old Buffett spend underwater in Oxy? And then he's loving life, right? His price was
Timing.
56, spent like a year and a half underwater, and now he's doing okay. Right? Again, so it's all time frames.
Time.
Everyone trades different.
Timing is everything. We'll talk a little bit about some time frames and timing. Let's take off and get towards Airplane Jane. See how the Airplane Jane is seeing the markets. Let's bring her in.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Michael. Really, I'm looking at, you guys know, the bigger money and checking out to see what we've really seen is SPY M. Did you guys ever check out SPY M before? That is one that is going to be an equal weighted stock. Equal weighted ETF, as far as I know, for SPY M. And this one had crazy, crazy volume. Hold on, I'm going to show you right here. It's a tool that I use. It's not on Trade the Pool, but it is one that will show you pretty crazy volume that we have had that we've never had before on SPY M, and definitely an important area to watch, right? This is going to be Moby Tick trading, where we have the biggest levels are going to be on the 25th with roughly 13 million shares at 77.27, 77.34. So when we're looking at that, we have crazy volume there, and it's something to keep on watch. Yep, 77.34, 77.27. A lot came in on the 25th for SPY M. Now, that one caught my eye because that's an important level. If we do not go above it, we have never had any sort of share size to that extent on SPY M. Let me see what the holdings, how many shares overall as well. So this has 1.15 billion, but we're still looking at 30 million shares. That's a lot of shares. And QLD, which is going to be not
Long time.
SQQ, right?
Yeah. I used to trade. I just remember it was like QID, QLD. I used to trade just all the time.
Yeah, and so QLD, the important one there is 63.41, 12 million shares there. So if we go above, hey, let's go bullish. This run to the downside is done, but starting to see the moves coming in. You guys know I do follow The Economist and Barron's. So on Thursday, I was thinking it was Friday. I don't know. I was confused. It's official. My house is under contract. A little bit stressed during that time period, but full conditions met. So we are selling. Done deal. And so my mind was not with it. But Friday, they did post.
Goodbye, Canada.
Yes, they post this squeeze on the world.
Goodbye.
To me, it was, hey, the oil squeeze is coming, Strait of Hormuz. And sure enough, we're seeing that going into Monday. They are raising carbon taxes in Canada on April 1st up to 28%, which is going to definitely be heavily affecting the price at the pump for Canadians, which is kind of ironic because we have all that crude, but we send it to the US to be refined. So definitely looking at oil this week. Those oil numbers are likely going to go up with that Strait of Hormuz squeeze. And the cover of Barron's is talking about Jamie Dimon might not be done. Well, what happened to JP Morgan? Did we have any large trades? You bet, on the 25th, also on XLF. So you guys are talking about it. I agree. Oil and financials this week are going to be important. Big level to watch for JP Morgan is the 295.50. All right, 295.50. If we go above that, that is the largest trade we've had on it for the past year for JP Morgan. And on XLF, do you guys like the individual levels? You like me giving those as a shout out, or is it just too much for you? Let me know. The March 27th, $48 for XLF. That's going to be a large one. We haven't seen anything that large since the 12th of February at 51.55. All right. So watching financials, which makes sense. They're going to be tied with oil. Also, if the oil squeeze continues, how is that going to affect the transportation? How is that going to affect the profit margin for the companies coming in second quarter? So I think that this could be delayed reaction coming up with the earnings that we will see starting up in second quarter.
All right, let's take a look, of course, at what's driving us into Monday's market and the week ahead. The Pentagon, of course, preparing for the week of ground operation as thousands of troops are arriving in the Middle East. Trump, of course, raising the possibility of seizing the island, the country's primary oil export hub, and that could be massively important for oil. We'll see if that actually does play out. Oil executives, of course, warning that the Hormuz must be reopened by mid-April or disruption becomes structurally permanent. Big questions there. Brent at 112, up 55% in March alone, and on track for its steepest monthly raise on record. WTI broke 100 last night. It was above it. Now it's at around 99.64. I haven't taken a look at it in just a short while. But another big thing, of course, coming into the week is the Fed Fund futures now pricing in a rate hike. Who said that, of course? Just right down below, right? And the S&P 500 now down 6.8% leading into it. It's a holiday shortened week, of course. Good Friday, closing the market on Friday. We will see what happens. Of course, this is all on, of course, this little rally on comments coming from Trump. But at this point, I don't know who to believe. And it's probably definitely not Trump here about the war ending anytime soon.
From the Iranian parliament guy? Did you see this?
Yeah, man. We live in this type of world now,
this
Michael.
is insane. Let me get the.
We also have volatility at 10:30 with Powell speaking.
Yes, we got Jay Powell out there chatting.
Jay
But
Powell
this is
speaking
nuts.
and
so an actual.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
an actual
I did see
like
that.
it's like
That was before coffee.
Yeah, it came out in last night and just said, "Yeah, this guy keeps trying to pump the stock market. Don't listen to him."
Yeah.
But then this becomes anyone else.
Indicator. Yes, I remember that. Also, over time, the seasonality, right? Passover and Easter holiday weeks in general tend to be up. So that is something that I would also consider, that we could be getting a bit of a bounce this week into Thursday. So watch what happens, because we might just have a very green week going into Thursday. And then, hey, that might be it. It could be intentional for a bounce to sell into on the weekly chart. So I'm going to look back at SPY on the weekly and see if we look at that, where we're really potentially, I'm still seeing that all of the bigger money has sold, but we have a pretty big overextension on the weekly. I'd say, hey, even if we went up to 652, we're still in a downward trend overall, but it's going to be a bit of a retracement week, in my opinion. to potentially sell into, and it might not be a full-on reversal week, so be cautious because we did have 2 big down weeks in a row.
So yeah,
Now
just
let's-
reading with the
ahead.
seasonal thing. I grabbed that's what I got up for, my Stock Traders Almanac. April is the number 2 Dow month, up on average 2% since 1950. And then this particular week, like Jane was saying, so again, he marks these things with bulls and bears. So Monday today is a historically bullish day. Wednesday and Thursday are also historically bullish days going into Good Friday and Easter weekend. And yeah, so it's going to be hard to, I don't know if you guys can see this, but he has these charts. I'll try to grab screenshots of them and put them on
Left
air. But he has
There you go.
he has these charts going on, and he's talking about the midterm year. And I remember, I was coming here in the beginning of the year saying, this is a midterm year. This is normally what happens. Is that this chop continues going back until 1950, with March, April being around a bottom. Then we get a little bit of a push up and then another little pullback. So again, until October, November, in midterms years for Dow Jones Industrial Averages, you get nothing until November, until it's over. So far, everything has been working out exactly like the seasonality says, in which February, March are generally bullish.
I have to fight back on that though, because it was supposed to be bullish here in March, and it's been the worst month since 2022. So
Well,
just
not
saying
on-
that,
not for the
that
midterm.
sometimes the statistics and the seasonality doesn't really necessarily match what actually happens, right?
Of
It
course,
rhymes,
but
but doesn't match, right? And
Right,
I think in this
if you
case,
go-
it's just it's been a little bit more of a bearish year than even the statistics pointing to.
Remember that I said what I saw with that bigger money last week of February. I'm like, watch this. It's setting up. I'm starting to see this big money selling. It's starting to look a bit like 2020 with the pattern of them selling. And this, if we go back, all right, I'm going to look back and see what the weeks look like, because for the weeks of 2020, was it the same sort of sell-off? I mean, I remember that March 17th, we had a big drawdown. March 17th was, there we go. Is that a weekly or is that a monthly?
That's a weekly chart. So obviously way, way worse we were down like, I think 30% in 3 weeks. But if we get this side of the COVID, I'll be super happy about that. But yeah, this is 2020. So what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks down and ending mid-March. So they would be roughly, this week or so that we're in this year. So this one here, this little
right. And so
guy.
right now we're at that 5-week mark as well. Looking at the SPY, the really big level that I see to watch is going to be 658, right? 648, we've got 6.7 million, but we've got 656.84 and 658. So once we get above 658, we're starting to have bigger volume that's below. And that could be the evidence that, hey, all of this is done. Watching the really big levels on SPY M, because they're sneaky. They don't always just go in on the majors right away. They'll go in on other ones first, and then it takes them a while, right? They're trading millions of shares, billions of dollars. It's not always going to be immediate V, right? Because they might need to take time to get into everything. So that's where this week could be a pivot week for them and be the bottom.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm brave enough to call a bottom, but I definitely think we are in the it's time for a little bit of at least a short covering bounce, right? You're down 5 weeks in a row. Every metric that anyone could use, we are for sure oversold. And then, so it's kind of hard to see, but here's the seasonality widget from our partner TrendSpider. And again, March is I think the 3rd worst month of the year. And then April is like we just mentioned, the 2nd best month of the year. So basically anything that's a light green bar, because the market's up most months. So it's always going to be green. You're not going to see any red here. But it's February, March, June, September. These are kind of your 3 bad ones. And then we have April, May, July, August, right? November, December. These are your best ones. So we're going from around the 2 worst months into the 2 best months. So it makes sense that we're chopping. And again, if you look at the election seasonality, it is this all year, and then a breakout in October, November. Generally speaking, when the election is decided, regardless of what party you like or who you like to win, it seems like it's the old cliche of the market enjoying certainty. Everybody right now is just kind of if I don't know who's going to make the laws, if I don't know who's going to make the rules, maybe I'm not going to invest a crap ton of money in the market. And more specifically, I'm not going to take bets on individual sectors and right, because if these guys win, then this will happen, and if those guys win, that will happen, and they're just waiting. So if you look at pretty much every year going back to 1950, everyone that was a midterm election, it is a mess. I remember saying that in December that this is probably going to be a messy year, and we have it. It's nothing crazy. I think the Qs are down 11%, and the SPY's down like 6 or 7. Every year, you get roughly a 10% drawdown in the SPY on average. I think it's between 7 and 10%. So this might be just getting ours out of the way early, right? It's going to happen. I mean, we had it last year.
HGER, Michael? Harbor Community All-Weather Strategy ETF.
Yes. I've seen some
So
of these
this one had like a crazy anomaly of volume on the 27th, 2 trades of 8.8 million. So, I was looking at it, it just looks like T-bills to me, really.
So it's a rotation, I believe, if I'm thinking of the right one, it's like a rotational strategy. So he goes from kind of risk on, where he's heavily invested in the market, and he's got a system to go risk off. So right now he's probably sitting a whole lot in T-bills, maybe some gold, maybe some energy, and that might be the kind of pop that you're having here. But I think this is just a simple rotational. There's a bunch of these that are great, like if you are close to retirement or you want to keep money safe. A lot of these all-weather strategies people love because they're built not to outperform the S&P 500, but they're just built to deal in situations that we're in right now, in which the market's a little bit shaky. So often you'll see people rotate into when they're uncertain. They into these all-weather strategies. Ray Dalio is obviously the most famous with his Bridgewater. I think it's Bridgewater. Yes. For Ray Dalio, where he just has, here's my all-weather strategy, and he's just got a whole bunch of different, stocks, bonds, gold, all that kind of stuff. So it's a way to get a little bit of comfort and still not really losing so much upside, because in theory, if the market recovers and starts to push higher, you're going to have this kind of rotation back into equities after that. So
another one I just saw is SSO, ProShares Ultra S&P 500 at 53.28, 13 million there. So that's sort of an anomaly. We don't usually see it. So are we done when we go above that level?
What was the price again? Sorry?
53.28 for SSO.
That's
so they're trading other, like most people think SQQ or SPXS, but when we start to see the other ones that are sort of more obscure getting really big trades, that might be the signal that this is that bottom. And we're going to have a reversal going into, like, maybe next Monday is the beginning of that upward move, and we shall see. But getting the little flags, the cautions that is at the bottom, or is it a continuation? Are they adding into further short positions, or are they reversing and they're selling out of the extreme, the inverse of the inverse indicator sort of ETFs, SSO and QLD, where we're seeing bigger volume come into it for a potential reversal?
Yeah, well, and if you're that big, you got to spread your bets out, right? So especially if they're doing it in the pre-market, a lot of these aren't going to have enough liquidity for a real big guy to get into. So, if I want it this morning to get exposure to the market, I'm a huge institution, I'm going to say, yeah, give me the give me the SPY, give me the SSO, give me the QLD, right? Just put bets out there that are all going to be correlated. It's one large bet, but it just allows me to kind of hopefully sneak into and out of markets a little bit easier, which, this is not something that we have to worry about ourselves, right? But these big guys do. It's why I always talk about, they say, oh, large hedge funds and everything, they have it so much easier than us. I'm like, no, there's a reason that like none of them beat the market, right? Is because when you get to a certain level, and I saw this all the time in the hedge fund space, you have this like new kid with a really good trading plan and a really good philosophy. You make a whole bunch of money, and then all of a sudden, everyone starts throwing money at him, and the bigger he gets, the more that strategy degrades. The more it was this cycle over and over again. You get big, and then all of a sudden, you're done, right? And you're just kind of getting the market after that. So I'm really interested to see. We just opened up here. I'm gonna move this to like a 1-minute chart. Like Jane mentioned, we got Jay Powell. I already posted about this. I think my tweet was, wait till Uncle Buzzkill is done before you get excited about the rally. And someone commented that it's just a talk at Harvard about his life. But I'm like, he's going to get asked, right? You're going to get asked about everything. So could be
And
market moving.
it is a red high impact, from Forex Factory. So there is that chance. And yeah, it just says, discussion at Harvard, audience questions expected. So for sure, there's going to be, hey, where do you see the market going? Where do you see the economy going from here? And that could truly affect the market. But like, you have to keep in mind, even though we did have 5 down weeks, on average, the week of a holiday in general tends to be pretty green, like Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Passover, Easter. So keep that in mind if you are short biased in your head, that you might not want to get too stubborn.
And remember, not that we are in a bear market, but I'll say the biggest rallies come in really volatile type markets, right? A lot of people think, oh, the market's bad, it's just going to fall off a cliff. Go back and study any point in history. It is not the way it works. You get, 3 or 4 down weeks, and then you get a huge, like 5% rally to blow it all to short. And then maybe it rolls over and it goes back. That's why, there's an old saying in trading is just don't short in the hole, right? You don't short when the thing is tanking. You have to wait for that bounce, because just by definition, everybody who is short has to cover. So the question is, are you going to be first, or are you going to be the guy who gets run over? So if you just go study, I think 2000 would be the best one. If you really want to go and hammer through charts and study, I think 2000 would be the best one to focus on, because I think there was like 3 100% rallies in the year 2000. And people look back at it and said, oh, the dot-com bubble burst. And a bubble burst means the thing just dumped. And it's like, no. 3 times, I think it rallied over 100% off its lows before reversing and going back over. And if we are going to be in a sustained drawdown, doesn't mean you have to short. It just means you have to be able to kind of time dips. And often I know people who are completely long only biased, and they end up doing great in markets like this because they're okay with trading this kind of, buy the dip, sell the rip type of mentality. So far, not too much, right? We broke that pre-market high just briefly, and then just reversed a little bit there. So we'll see if we can kind of stick the landing on that pre-market high break. Just to update, the bot, this experiment that I'm doing. I think Thursday was a down day, Friday was an up day, and I'm at $24,999. So I'm down like 80 cents from last week across the board. So it was basically just a do nothing week, which again I'm fine with in this insane volatility. I'm totally
Well,
cool
guys,
having
you
it
guys
with
can
my hand.
thank me whenever you want to thank me, but there's a nice little 5% given to you right here in the pre-market. And if you were listening, I talked about Alcoa and CENX, and boom, there's a $3-4 lift off. So Alcoa is the move because of the smelters and Iran situation. And what do I tell you guys? I give you guys relationships for a purpose. Look at this little rocket right out the gates there. CENX up there to 60 almost on the opening spike there. And don't say I never give you anything. I mean, that's as good as it gets right out the gates.
And Microsoft too. Microsoft is still in the battle, right, for AI. That was the big.
Microsoft, that thing's a dump. That thing's a
Well,
dumpster with fire riding around, guys. That thing's a dumpster fire. You just might be able to put out the dumpster fire, but there's still fire underneath Microsoft. I'll tell you that much.
every time you bought if you spent your whole life buying Microsoft when it was getting
Didn't do too
hammered,
much.
you're a rich dude. Because what was it? 2023? I think it went down 70%.
Yeah, but
in
the
this
only
area.
problem is that really, I mean, think about it. You got this in 2022. You've spent now 4 or 5 years, and you got a measly 9% return.
Yeah,
Well,
assuming you didn't sell any of it.
Hey, I mean,
Like,
hey.
you know, and
There's a
then
lot of people though that just sit on stock, man. They don't sell. They don't
yeah,
sell,
there's
man. They're
no
just sitting.
there's
That
no
was my
stock that
dad.
is a forever
He was
hold.
the one that rode
They just
NVAX.
sit.
66
They just
cents.
sit. They just
All
sit
the way
there,
up.
man.
Dad, take some profit. No, I don't
Huh.
want the tax liability.
Nah, you just sit there. That's what I've been trained to do. Just sit in there. That's how it goes, guys. All right, guys.
Yeah, no.
Aluminum pulling back there. I think CENX is going to give me a chance here to maybe jump in, and I'm also watching FCX there. But I am pointing towards utilities doing higher out the gates here. We're having that relief rally like we talked about. The only question is what happens after the first hour of the day? That's the big concern, right? I think everybody can expect some type of relief. The big area I think you should watch is I'm watching what happens here with American Waterworks. The war is slowly but surely becoming a water battle. And as you see that, I think American Waterworks is definitely a name that I want to trade today. I would love to get it closer to 137, but it's already at 137.80s. Could take off here. And yes, the war can become a water war, not a oil war. You just heard that right here. Things that Money Mitch gives you guys, literally handing you guys edge, right? What are the trades that I've been talking about will work during the war? Coal. Talked about the agricultural input plays, right? Did you guys see the liftoff on coal on Friday? I mean, these are the types of things that you get only right here. Like, this ain't Kramer. This is Money Mitch. Get it right.
Now, the funny thing is, how much of the world is also water?
It's the most precious resource in the world. I will say
Until
that.
we get good at desalination, that's the next
That's
thing.
the
right?
whole idea. That's what they're attacking. That's what they're attacking, Michael. That's the whole idea, is that they would attack those plants.
Yeah, like
start attacking those plants, and some real problems start to happen.
So everyone, I watched this thing. It was really interesting. It's about how it's like, okay, you got California. It's got fire on one side and water on the other. So if you can find a way just to get the water out of the ocean and make it clean and dump it onto the, right, you can. And same with Australia. You've got this area in the middle that no one ever wants to go because you'll die and just take the water. But desalination just is very, very energy intensive. So that's like a nuclear thing. You got to build the plants to pull the salt out of it and to make it clean and fresh. And that's, again, interesting place to invest if there's any public companies, but I doubt there is. SPY
American
so far, right?
Waterworks is a good one.
Just flushed off the open on the SPY, right? We're nowhere near kind of the overnight low. But we did have a little push there, right? We were up over 1% at one point. Now we're only up about 0.5%, being led by the Qs, right? XLV is doing well. Finance is holding on well. It's the Mag 7, right? These are the guys who are selling off the most, right? So we're seeing this kind of everything holding up, but the Mag 7 is selling off. So just keep an eye out there to see if that's a continuation trend or whether or not we get some sort of reversal there.
It's not only the Mag 7, it's also, of course, the stocks that were strong. This is what I've been pointing to, the change in tune here, guys. If you guys follow me, I also have a new dashboard that I've been showing off, guys. I think I brought it down, but it's talking about semiconductor equipment stocks, consumer electronics stocks breaking down, and then your memory trade breakdown. That's what's really kind of weighing in on things. But take a look at BE as a perfect example. This looks like another stock that's going into a stage 4 breakdown. So your Bloom Energy on the breakdown there. So These are the types of names that are really starting to get hit hard. Look at the damage that you're seeing in Bloom Energy today. Those are the types of trades that you need to be careful of, like a GLW that was just one of the best trades in the market, now turning around fast. So these are the types of trades I'd be looking at. Software is on the bounce up 1.55, leading the upside action, but this is just relief, guys. I would not trust any software bounce with a 10-foot pull.
It's all hold time, right? If we end up getting a nice push up through there, could be a tradable bounce. There could be some money to be made there, but yeah, you're fighting a downtrend, so just make sure you got a plan to get
on the
out.
whole. BFRG on the whole. Bullfrog AI, one of your leading rippers today, guys, on the whole. Next major ripper in the small cap game, ELAB. ELAB up at $4, was up there to 480s, just recently pulled back, but this is up 144%. Yeah, you heard that right, guys. Big monster rip. Just pulled back to the hourly low around the $3.96, $4 area, holding right now as support. Not a bad area to look for potential dip buys and undercuts. So we'll see what happens now that you've gotten that undercut through the 4. You've hit it about 2 or 3 times. Maybe you come back, touch it one more time, and then start to see a little bit of rise. We'll see what happens there at ELAB and Bullfrog AI.
Yeah, so nothing coming through just yet for me. So I just continue to sit and hang out and wait. And it's probably because we're not really doing too much. If we take a look here at the SPY, we've got some sectors on the go. The SPY just continues this pullback. Question is, right? So we definitely didn't get that first half-hour rally, but is it just going to be the opposite now, where we sell down and then rally the rest of the day? Who knows? But we're giving it back just a little bit. So we need to make sure that there's some
crazy part. All the sectors in the green from the open except industrials and tech just leads you how big tech is in the SPY there.
Well, that's why I was going to show the RSP selling back a bit, but just not nearly that dramatic. And then, like I talked about with XLF, holding on just fine, not making new highs, but holding on. XLV is actually reversing here and pushing up. So healthcare into new highs, just right at just in time to. This would be a good time for a competition to be in there. IVG just hit new highs today, holding back just a little bit there.
Did bought a little bit there of CENX on this pullback, looking to see if Alcoa can get a little bit of a continued move up, and then maybe get a little bit of CENX pullback relief. Looking to maybe add towards 55 and 54s. Small position now. We'll see what happens.
I'm checking on SSO, QLD, still well below those levels that I mentioned for that really big, crazy volume.
Yeah, IWM just went negative here. So small caps reversing. We're having Ethereum and Bitcoin still holding up. This was hilarious over the little bit of a pullback now, but I just saw a tweet over the weekend. It was, like $200 million worth of Bitcoin liquidated. I'm like, oh man, we're tanking again. And by the time I clicked on the app and loaded up Bitcoin, we were way above that liquidation price. So you won't see that here, but there was a big spike down on Bitcoin that just got completely eaten up. So it just goes to show, be careful with your leverage, people. It's 200 million just evaporates because we just ticked under a level. I'll do it here on the actual coin, just for like a second. You can barely see it. And if you do, this candle right here. So $200 million was lost right there. And that's a 30-minute candle. And then we're just right back up and we rally. Just watch yourself, right? If you're going to be trading, super leveraged stuff. Looking, not seeing anything from the streets. Everything seems quiet. We've got J-Pow coming on here in a bit. Maybe he'll kind of shake things up. But so far, it's just been kind of a little bit of a chill pullback off the open. We're getting a nice bounce here. It's a 1-minute chart, right? So it's not huge. We're getting a nice bouncy IWM, flipping positive again. SPY trying to bounce here as well, right? How long?
A little bit of next era energy.
I don't know how long he's chatting, but this isn't like an FOMC thing. He's just talking. He's talking at Harvard. So his speech won't be about the market, but people, Jane was saying she read that they're allowed to ask them questions. What else are you gonna ask the guy questions about, right? You're not gonna ask him about how he does his hair, so he'll be peppered about what he thinks. It's not like an FOMC reaction where I think you're gonna see like a huge, crazy, massive
I don't
spike or whatever.
I don't think you
But
won't see much.
no, but like we talk about, people will wait. They'll say, okay, I've got some bets to make today. Unless I'm, a degen day trader or short-term swing trader like we are here, I can wait an hour and then place my
Dude,
bets after that.
this open is ugly. Ugly. If you thought you were going to get
So
some
watch out.
relief, the
It's
Bears are in control, man. Bears are in control here.
Yeah, definitely not that first hour rally that we were thinking. And pulling back here well above. Like, right, we got a
But
context that, right?
like
This is above the
like I
post-market low.
mentioned in the morning, your 10 point ATR was already done.
Yeah.
You know what I
So-
mean?
Mhm.
So like this is what I keep mentioning, guys. Like when the morning action, overnight action already moving over 10 points or near those 10 points, don't expect much in the intraday. Expect more
Well-
chop in the intraday because the range has already been established overnight.
Right, and that's what I think people are really looking forward. It's not necessarily if we go up intraday, but do we hold into this gap? That's why I
Exactly.
keep referencing, this low this is the overnight kind of futures open low. If we can hold that low, then I think people will be they'll put that in the win column. But if we bleed back down, we go down there. It's still a long way away, but that would be when people are like, man, we can't even hold this rally. So a perfect world is we just kind of consolidate here, we chill out, we build a base maybe over the next couple of days, and then push up a bit, just to kind of show everyone a bit of confidence that things are going well, right? Depending on the news flow and all that stuff that happens in the market, right? Which we have no idea about.
Yep. Took a little bit of Nextera energy there. It's pulling back a little bit there. We'll see if utilities can push right back up. Looking to see if XLU can get a move right back above the 46. Has the only kind of sector out there that kind of looks all right other than energy. XLE is putting in a little bit of a harmy candle here. We're extended from the 9, so you could see some oil pullbacks in the next coming days. Dude, I think that's going to be the big pullback. Not really. I mean, we are getting expansions though. Bullfrog opened up.
Opened up, rallied a bit, and it's going
Right
coiling
back
down just a
down.
bit here. I've got
right back down. Elab
Got
back down also. So those names not holding in there.
I've got nothing here you guys can see from the day trade so far, just nothing meeting the criteria. So we wait. Some of the other systems that I'm looking at, we've definitely gotten some triggers on. Nothing from the swing trading side of things, right? Just mostly mean reversion, right? The system shorted, what was it? Shorted HAL, which we were doing well, and bought car or Avis rental car. So that would be good too. So
Bought Avis now?
no, yeah, bought it. Let me see. 140.50 in that right there. That's again just pure system. 25 years of data shows that it's 60% chance it's higher from that price at the close. No more
see what
thinking
happens.
required, thankfully. That's my favorite part of systematic trading, I think. That's the amount of thinking. It's one bet of, I think, 100,000 that were tested, and just wait.
Did Jamie Dimon write down the SAS stat?
We might find that this 636 level offers a bit of support with about a 60% retracement from the from the high and the low of the SPY. So we'll see if we're able to hold 636 here.
Man.
We are right there right now. Let's see. Still really
That's why I
nothing from
won't
the.
necessarily catch that falling knife. It could slice off all those fingers, right, Mitch?
Oh, you know
We
it.
can also talk. We've got the last week of Market Madness going on this week. We've got our 3, what are they, the super elite? We had the elite
Yeah,
6.
where
So
are they? I thought they were going to
where's
show up
where's
here
the
at
super
9:40,
elite?
dude. Where are they
Right?
at? I've been
Where's
waiting
their
on them.
orders? There we go, bouncing 635.99. Right there, my 61%.
What
All right.
what's battle at? Right, that's the down.
Yeah.
It's flat here. I don't know if anything can save this thing
We're
at
all
this
out of
point.
the
Right?
leaderboard, so now we're not talking about it. But next Monday is the final, what is it? The winner ceremony would also be called the champion ceremony, I guess.
Is this
I
it,
don't
or is there
know.
one more? There's one more after
This is the
one more
final
round.
week. The final 3.
Oh.
We have per.
It's the final countdown.
Yes.
Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do.
There we
You
go.
know that's your time, Michael.
Kevin, calorie, Valerie. All right, maybe I shouldn't talk this morning. I'm mixing everything up.
The
do we got?
portfolios out there.
That's it. Valerie's portfolio.
Portfolios.
I mixed 2 together, Chris and Valerie, and I said calorie. Maybe they're going to be the last 2 to battle it out. I don't know. Or maybe they're
We
going to
got
get eaten alive.
Kevin so far here in the win. The other ones, I don't know if they haven't entered yet, or if we might not have updated yet. We're still early in the open, but Kevin short everything again, right? CCK, ABBV, BATL, GILD, Love. The only thing I could think of is that if we are going to get
You short BATL again?
BATL, yeah.
This guy.
Right. Up a
This
G note on.
guy. This
Well,
guy.
Speak of the devil, and shows right up.
Oh boy,
dude.
this week's gonna be a tough one. This one's gonna be a tough one because Battle's given most of the move back already. But you know what? I was thinking about it this morning, and you can show my chart if you want to.
That boy's addicted to the short.
Well, he's short everything, right?
That boy.
I'm like, we're down 5 weeks in a row, and you're shorting here.
And this week in general, seasonally tends to be bullish going into the holiday weekend.
Yeah, I don't know, bud.
I know. I know. No, I'm there with you. The problem is she's just been so faithful for the last couple weeks. I had to ride her out. This is the last week.
Faithful.
Last week, let's see. I mean, the problem is she's pretty much at the dilution level now. We started the short at 17, I think, and now we're down into the 5s where she offering that. So there's not a lot of wiggle room here. And looking at what Chris and Val are working with, they may, I think they got a little better of a shot. The Turb energy play that Chris is working is still up a decent chunk. And then Valerie, she's working ETSA and LRMR, and those are good. This is going to be an interesting week.
I'd put my money on Valerie just because she's the only one who's net long, and I just think that we're due for at least it's 1 week, right? So the question is, are we lower this week or are we higher? I think we're like
I'm going Valerie too because I'm going to say long this week, but energy is going to continue to move as well for the moment, in my opinion. I think.
Okay, that's good as far as Chris goes because he's short on that energy play, the Turb. We'll hear what he has to say. But yeah, Valerie, that'd probably be my pick too if I wasn't voting for myself over here. But LRMR, EDSA, Valerie on the short side, I think she stands a good chance with those two playing the small caps. She's short those, but it depends on how she allocated. I'm curious how she allocated these 5 plays here. Because Battle, I went 98,000 shares. I could have just gone, 200,000 each. But she's been so good the last couple of weeks, traders. We just got it. We got to ride it out. Got to finish it strong.
Risky.
Battle's going to do it. I know, but hey, look, at the end of 3 weeks, if Battle she's been paying every week, so we're gonna keep printing.
She went pretty big at 24,000 shares and 43,000 shares LRMR.
So does any part of this make you want to look at swing trading? Because imagine if you just, you took your hangover short, you covered most of it, and you just said, screw it, I'm just going to hold a little bit of this thing, a little tiny bit, low risk, and just slept for a couple weeks.
Those have been some of my better trades for sure, have been swing short plays like this. Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly the direction where things ultimately probably head anyways. Like you say, your famous quote, just the day trading is there to make you kind of money for the day, but the longevity is where the wealth is created in the longer term plays. So,
trading is for income, swing trading for wealth.
That's it. And a lot of the big traders that I've heard of and talked to here recently, that's what they say. And they say they just take money they make for the day income and then pour it into, wealth allocations. And in which case you define it, which helps you, right? Because the day trades are just intraday. I mean, kind of scalpy, right, on the day. But if you define this trade as long term, it just allows you emotionally to really hold long term, regardless, with some of the plays that people have gotten so wealthy on. Some of these plays, like Nvidia,
and you remove a variable, which is why, as much as people hate the 24-hour thing, I'm excited for it. Is you remove a variable. You don't have to be right and then right at a certain time. You just have to be right, and that time of that arbitrary, this time is coming and I need to shut everything down because this arbitrary clock is hitting a certain hour, that goes. So it's like if I think this thing's going to go up, I can buy it and I can put my stop there, and I no longer have that third variable. It's also why I'm not a huge options guy, because when I trade options, I would get pissed that I was right, but I just need it another couple days or another couple weeks or something. So it removes a variable, makes things a little bit easier.
Takedown in the market here, guys. Straight takedown in semiconductor equipment stocks. I pointed to you the high flyers flying down. ASML, TER, all bunch of names. BE, SanDisk. I talked to you guys once these trades start to turn. I talked to you guys about it last week. Some people didn't believe me, but I mean, hey, look at the action now. SanDisk.
And Micron had a huge bounce, and now it's down 15 points, down 4.25% with a dividend coming out today, too.
That's it, guys. Oh, good Lord. The crashing continues.
Trade the pool. That's right. Trade the pool.
So with crashing on the platform there continues, but that trade right there.
Same with any, right? And it's the same with, we saw with silver, right? Is when it cracked, it was done. Right, eventually that will happen with oil. It hasn't done yet, but when you get these parabolic, it's what Kevin does all day long. You get these parabolic kind of euphoric up moves, and then when they crack, they create opportunities. Right, doesn't mean it's going to go all the way back down to where it broke out of and at the 250s, but you can get some good trades on the way. Right, you can play these things. After shorting them on the way up is, I think, where people get in trouble. But when they crack, they're usually good, right? I remember bringing you guys like those silver analogs and saying, hey, man, this has done this a bunch of times. As soon as it's cracked, it's volatile for a couple weeks or months and then kind of rolls back over. And eventually, who knows when, eventually the same thing will happen in oil. We'll have one of those just really insane, oil prices fall 10% or something crazy in a day. And then that creates a cool trading environment like silver did after that. I know a lot of people who did great in the silver side of things, in silver after the fact, because they were just short-term traders. They went to a place and they said, this place has increased volatility, so I'm gonna go hang out.
Chris.
Hey, hello.
Chris. Hey. What? I know look, props to you. You're going to get the silver or bronze trophy by the end of the week. Congratulations. Not the gold.
Smack talk.
All right. How are you feeling? Is it are you 200,000 across the board, or where are you at with the turb?
I'm tapping out. Have a great one, guys.
See ya.
Jane, take care.
Just log in.
all
Wait
short.
a second.
Yeah, I saw the all short there.
Yeah, all the short. Yeah.
Oh, quick trade. Not the first trade today from the bot. I think I shorted something and got stopped out from this one. But this other one, CAH to the short side, just FYI. I don't even know what this guy is. CAH. Cardinal Health, a medical distribution company. There you go.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. See here and fixing a little bit of the audio issues there. Just keeping going. The market's coming down here. And Chris, though, but tell us what kind of trades you're taking in. What did you do differently maybe this week that you changed from last
Do I
week?
need to share my screen?
You feel free to, my friend. You have access
ahead.
if you want to share your screen, or you can just tell
Yeah.
us the tickers. We could also pull it up.
Yeah, I've already shared my screen.
All right, we'll get it up
Alright,
in
we'll
just a
bring it up
second
there.
here. Producer's fixing it up in the background there, so just give us a slight second there, Chris. But how have you been enjoying the tournament, my friend? You've been enjoying this this picking challenge, we'll call it.
Yes, it's challenging because I do think the stock which I chose is approximately 3 weeks ago. Yes, many things has been changed recently. That's why it is difficult to choose among
Weeks
these
out.
5
Yeah,
stocks.
yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult.
100%. 100%. All right, guys.
Yeah, Turb's going to be interesting because, I see what is that, 35,000 on it. Yeah, Turb's going to be an interesting one just because energy being, even though a small cap, I like that. I mean, I think you have better odds than I do since Battle's given most of the move back because Turb's still up, 100% or more. So by end of week, I think you have a decent shot there with Turb.
Looking for a bounce back in GEV. That's starting to look like a big breakdown, and I love that name, but the strength names are starting to turn, so I might take a shot short on that. We'll keep talking about the competition here as we got the two big boys here leading the channel.
Yeah, when we got to sit quietly. We finally got some winners.
Yeah, we got to bow down.
Chris, you're
I think
checking
it's
the battle.
the
That's all you
headband.
got to look at.
It's in the headband.
Yeah,
That's all
I'm
I got to
checking
say.
the BATL. This
That's-
stock, I think Kevin has been choose this stock, right?
Oh yes, I think you're big, aren't you? In that one.
Yeah, I have
I
no
just have a
choice.
feeler on
I
it.
need to follow it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the sentiment for this competition. That's pretty much the index right there. You got to follow it. Small feeler, 98,000 shares, 610.
Nothing.
We'll see. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm short the other plays as well, but they're kind of superfluous in the matter as far as the competition goes. It doesn't matter what they do. Essentially, BATL. If this
Honestly,
moves up,
that actually, because I was saying I had Valerie. That was my pick. I was going to take Valerie, but I don't know, man. I think you might stand a chance because I was looking at your other positions. I was like looking at LUV and ABBV, and I'm like, these things are just hammered too. But if we get this relief bounce in the market, then these other things could lift. And I thought maybe you had shrunk your battle position because you're up so much and allocated to the others. But because if this thing bled as much as it did with oil, like holding up in my brain, I'm like, well, if oil actually, we get that crack, that sell off day in oil one of these days, and this thing it's what's going to go to like -5 at some point. It's if it can't hold on when oil is doing well, then right, what's it going to do when oil finally gives way?
Yeah, right. Yeah, not go up. That's for sure. So yeah, Chris. I mean, hey, Valerie's got a very, 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 very good shot at this too. What's funny? Joe pointed it out too. It's like the top three are the small cap people. I mean, it's like one of the small cap guys at least is going to be at the top because we're all smacking short on some euphoric play. Somebody's gonna get one right. But I mean, it just it happened that the last few weeks, these plays, we had so much euphoria on them. I know we discussed that euphoria that we look for. Normally, it's always timing. I mean, timing and sizing are the tricky components to these plays. But Chris, I've seen your trades as well, and you do a really good job of those two things.
Thank you. But I think the TURB is interesting. Today I find that in the pre-market, it have the news released. Yeah, I think this is valuable for me to short it again for this week.
Okay. Yeah. I see that.
Fed Myron is chatting, just FYI.
Myron,
Inflation expectations not yet affected by higher oil prices. Right, more wait and see, blah 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 blah. Right, that kind of
thanks, dude.
data thing.
You gave us a lot. You gave us a lot, Marion.
I guess they're on CNBC right now, so we gotta just keep an eye out.
I always
and then
love
we
those.
got J Powell in a bit.
Dude, thanks, Thanks. You gave me some insight today.
Yeah, it's like we haven't seen anything yet, but we got to wait to see what happens. Like, okay, good.
We're looking to see if inflation happens here. Next era energy starting to lift. Utility names is what I'm kind of looking at here. Leading the market today, real estate, energy, financial services, but small bounces. Technology leading downside, now down 1.27 out the gates, led by the trade I talked about right out the gates. Semiconductor equipment and services stocks just getting crushed. These are big boys and very, very important to the AI trade. ASML, AMAT, LRCX, KLAC, TER, all these names just down they go. All over 4% down and dragging the market lower. So Sandisk, all that trade. The names that were hot, they're not hot anymore, and they're on the runaway.
2 Chinese ships exit to Costco. Wait, 2 Costco-linked container ships exited the Strait of Hormuz. So, I don't know, by Costco?
Costco going high. Costco going higher on that.
Is it? Oh, yeah. It is.
It's pushing higher on that. That actually helps to talk about your Dow bet. I was taking a look to see if Walmart would get the list. Of course, leading the Dow, one of the leader names in the Dow. So there's your trade, Michael. I think that's the best chart setup with the look out there, because I don't trust any tech name in that bet that you talked about. But just
well, and that's why, right? Everyone forgets about old Papa Dow, but it's been around a lot longer than any of these other names. Right? So, might be one of those we return to it. DIA is the ticker for that if you want the ETF. Just people, there's a lot of people who don't even know what the Dow is, you young kids. So, yeah, we're getting this. That's that and this Myron speaking are the only kind of news catalysts that I see kind of popping around here. Other than that, it looks like the market's trying to dig in here lower. Last 15 minutes or so has been just basing. So we'll see if we can, now we have an interesting area to mark, right? You can just mark the lows of the day and say, okay, if we lose those, then probably another little push right back down. If we can dig in, then maybe we can push a little bit higher. But yeah, Costco up there. And then if we take a look at the Dow, the Dow is some good relative strength there in the Dow. So we have, Dow is going to be a lot of healthcare too, which has been doing pretty well today. I just don't know if UNH is like one of the largest components. Like Eli Lilly and UNH, I think, are huge Dow components. Dow.
Oh man, Crow, you called BFRG today. You still playing the 52-week low themes, and then also I saw you grow as well as the. Is resurfacing. Ugrow was the play last week that brought in all the hype and attention. That was the zombie hour play. Ugrow on end of day Monday, I believe, last week. And so massive short squeeze there. not a whole lot going on in small caps outside of it, so traders revisit. That's why we always keep those on the back burner. Keep the hot plays throughout the week just on your watch list, because a lot of the big traders, they trade like first red days. So and then you have momentum traders that trade something maybe like mid candle breakout. So you can trade both sides of it. Day one, a lot of shorts avoid, maybe consider long, like you grow. End of day shorts get so squeezed out, man. Like it's really what I've seen over the years. A lot of traders, at least on the short side, because that's what I tend to do more on the euphoric side, avoid that end of day you grow kind of zombie hour action. If a play is approaching high of day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just get out and don't look anymore, because they're coming for your stops. And that's why you get those massive you grow moves in the day. But keep those on your watch list, as that one's making highs right now. Really, the leading gapper in play was the BFRG this morning, which is profit taking a bit right now off of the 130s.
Rubio says it is still unknown who leads Iran due to uncertainty in leadership.
No, it's the random guys that Trump was talking to last night.
Yeah, like some dude
that had the more reasonable leadership taking over. Yeah,
and it's still unclear who currently runs. So it's like they keep talking about. I think it's this week they're meeting in Pakistan to talk. But it's like who
are you meeting with?
Like you don't know who runs the country. First guy who shows up. Like
the guy that shows up at Pakistan and is like, "I'm here. I'm here to talk."
Yeah, like who do you? If you don't, yeah. It's kind of hard. It's like, yeah, I'm going to negotiate a buyout from your company, but I don't know who the CEO is, so I'm just going to like walk in and talk to the lady at the front desk and like, I'd like to buy your. Can I buy your company?
Cannot buy it.
But yeah, I don't know if the tax asking was confirmed. I don't know if the meeting. I know that they proposed a meeting in Pakistan like earlier or later this week, which will probably be the next thing to kind of come through and shake it up, whether it's up or down, right? So we will see. But yeah, it's like if you don't know who the leader is, how do you negotiate with anyone? You're just gonna go, okay.
Anybody that will take the deal. That's what you do. Anybody that will take your call.
Well, I could just tell you the state of things over there, right? And why maybe there's been so much back and forth. Is like who knows who people are actually talking to.
Yeah. And we also got to remember they have like a very controlled TV, right? Very controlled and not like telling you the truth type of TV, and just they're always going to seem like they're in stronger positions than they are. But the truth is at this point, what it is that to completely end the war, I think you have to send ground troops. You can't just bomb everything to smithereens, because you're not just going to start bombing civilians here. So what do? You've taken out every single like military asset. Well, that I kind of believe that we've done that, right? Actual military assets. That doesn't mean that there's not troops and things like that, right? And that I think is the remaining factor, right?
That's what I was listening to with because I was just listening to a podcast while I was walking the dog about the Strait of Hormuz. And they said the problem is that it is just this rocky mountain area, and it just takes one dude to be hiding behind one rock to take a shot at a container ship that goes by, because they're like, yeah, they could take out every serious launcher they have, but unless they get people out there to actually walk along and make sure that that area is fine, or have somebody stationed there, just one guy can be hiding in the correct location. He can see a ship go by and just start taking pot shots at it. So it's like it's near. They're like drones could help and everything, but if the dude's just hiding somewhere, then there's like literally nothing you can do. So it will be interesting to see when we start talking about things like negotiations and everything, if they've nailed down who they're actually negotiating with and the problems that could create.
going to be interesting here, guys. CENX, we'll wrap up at least my trade talk before we get to our educational segment here. I got CENX on the long side. I got NEE on the long side. So those are my trades. That's going to be trading on aluminum, right? And then trading on a potential play for utilities to continue going higher. I think energy prices are going to spike here going into the summer months. We all know how energy prices already spike in the summer months. So I'm riding that play, NextEra Energy. Looking good on the day, and overall, you're seeing all utility plays in the green except independent power producers. Regulated gas also going higher. So there's like your NFE trade if you're looking for a gas play. But I'm looking for utilities, XLU, to make a new high. Look at the XLU pushing now on the daily. Can we get a little recovery on the XLU?
You grow making a push traders. You grow from last week, and then guys, hey, battle's working out. So cast your vote. Who's gonna win? Chris, Valerie, or the rug pullers? I think you guys know who's gonna win. I think you know.
Valerie.
So go ahead.
That's who I'm voting for. Sorry, bud. I just
rigged.
So
it was rigged.
Hey,
it was rigged. Recount. Revote.
Love it.
Storm the Capitol. Storm Kevin's house. So, Kevin, where do you live? I'm sending 10 Domino's pizzas right now. I'm using my Claude to send you 10 Domino's pizzas right now.
No, Crow. I don't want that. I don't want that omen on me. No. Kevin, the cardboard box. Cut out Avery.
Attack. Everyone send them pizza. You see the
battle's
black
already.
Van? You see the black van in front of your house, Kevin? That's Money Mitch right there.
Cast your vote while I go look.
There's Money Mitch there in the van.
Hey, best of luck to you, Chris. We're top 3. We're top 3. That's something to be proud of, regardless.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. We're talking here from the peanut section, so
the nosebleeds.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes till J Powell, so just FYI, I don't think it's going to be a huge deal, but I don't know, maybe he starts mouthing off because his job's done soon. Maybe he just takes the stand and just starts screaming back. He gives Trump his own treatment right back to him. I wouldn't be as nice as he's been. Especially he's like, you're gonna fire me anyway. I know I'm done. I might as well just go out with a bang. Have like AI build him like a rap or something, and just go on there and just trash talk for 10 minutes and walk off.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and shift over to our education segment so we can let the boys get going here. If you guys want to hop, Kevin, Chris, thank you guys for joining us. Like always, it's always great to see you guys, and we wish you guys best of luck on the competition. Have fun, guys.
Hey, appreciate you.
Go get it, guys. All right, let's kick it off here with our video time. We're going to go into a video instead of a podcast. We're talking all about J. Wiles Wilder, of course, the engineer of modern trading. We'll cover RSI, ATR, ADX, right? Let's get to it in our video today.
Look at any modern charting platform, and you're staring at a veneer of hypercomplexity. Millions of data points are processed by server banks in millions.
Uh-oh. Oh, I think we lost Mitch there. We'll go back to the markets for just a bit here, and then maybe go on with some education after that. We are starting to dig in. I may bring up, put a JPOW in the corner or something and just leave closed captions on to see what he's talking about. But, sell off right off the open, that got us, down on small caps and about flat on the Qs. And then we've just kind of been consolidating ever since. So not what the bulls wanted to see off the rip here. We'd like to have seen, gap up and some strength come in, but so far we've been selling off. So yesterday's low and the post market low, again, this seems to be the area to keep an eye on. If we can hold above that, I still think it's a win for the bulls. But if we lose that, then it's all over. We got new lows are probably coming for us. So we will see what's going on. But again, historically speaking, we brought up the seasonality here. Historically speaking, a larger than normal 66.7% of the time you're up. And so if you're up more often than you're down, doesn't mean you're always up. It means 3 out of 10 times you're down. But does show that there's some relative strength potentially this week. That happens again a lot on holiday weeks. People need a break, need a vacation, start feeling good again. So we'll see if that happens. Yeah, geez, day after Easter season, second worst post holiday. Oh, good. So yeah, Monday could be no fun, but we'll see. And part of the reason these small cap guys are doing so well is because when the market does this, it opens up, it sells a bit, and then it just chops around the range. Those are the times that you can kind of pop over and start looking into and at other things. When I get to, when JPOW is going to come on, I think that's going to be the most interesting side of things. Again, so far, I took this one LIN trade. This thing shorted the opening range breakdown, got stopped out pretty quickly. And CAH, this one's just kind of milling about here in the middle. This strategy, again, I've talked about, I built kind of hand in hand, we'll say, with Claude as a way. The express goal that I gave him, going back and forth and working with that, was to beat a trade the pool account, right? This specifically the 25K account that you don't, that you got unlimited time with. And that's the mission. So these trades are going to be pretty small because it's going to take weeks and weeks. It's not, YOLOing or swinging for the fences or anything crazy. So we'll see. Down $70 or so today, which puts me down 70 or so total on the account. But inside the system itself, it has like scaling rules. So, the risk per trade will ratchet up when things are going well, and they'll ratchet down when things are going poorly. Again, with this kind of one sole focus in mind of, walking this tightrope of how many trades to take and how big to risk, and then also to make sure that you're not getting stopped out and all this. Again, it was very interesting. Very cool time to kind of go back and forth with a lot of these things. SPY, right, digging in here. Qs, digging in here. RSP, same thing. Everything across the board. It's sold into what feels like JPOW's chat up here in 8 minutes and then just consolidated. So is this a consolidation for push lower, or is that the low of the day and we're going to rip from here? Who knows? But I think a lot of it will have to do, even though he's not going to talk about the economy, I think a bunch of it has to do with what he's going to say around, hints to if they're going to raise and if they're going to raise, that type of thing. That could be the catalyst to kind of to get us going here. But when I'm taking a look here at Walter Bloomberg, which is kind of my only news source, just because I find it so good, it's not spammy. It is just, this is the thing that I've yanked from Bloomberg in an unspammy way. So because it's not, there's just been nothing, right? He won't just tweet for the sake of tweeting, which I think a lot of news places out there do, because they make money from Twitter. The more engagement they get, the more tweets you do, the more engagement you get, that kind of thing. So yeah, nothing's happening. Myron says credit issues are not serious enough to alter his opinions, but recognizes the risk. Basically saying they're too small to change any of these things. Tax selling should be nominal. Yeah, I heard a lot about people talking about how that we are in a dead zone of company pullback or company buybacks. They're not allowed to because earnings are so close that, we're drifting down a lot because there's, some amount of demand that is just not there, which should be. But so here's a tweet from Trump. So he's trying. United States is in a discussion with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. So again, they're trying. he's trying to taco as hard as he can. It's just not working out too well. So we will see. Again, it's funny that I showed you guys that tweet from that Iranian politician, basically just saying, "Hey, don't believe the tweet when it comes out." So looks like we're not. So we're continuing to pull in here. We have XLF up here, and that's actually looking to make new highs across there. So that's very interesting that we have financials, because this, to me, I don't care what some random software companies, right? They're not systemic to the economy. The economy does not need random XYZ day planner, Monday.com or whatever. We don't need them to exist in order to exist as an economy. It's obviously unfortunate for anyone that's working there, anyone that's invested in it, that type of thing. But those things can go to zero. I don't care. I need finance to hold up. And so far, we're seeing that do awesome today. Welcome back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's putting in a little bit of a fight, right? I mean, the big trouble is just the credit services, right? And the asset management companies. It's all about credit here. That's really the big concern here. It's the asset management. It's blocking out their investors. That's putting the pressure on. And of course, we know that's going to weigh in on the way that the whole sector works, right? And that's going to weigh in on the banks. And then the biggest change is everyone was expecting the rates to come down. That's what's weighing in on the XLF. I don't expect this to turn unless that turns. If we're expected to rate hike, that's not a good sign for the banks.
Well, and that's what we need. If the weakest guys can start to make up, right, these private credit dudes, if they can at least stop going down, then that's really interesting as well, right? That's more or less what we need. So looking here across the board, we have IVG turning up, trying to make new highs there. That's recovering nicely. We have IBIT still not doing well. USO looking to break down, which I think would be a positive for the equity markets as a whole. And then we have XLK, right? XLK is the thorn in our side. We're getting it's that hardware tech that we've been talking about with the MU and everything that's getting kind of brutalized today. Finance doing okay, healthcare doing okay, retail doing okay, biotech's holding on. But yeah, we need the tech to this XLK. If this can start to reverse higher, that's going to be a lot of your Microsofts, and it's cap weighted, so it's going to be a lot of your big guy. Oh, Microsoft's actually looking pretty good here, challenging highs a day. So who's the anchor? Who's the axe? Is it Nvidia? Yeah, a little bit of Nvidia selling off there. What about Tesla? Yeah, Tesla's not showing that strength that it was over here, right? A couple days ago, showing some good relative weakness there in Tesla. So we need those guys to kind of catch up for the rest of the market.
It's the ASML trade, man. That's what's holding back this market. If that trade can turn back up, you'll get the trade back up. If Micron keeps falling, free falling, this trade will not hold. It's just as simple as the darlings, and they were unloading and offloading those names last week, while everybody was focused in on the war. They were taking their profits, and now the question is, who comes back into those names, and how long does it take? IWM also continuing down shows me more and more that rate sensitive names not looking good here.
Yeah, I'm watching here for RSP, see if we get any movement when dude starts yapping here in a few minutes. But I don't know if
Did get cut out of aluminum trade, CENX, cut out there towards the bottom. Just going to get out of the trade for now. Could see it getting stronger later in the day. I'll cut out for now and look for maybe an end of the day open trade there. NextEra Energy still on the swing. Going to keep riding that one. Look for a potential run back above the 95. Let's go NextEra Energy. Also like Excel.
Yeah, nice little this little cup and handle look there. Might be interesting to watch on just the intraday chart, right? Nice cup, little handle. Just kind of looking in, just trying to get. I think we're getting a cool visitor pop up here soon, but in the meantime, I'm just looking to see if anyone's going to cover this JPow chat. And again, I'm not going to listen to it. That sounds like a miserable experience, but keep him in the corner with like closed captions on or something. See if he's going to move the market. Or I think it's going to be one of those things that it's just the market is done, right? When he's done, I think that's when the market moves. Just like we talk about all the time with a lot of these things that it's not about the event that's occurring. It's about the large institutions waiting for the event to be over. And when the event is over, then we can happen with whatever we're happening, whatever the market wants to do. Because instead of taking a big bet, an hour before JPow comes on and worried about the 1% chance he has a bad time, it's going to be kind of the completely other side of things that says, okay, now we're waiting for. Now, when he's done, we can start to rally up here. So let's just type it in.
All right, let's bring in our guest trader today. We got Jesse in the house. How you doing, Jesse? Welcome on to the show. How we doing?
Hey, doing pretty well. How are you guys doing?
Hey, just hanging in there, of course, on the whims of the Trumpster and seeing what happens today. I think we all are, right?
Yep, most definitely. Absolutely.
Well, it's great to have you on today, of course. We'll talk a little bit about some trading action, see what's going on, and seeing what you're seeing in the markets. How are you seeing this?
What are you watching?
Yeah, I was trading Tesla a little while ago. I had 2 trades on it. Both were green. One of the trades, unfortunately, didn't count. I couldn't move my take profit fast enough. I was going short on it, and I missed it by 1 second, so it didn't count. But I was still right, and that's all right. But it's been a pretty choppy day overall. I wanted to get in MU, but I didn't know when the bottom was gonna hit, because for a while there it was just going red, red, red. But I did not take a trade because that can really whip you around if you get in on the wrong side of MU. So I did not take a trade with that one. But my first Tesla trade was pretty good.
Yeah, MU trying to dig in, not having the best of time, but it's trying to hang in there.
It's kind of rangy now.
I have JPow down here in the corner, so I'll keep an eye on what things are saying. The chat is just nuts on this. I mean, there's so many weirdos watching this. I'm just on the Associated Press stream. 5,000 people just here watching. They're probably all like degen day traders. Just waiting for the one word that's going to tick us up a little bit or tick us down. Again, my thing is I don't think it's going to move because of things he says. I think it's going to move when he walks off stage, which I don't know how long he's chatting for, but usually these things probably go like an hour, right? Do you have anything on the radar? Anything on the horizon that you're watching going into this? Do you care at all about the JPow speech? You just avoiding it?
Was that to me or to?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm definitely still kind of looking at more of the larger caps at the moment. Primarily Nvidia. What's that going to do? Looking at Tesla. Looking at MU still. But yeah, no, definitely. I am wondering what news are we going to get with this conference exactly?
Is that mostly your style? You're more of a large cap trader?
So I started doing small caps between $2 and $20
Mm.
months ago, and so more momentum trading was my first type of way of trying to figure out trading, and
Yep.
then moved over to the large caps pretty recently actually, and I have a few strategies that I try to employ daily and try
Okay.
to stay in that wheelhouse of strategy.
Good part of the reason I like large cap trading, especially with a prop firm like Trade the Pool, is uh, the reason a lot of people trade small caps is because they get bigger moves, right? So you can have more potential for profit, I guess. But if you're playing with someone else's money, then you can, in a sense, just kind of leverage up. You have it doesn't matter that Nvidia might only move a percent or two a day. If you've got a 200K account that you're throwing in on it, that percent or two a day ends up being as big of a deal as someone with like a 5K account who's trying to trade something that just really, really takes off. So, yeah, I get that for sure.
Exactly. What stocks are you narrowing in this morning? Which ones are you?
Mostly, so I'm a systems guy. I don't know anything about the trades that they're gonna fire off, what they're gonna fire off, but it's been really, really quiet, which I don't know if is just because the market, had that sell off the open has been down. But I've only got this one trade on this short Cardinal Health, and thing hasn't really moved. The idea is
It's not
all of
moving.
these are right now pointing to S&P 500 names, and the S&P 500 just after that opening kind of craziness has done nothing.
Yeah.
So. I
Consolidation and ranging. Yeah.
Yeah, and, that makes me happy is when I have a system that when the market's doing this does nothing, because that means you're at least you're not gonna get chopped up, trying to take bets on either sides of it. But, uh, someone's getting introduced. I've got down in the corner here, I've got this whole JPOW thing and some dude who definitely looks like he's from Harvard all
Of course.
puffed up, right, with a fancy glasses and everything, is just introducing him. So there's been no conversation yet. But I've also got the chat here, and it's literally just people like shouting out stock picks the whole time. There's like
Yeah.
no one's caring about like the economy or something. They're like buy gold, sell oil, chart
What's
emoji, chart emoji.
what is the immediate momentary exactly position
Yeah,
that you need to find yourself in? People call. Yeah, I have a few chat rooms that I also am a part of, and I'll listen to, and or live scanner feeds, and people will just
yeah,
all of a sudden randomly appear and start calling out different
yeah.
tickers. Like
Buy
what?
this, sell this. Like, yeah, don't ever do that. Don't ever
No,
take the trade
no,
based off
not
of some
professional at all.
yeah, some random guy online asks you to. But yeah, again,
Right.
SPY just continuing this range right now. They're sitting down to start talking now. So now is where you might see some movement. But again, I don't think you're going to get the movement while he's speaking. I think it's one of those you're going to get the movement after he is done. So it's simple kind of range trade right now. If you're looking at large caps or you're looking at the SPY, you can just kind of draw out these lines to say, hey, if we're inside this range, sit on my hands. Right, come listen to us. Just shoot the shit about the markets, have a good time, and then when we break one way or another, we could take a little bit of a push or a little bit of a move or something like that. So, um, yeah. Until then, we got to chill out. I see Kevin talking smack in the chat here about he only wants small caps. He's vanished on us, so he can shout at us from the peanut gallery. But it's to each their own, right? You're gonna get more liquidity the higher the volume is. So I don't really care uh, either side, right? You're going to get high volume and stuff like Nvidia. You're going to get high volume in was it Bullfrog they were trading today? Whatever this thing is, Bullfrog.
I haven't heard of Bullfrog.
BFRG. Is that it? Yeah, this was just one of the crazy one du jour today from 49 cents to $1.30.
Yeah. Wow.
So
Those
I
would have
want
made some good shorts and consolidation there in the middle.
I just keep going. I keep looking back at BATL for Kevin.
Yeah.
Just bring that up a couple times because I know that's his big position. We'll do a refresh here, see what the
What are we at
channel
with
standings
oil
are.
right now? It went up over 100. just a little bit ago.
Below
wow.
below today's high for now, but it's holding
Yeah.
on strong
Yeah.
considering what's happening here in the market. No, I'm not. I must be. I'm probably in the process of refreshing. Yeah, trying to dig in here, right? Trying to. This is when I think you'll see a huge rally in the market. Is whenever you get that crack in oil, and it's coming. It's going to be like a day like silver,
Yeah.
where silver just kind of completely gave up the ghost in one day, and then has been downtrending ever since then. Oil will at some point do the same thing. Does it do it here? Does it, rally a crap ton and do it way higher? I have no idea, but at some point, right?
Yeah.
Taking a look here, what ASTC people are trading. What's this thing? Oh yeah, that's going pretty nuts.
Nice liquidity candle there at the beginning.
Watching. So I don't think he's saying anything important.
Are you watching the live? Are you watching that live feed from YouTube with Powell?
Yeah, and not really. I just did the AP, the Associated Press.
Oh, sure.
And it's more of just, I want to look to see. I've just got half an eye on the closed captioning to see if something happens. Right? If he says something that kind of shakes us up. But for now, you can see a lot of that just by looking at the RSP or looking at the Qs and just go, okay, we're flirting with those lows. To me, it doesn't look like we're really good to hold on there. But we're flirting with those lows now, and if we lose those, then it could kind of be all bets off here.
Yeah. No, I see that. You're right.
Yeah. So Walter Bloomberg, I think, is restreaming it now. Everyone's got it up now that because it's it, right? It's all we have right now is this one news event. We don't have any earnings to deal with. The war stuff is going to come and go in a whim. You're not going to be able to plan that. They're not going to live stream the conversations, hopefully.
Right.
So it's just going to be a random tweet that comes out of nowhere. So when you have nothing to watch, that's probably why you have up to 7,500 people watching this thing on the Associated Press. Just looking for kind of some guidance here, I think, is the.
Look at QQQ with that low. Look at that.
Yeah, we're breaking down here now. We're doing the same with the SPY. Not quite. So, yeah, some relative weakness there. Tech has been lagging us today. It's lagging us hard here.
Yeah.
Right. Big breakdown in the MAGS, the MAG 7 ETF. And everything else seems to be like, financials are giving it up a bit, but they've been holding strong all day. A lot of different sectors have been, biotech's been doing fine. It's just, we gave it up there on the Qs. So I don't know what the chat down there is just spamming 6-7 now. So probably shows the age of a lot of the people who are kind of watching, trying to make trades off of these things. But we said something about cutting rates to 0, I think is a hypothetical. So you say it for real, you'd be up 10% real quick. Right. But yeah, we are breaking down. But I just don't know if I don't know if I'd trust the sell off at this point. I think this might be one of those days. I don't know if you have any plan for like if you have trading hours that you do better than not. But for me, whenever I see a huge opening range like that, like a really trend opening range day, I don't really trust anything else that happens after that. Because it seems like the damage is already done. Like the bets have been placed, people have made their money, and now we could just float for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, power hour sometimes will give you a little bit of a different story at times, but lately it's been fairly choppy.
Yeah.
But I like that early morning 9:30 to about 11 o'clock. It seems when we have the most volume, and that will be kind of the trajectory for the day.
Yeah, it's just if you get a range in the beginning of the day and then a break of that range, I'm like, okay, sometimes you can get some good action. But if you get like the move right off the jump, for me, I always find that the most difficult because it's just really hard to kind of keeping, as quick as you can.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to like jump in right off the open there.
Yeah, look at that QQQ. It's still
We're bleeding.
We are bleeding bad. Wow.
Let's start to take a look here around the okay, so I guess this I found this one that's just like live tweeting what he's talking about. So Fed Powell says there is conflict between the two Fed's objectives, right, which are jobs and inflation. Those are their two objectives. So he's basically saying a lot of what we've talked about, where jobs are slowing down, and then you also have inflation, which could spike. So you can't lower rates because that will mess the inflation. You can't raise rates because that would mess the job, and that becomes a bit of a problem. So Fed Chow says research shows that purchasing long-term assets could help reduce interest rates and boost the economy. So so do that. Boost the economy, man. We're getting slapped here, buddy. Come on.
We are getting slapped.
Come save us, Jay Powell. But yeah, so if I were to take a bet, purely speculative, is that we get this kind of slow bleed back and forth until he's done and he walks off stage, and then someone comes and hits the buy button after that, but they're worried he's going to come in here and talk about raising rates or something like that. But let's take a look here. Bond buying. There's no sign that bond buying was inflationary. Okay, that's a good thing. People are trading this SWMR again. It's back from the dead. Yeah, it's starting to perk up a little bit here.
A little bit.
This was an IPO favorite that went from 15 to like 65 and then all the way back down to 25. So huge range there. Nice little breakout of this morning's range. That's an interesting one that happened.
That was a good breakout.
Clean, right? No look back. And
that is
tax talking with the VIX. So we'll do UVXY just because we don't have the futures on this one. Yeah, and that's starting to rally a bit as the market's selling. So we're getting a little bit of a bounce here across the board in these two things. Let's see if we can. The RSP is starting to dig on. Again, this is the problem when you have these speeches. I really don't like kind of trading in them because you have these environments in which you'll have, one word gets said and everyone gets spooked and they sell things off, and then he says another sentence and everyone like now we're rallying and
we're going back up. Now we're rallying.
Back and forth and back and forth, and then you don't really get a clear sign of what anyone is interested or what they want until they're done. And as soon as they're done and they walk off stage, you go, okay. So now he's saying we will get inflation back to 2%. So maybe that's what they're rallying on, but like who knows? ASTC. Kevin's talking about a squeeze. Squeeze would assume that things are going up. Kevin does not like when things are going up, only when they're going down. Let's take a look here. Battle. Just for our March Madness, see if Kevin is going to be our overall winner. Yeah, Battle is starting to break down. Nice tight base over the last 3-4 days. If that gives way, then Kevin will win. But I've got my money on Valerie. So we'll see. So yeah, hopefully Kevin, or I think Mitch's computer imploded. So we'll see. I'm just reading down in our chat. Computer crashed again. So keep telling him to go Mac, but he just won't do it.
Oh, that's what you're trading. You have a Mac.
Yeah, well, I've got a Windows machine for any of the big stuff going on here. I like the it just works thing. And yeah, if you find anything, let me know. If you see anything out there you want me to bring up or take a look at, but I don't blame you if you don't, just because we broke the little now we're breaking out. So we broke the low end of that range that I drew earlier, and now we're breaking the high end of that range. So I guess Jay Powell's in a good mood today. He's saying nice things to us.
Tesla had a
Tesla? Okay.
Tesla had a couple of good green candles making a move perhaps back to VWAP, but It's also formed a pretty wicky red here, so we might actually be going back down.
Yeah, these are always interesting. Like I haven't been able. I tried, and I'll try again too. I haven't been able to get a system to work, but I always like the concept of. I think the kids nowadays call them liquidity grabs. For me, it was just bull and bear traps where you have a very clean, determined support zone, and that gets broken and then just completely reversed. It's like
Yep.
anyone who shorted in there just had a real bad time. And you could get these kind of reversals as well, right?
Yeah. Well, it looks like it is testing that 5-minute low for Tesla, and if it doesn't break this, we could be looking at maybe a lower. It could be heading back down for a good short.
Yeah, we'll see. So I'm watching. This might be an interesting one, right? So you got a pretty clear area that people cared about around what 361, 362, and whether or not we can hold that. And it's interesting to watch these things too. It's why I like, if you trade these names, it's good to keep an eye on because this is 30% of the market is these Mag 7 names. So if you can kind of get a good feel of what these individual names are going to do, you can get a pretty good feel of potentially what could happen. That could happen next in the market because it's mostly it, right? Because if you look, the SPY is doing the same thing. It had that nice little rally, and now it's given some back. So I don't know. Maybe it rolls over and goes back to lows, and we just have this back and forth for God knows how long. Again, until he's gone. That would be my bet. Is we get this nonsense until he says I'm done.
Just get a range.
Yeah. Well, he walks off stage, and then the market finally picks a direction after that.
What is your overall sentiment? What direction you think we're going to continue going short today?
I don't know about today. Like this week, I'm definitely thinking that a bounce is due, which is, take that as you will. But it does seem like we have been 5 weeks down in a row. We've been beaten up for so long. I just think a short-term bounce. I don't know if it happens today or later in the week or whatever it is, but it just makes me think that a short-term bounce makes sense to be on the horizon. I don't know if we're going to get anything prolonged, but it does make sense that, hey, we should get some amount of bounce. And I'm heavily biased because I bought some SPXL on Friday, which I'm still up very slightly on. But so that's my bias there. But I do think just the way markets work, they get hammered enough, a little bit of a bounce comes in for short covering and things like that. If I can get 2-3%, I'd be a happy camper.
Yeah.
It's going to be about the troops. That's really what it's about. You get that headline that the troops are not going in, the SPY will rip 20, 30 points higher.
That's
you get
right.
Troops on the floor, you probably still got that choppy leak continuing down, right? And I think that's what we're in for. Another thing to keep in mind is, of course, the Micron trade and all that. I think that's what's weighing in today and holding back the market. Even though certain areas are pushing higher, you're getting that pullback in the favorites. So if those are turning, rotation is on, right? So where's the rotation going to? Well, I'm seeing some defensive names get a little bit of a lift today, but that's where it's hard because I can't trust that rally either on the XLP and the staples getting a little bit of a rally today. But that's been a really beaten down area as of late. So seems like we're just seeing daily swings, like you mentioned it, a lot of day trading action out here.
Well, and again, it makes sense, right? Until this dude stops yapping and gets off stage, there's going to be no serious institution that's like, I'm going to just take the bet here. And we saw, right, this rally right as we broke lows. He said something about he thinks inflation will go back to 2%. We had like a 10-minute rip. And then right now we're right back down. So more chop. He'll walk off stage and then the market will pick a direction. And we see it time and time again. Because we've, again, love him or hate him, one thing I did like about J-Pow is you were never surprised with what he was going to do because he told you 6 months in advance. So you'd see this pattern over and over again of he comes up on stage, He yaps a lot. He answers questions. The market does some crazy volatility, and then he leaves, and the market picks a direction and trend. So that's the thing that I'm watching for is when is he done? And I don't know if this is right, these dudes in suit at Harvard. I'm sure they love to chat. So I don't know if we're talking an hour, we're talking 3 hours. I have no idea how long he'll be up there, but I would definitely be in kind of wait and see mode until something wraps up.
All right, we'll start wrapping it up here and see what's going on in the market here. Let's take a look there. Of course, the SPY still continuing to leak. We'll see what happens if we get that complete rebound later in the day. I think it started off a first hour, 45 minutes on the downside. Could see a little bit of a bounce come into play here, as we're already seeing it. Maybe Powell's walking off the stage right now, but definitely seeing a little bit of a spike there. We'll look to see if we see any type of a trend that actually can hold in the market. Of course, all eyes on oil conversations. USO kind of hanging in there also, trying to make another move higher, right? So we'll see what happens with the oil conversation.
Well,
If
and what
that
I'll be
keeps
interested
pushing.
is you mentioned a lot, Mitch, that we're having these, first half hour moves that get completely reversed later in
Yeah,
the day. I wonder if
100%.
it's one of those, but it was to the
Yeah.
downside this time.
Yeah, definitely
Just,
could. That's why you use your bigger levels now, right? Your hourly
yeah.
levels, and you look to see if they're starting to hold. And you can see double bottom right now on the hourly, pretty much at 634.68, 634.73, right next to each other. There's a reason why. I think some traders are definitely using those levels, taking some bets. The question is, will we see some reversal back to the upside? Jesse, how do you see the market? And then we'll go to Michael for a wrap up.
Yeah, well, it's going to be really interesting when Powell's done talking. Like Michael said, I think that we won't know an exact direction until after this conference. So I'm looking forward to that, to see which way we're going to go, which way we're going to head. And right now, yeah, we're just in this almost like this consolidation moment where we're going to see what happens here probably in the next 20-30 minutes.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
for me, just wanted to show financials.
Yeah.
It's yes, we're getting some choppy action, but the reason I don't think it's kind of the end of days today is XLF, where financials are hitting new intraday highs. So we're getting this kind of push up in the financial space, which, as the old man on the stream, it's I a handful of software companies could go completely to zero and it wouldn't affect me too much. Energy is 3%, last I checked, of the S&P 500. So if all the energy companies went to zero, we'd lose 3% of the S&P 500. But you can't have a healthy economy without financials. They're the one that makes the loans. They're the ones that, finance all this cool, crazy stuff we're always building. So the fact that they're recovering, I think, is a good thing, right? But like what we mentioned, we need to see if we stick the landing or not.
All right. We'll see what happens there. Like always, it's a wild ride in the markets, and we'll be on the whim, of course, of Trump headlines. So now we'll wrap it up and bring you guys over to the scanner side of things. And of course,
Peace,
stick
guys.
around for later in the day. Catch, of course, Steve in the Power Hour. Thank you for joining us today, Jesse, and all the traders that joined us with the competition. We'll see how the market madness keeps going. Of course, who will take it all? Find out right here. Trade the Pool.
What is up, guys and gals? It is Steve Tomlin here with Trade the Pool. We have some more spicy action to get into here on indices, on oil, on all of the stuff that we have been watching. Right now, SPY trying its best. We've got SPY 5 minutes right in the center here. Got the hour on the left to get us our perspective. The hourly's looking pretty dire to me. 5 minute trying to push on up, but it needs to make some traction to break this pretty bearish pattern that I'm seeing. So we also are watching Tesla. We are still in our Tesla short. That one's working nicely. I picked up some Tyson TSN long. That one's looking strong. Looking for a push through 65 and a swing trade up onto the 70 handle if we do get kind of risk off. VXX in the bottom left, just keeping an eye on that volatility as we progress here today. It is not dropping off. It's not dropping off, and it's starting to try to curl up and push and test those high days. We will see if we can get it, and a lot of this banks on what energy can do. It has been chopping and bopping. This is a 15-minute chart. We'll switch to a 5-minute to show you that I don't think it's done yet. It broke the high a day convincingly, broke the pre-market highs as well, and now it's kind of coiling in that zone. So still right about at the pre-market highs, still under cash session highs so far, but I think that might change going into the close here. SPY showing the top wicks. We are expecting the sell pressure to continue. I think that we are breaking down out of a pennant. How are you guys doing today? Anybody making some money? Anybody taking good trades? Let's talk about it. So a few more things to note. We have our GEX profile here. This is my homebrewed GEX scanner. So we are watching this node grow here at 6380 on SPX. 6380 on SPX. Let me double check that level, but it's going to be not too far off. Yeah, big top wick on SPY. We love to see that. And real quick, I'm going to pull this full screen because I think this is the pattern that we're seeing play out here. Nice pennant here. We have this key, a couple key zones. So 6375, where we're at right now. It's where we kind of oscillated around a few times in the morning. To me, it looks like this is getting weak, and we're 1, 2, 3, 4 times knocking on this store, looking to get down. We have the true gap fill right down here as well. 6369, call it 6370. So these are kind of areas where I'm looking to kind of knife through and potentially get this nice move down that we see on these fibs. So we have the 127 fib of today's range that we came back, double topped within. Now we're pushing on the bottom of it. If we break down, I'm thinking 633.15. That's the full gap fill to pre-market. That's a really nice target. And then we have potential to shoot down to 631 and overshoot all the way down to 629. Just potentially, if we do see a flush out, which it's looking pretty heavy into this point of control. That's what I'm watching. So a few other trades I took today. I'm going to start pulling them up. Let me double check on my broker. Yeah, so we have VG today, as well as TSN, and is there one more? DBA as well. So DBA is going to be the agriculture index. Sugar going crazy. Cotton, coffee, a lot of these soft commodities look very strong to me, and this is an easy way to play that. I saw some nice flow on the May 15th, 28 calls. So that's what I'm in for DBA. We'll pull that chart up in just a second. USO getting that nice pop that we were kind of looking for there. Meanwhile, Tesla pushing a new low. We love to see this. So 350 on Tesla is my first take profit for the short. We've been in since 390. It's been a real nice and easy trade. SPY, I'm saying on this hourly, we are really testing. We're testing this bottom little zone here. If that gives out, then we're going to sweep this pre-market low. And we're going to try to go for this base, I believe. 632.50. We could easily come on down. If we do sweep this, then there's my stretch target. So we are basically playing for somewhere in this range. We will see. Ideally somewhere down here, tagging the 30, transacting the 30 handle. That would be really nice. So some themes that we saw today. Essentially, SPY still is fighting for holding above green, we are potentially looking at a pretty ugly candle if we can't find a buyer here at the low of the day. So we might see some resilience, some resistance. It's trying to hold the 635 handle. I'm just not expecting too much there. Okay. I want to see this bottom that we just formed on the 5-minute. Keep projecting. I'll show you that. Little range right here. Just a little range right there. So that's what I'm seeing. And we are trying to reclaim it. So we're going to keep an eye there. And I need to watch, yeah, VIX into it. Tried to sweep high a day. Wasn't able to quite turn that corner. All right. We might have a visitor. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready and we can bring you on. Awesome. Whoa. Sorry, let's see. We're going to get you on in just a second here, Josh. Good to see you in the back rooms here for our lunch session. Ayush, if you're around, don't want to step on your toes here and pull them in incorrectly. But until then, I will ramble because I got stuff to ramble about. So bonds, they've been going crazy. TLT is cooking with gas, and that is a little bit worrisome. Also, the 2-year in particular, very strong. TUA, I believe, is the ticker for that. I'm going to take a look at that real quick. And we can see just screaming. We're going to put this on a daily chart just to get some perspective on what bonds are doing here, because it's been one of the talking points that we need to talk about. This is a significant bounce over moving averages. I know, TA on bonds. Yep, I'm that kind of guy. And I'll do it again. TA on VIX, TA on bonds, I'll do it all. But, you know, I do recognize that probably less viable on certain instruments than others. Some charts love to move just on that pure price action. Some obviously more fundamentally driven, like our USO down here, which is just ripping on up higher. Just ripping. So I'm going to pull up VG as well. This is our nat gas exporter play. There we go. We got the chart now. Trader Revolution is evolving. Beautiful. So we can't see the full price history. We can only see the past few days, but it is forming a pretty tight pennant. It wicked back into the bottom of its high volume range and is trying to resolve near the top there. So I'm feeling pretty good. We got in some April 20Cs. They're kind of risky. The April 1750s are a lot better for the non-gamblers out there. And, you know, shares are even better in your swing trade the pool account. So nice flag, retesting. Hopefully it can hold that breakout level and continue pushing. Looking like it's trying there. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch my layout here. I think that might be what's keeping Josh out. Or we'll be back in just a flash here. I don't think I actually dropped. There we go. All right, and boom. What's up, Josh? Hey, doing okay, man. Doing okay. Yeah, today's been a weird day. For some reason, I don't know if it's the market or the full moon. We got a full moon going on. I've been a little bit anxious, Josh, but you know what? We're hanging in there. We made a little bit of money, and I'm just taking it easy because I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. I think we go down, but it's been really, really hard to read in between these headlines for me. We had Powell coming in midday, doing some chatting up the market. We got those kind of pressure release pops. Oh wait, am I talking to myself on live?
I don't know. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right, just making sure everybody's got you. All right, there you go. I see you in the live there as well. So yeah, I'm just I'm a little on edge, and I think the market is too. I think I'm just like picking up on the market's energy there. So I want to see what we do at some of these key levels, and until we really get a build out of GEX on either the upside from this 6375 SPX pin or to the downside, maybe at 6350, I'm sitting on my hands here. What are you up to today, Josh? What's your
man, small caps are all over the place, my friend. I say all over the place, but giving some good love. Good love. That's all I really need is good love. Whatever that song is, good loving. I'm telling you, we're getting it in the small cap sector. I want you to pull this one. I was like, this will be fun to show Steve later. So, Steve, look at the first hour of the day of ROMA Roma.
Roma. The Roma tomato. Let's
look at that first. And go ahead and guess that there was no offering on that play for the first hour of the day. That's just the movement we had down and back on up.
Okay, wow. So let's recap this. This is pre-market, this dark area here. We surged from 650 all the way to 963. That was a previous level of interest just a few days earlier. And look at that. No offering, you said, just straight elevator. Woo.
Look at that. Down and right back on up, and then all over the place there for a minute. And yeah, I was trying to catch that downside, but every time I'd miss the open because they would be halted sometimes for more than 5, 10. Next thing you know, you don't know how long it's going to resume. And there were some longer halts, and there were some 5 or 10 minutes, so it was hard to catch that. But I was like, oh, this will be fun for Steve to look at later. This will be great.
This is quite the postmortem here. I love this because even on a 15, it's really respecting the moving averages. So I bet if we zoom in, let's pull up a 1 here and see what's really going on. So you were looking for the short, but those gap downs, those halts, that makes it so tough.
Yeah.
Very true.
Look at that chart, bro.
Look at the opportunity. Wow. I mean, this is a big range, even like here for the mean reversion.
Yep.
Small caps.
One of those plays that you can definitely, if you're right, you're going to make some money. But if you're wrong, you're going to lose a lot of money. And so it's one of those, I would say for newer traders, stay away from Roma tomatoes. All right. I love some Roma tomatoes. They're good. Depends on what you're pairing them with food wise. I love some cooking. That Steve, we love to cook on this show. We might as well call this lunch hour recap, cooking with Josh and Steve.
Hey, I'm in. My dad actually is a professional chef, and I spent years growing up on farms. Yeah, working for farmers.
That's awesome.
So I'll give you some secret alpha here, guys. All right, so when it's getting a little bit later, midsummer to late summer, go to your farmer's market, hit them up at the end for those Roma tomato, the squishy ones. They want to get rid of them. They'll hook you up, make an amazing pasta sauce there. Free out right there. Even if you miss a trade, you're coming up even today.
Yeah, right. Exactly what the good food. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. And another good one here, ELAB. ELAB. ELAB was a good one today.
Okay. All right.
I smacked. Do what?
I've been hearing a lot of buzz on this one.
Have you? Yeah. This is definitely one. Yeah, that we could see this continue to squeeze for more. I slapped it at the 3. I get in at 307, so I was in at 307. It was way down low. I missed all the breakouts, so I said, guys, put an order in down around 3 to 310. We're gonna get filled. When we do, we're gonna see a nice slow and steady bounce. And guess what? We have not seen lower than that since the 310 area. And a lot of, and look what you're doing. Look at the downside risk of the max side reward.
I had to frame your trade here because that's just so beautiful. And for me, what was screaming at me was if I got long here and this starts surging, well, these relative equal highs would be such a nice place to transact. And it bada bing, bada boom, guys. You don't have to be mind brain reader geniuses. It's just where's the range? Where is the liquidity going to be resting? And they grabbed it. They grabbed it and back on down to the base. So is this a no touching for you now, or how you?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm out of it. I took my long, I'm out of it now. Just watch it. It becomes popcorn medicine. Maybe we get that squeeze here coming in power hour, but that's the popcorn for me for the rest of the day for sure. And those would be the and just forget one more. UGRO. We saw this one last week. UGRO, UGRO. That's the other one we would have put on people's watch list here for the rest.
Sorry to cut you off there. I just from my trade here, I do need to just give people a little bit of an alert. We have broken low of day, guys. So it does look like the short that we have been hunting since these double tops failed is starting to play out. So this is a spicy one. I just want to let anybody know who was in my Discord. If you did take the gambling, the 3 or the 633 calls, we talked about them right here at 0.5. They are currently trading a little bit higher, 0.7. So they still have a lot of room to go, but I would be looking, if we have a strong bounce, to just be taking a little bit of risk off the table. Just wanted to let people know, since I did mention that setup, and it does look like we might get the expansion. Josh, do you think that this plan that Rubio did? Sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot. I know you've been scalping small caps all day. Did you happen to hear about Rubio talking about the objectives for the Iranian war?
No, was that earlier this morning?
Yeah. So that was, I believe, probably right around this pop. And these were also because Powell was speaking at Harvard. It was pretty funny. Some of those students had puts. They were asking him some tough questions, but market didn't air out until he left. So Rubio's plan was essentially saying, okay, let me see if I can do it off the top of my head. The objectives are destroy their air force, destroy their naval force, severely impact their ability to launch and produce missiles, and there was another one. So this felt like kind of like oh wow, yeah, SPY's still airing out here. It felt kind of like, you know, I'm stealing somebody's joke in my server. Like when you have a to-do list that's 99% done and you just you're like you just put them on there to make you feel better, so when you check them off you can feel good. I feel like
Yeah,
we're pretty
right.
close to destroying a lot of those targets, and it really just comes down to how the market wants to react and how forward looking we are and how much we think that the Iranian Royal Guard can and will dig in their heels on the back of this kind of new information. In general, I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's going to be enough to stop this momentum as we can see so far. But Josh, you wanted to pull up UGRO, is that correct? Have
Yeah,
I taken-
UGRRA. UGRRA just had a good sell-off, and that's exactly what I was going to say. It's about to crack this 25.10 support line I have in, and boom, just had a huge sell-off right there. 22.50 for the bounce. So you can see it's running in the channel. I have a line in literally at 25.10 and a line in at 25.50, and we are just channeling in between that there today. We have that top resistance right around 28. This is one to keep on watch too as well. If you look at that daily, you can probably agree with me that, hey, this play's not done U-shaping back on around here on the hourly. This play back over 29 into 30 can get some papacita, and we have seen this last Wednesday do exactly that. So, and speaking of U-shapes, which I don't want to go flip, you know how it is in small caps, you're going from one to the next. Speaking of U-shapes, we'll throw this one on watch. EEIQ. EEIQ is one that was on my hot watch list that Trade the Pool I know has probably put some posts out about. I like this play for more continuation as well. It had its sell off today at the opening bell for a big gap up. Now we're starting to get that U-shape back. Yeah, look at that big old U cup. Look at that cup right there. Look at that cup.
I call this a mitigation block. So I think it's going to run up here and get all of the people who got caught long an exit. Then we're going to see probably some taken profit. What I would really like to see is, like you said, you got the cup. Show me a handle. I'll take the handle for 500, Alex. That would be great.
Literally, exactly. That's what's so funny. Like I said, I feel like we're meteorologists waiting for storms to build up, and that's exactly just hopefully people get what we're saying here. We're like, oh, cool, I see this forming. Now do this, you know, and then once you do this, then I trade you.
And it's kind of like this. It's kind of like, all right, we are projecting a 75% chance of upside showers, but that does not mean that, you know, we can't get a beautiful sunny day to mess up the Bulls' day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or the Bears, or Bulls' day. Who would get messed up going down? That would be a bull.
Yeah.
All right. It's been a long day, Josh.
I feel you. But you get to this time. You get to this time of the day for a West Coaster. It's probably felt because speaking of Ingrid Aussie chick, she's on the West Coast out there in California with you. So yeah, if you're up at opening bell, or especially if a small cap trader and you're up in pre-market trying to get some trades, this time you are definitely starting to feel it.
Oh yeah, it's a little bit rough. You know, you get that I start feeling like the market. I need to take a break at lunch. Oh, my VG is airing out a little bit. I'm holding on to this one for the overnight. This is my longer term. I think nat gas is going to do a-okay here if the war does not wrap up in a quick hurry, which I don't see it happening. So I'm holding.
Yeah.
I got a month. We'll see how that goes. All right, so Tyson, even this showing a little bit of weakness. I think this one is one of these areas that we are seeing relative strength. I just want to pull up a daily chart really quick on Tyson because it's kind of impressive.
And yeah, J-Trade for sure. J-Trade, I don't know if you asked that earlier. I just missed that. I'm sorry, I missed that, brother, man. So I was thinking right before we got back on the air. So yes, 25K. I'm actually on the eval account now. You can, well, I think you have to make 15K to pass the eval for the 25K account, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the goal is to make 25 or 15K, I think. And 100% is doable with because again, you're not, no PDT rule. So you get 25K and you can trade all day, with, which is awesome. I'm actually doing a 25K eval challenge this month, and I moved that up now. We started that pretty much right around a month ago, and I moved that up to about 900. Now I'm going to, this is the thing, I'm going 100 to 500 shares in my trades. So my max trade size is 500. My minimum is 100, so I think there was one I maybe gotten filled 750 shares. And I'm trying to go at some point in time 1,000 shares in these trades, but I'm not getting filled because I'm putting in orders in to get filled down low for a bounce play, and they don't get all filled. So you're talking 100 shares per trade, 750 shares per trade. So we're not even going that big. I'm trying to show traders on my live stream or even on here how to grow a small account, how to grow these prop firms so you don't blow them up and you can fund them. It's a slow and steady Eddie race, and it can easily be done, my friend, for sure. So if I can do it with that small share size, imagine if you know what you're doing like I do and go even bigger. That's what I've told traders in chat, because I showed my statistics on Friday on this month, Steve, this month. So I showed my statistics on Friday, have just over an 80% win rate, and my risk to reward, my return is 1 to 10 because my largest loss is only $8.
That is wild. And guys, even for Josh, I gotta say, probably a little bit of an outlier, but you can replicate.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Similar win rates. With your diligence and patience, though, you can replicate similar win rates. I've seen a lot of 70-80% snipers, and maybe you really have to wait for your shot, and that's where it comes. It's hard. They're 78 to 80% if they wait for their shot, but then they
look at ELAB. And look at ELAB right now. My play I could still be in ELAB right now if I wanted to. I've already gotten out, but this is what I'm waiting for. I say, hey guys, let's find that bottom bounce for the day. It's at 3 to 310. It has not gotten lower than 3 and 310 all morning long. And so I sit back, I put my orders in, wait to get filled at 310. I got filled at 307, and I've not seen lower than that. And again, I'm out of the trade, but that's what I'm waiting for. So there's not a lot of trades, no, but I'm waiting for those A plus setups, and I'm attacking hard.
Look at this, though. This is looking really constructive for a higher low. It's got this W look, this George W look, and look at this volume shelf too, Josh. That's so pretty. If it can hold and digest over 375 to 390 here, call it 375 to 4, then I think it surges and wants to clean up some of that liquidity up here. I think it's got unfinished business if it can get over that pennant. But like we said, or pivot. But yeah, this is going to take a little bit of time, but we have some nice volume here. I'd like to see it hold 341, which is this low volume node. And the idea here, Josh, is that on these big bases, I want it to hold. If it's going to break higher, it can get head bonked. That's fine. It can come back within, but it should hold the pivot, the highest volume node at the bottom of this shelf. And ideally, it's only coming down to fill in some of the weak areas. So this low volume node here. So we'll see if this plays out. Again, we're forecasting.
Hey, and here's what. Look up real quickly to show them. Go pull up ARTL. Go back to that larger chart. Pull up ARTL and go back to Wednesday before last. So it would be Wednesday, not last Wednesday, but the Wednesday before that. It did exactly what we're seeing today, but a different price area. Wednesday the 18th. Wednesday the 18th.
Okay, right here on this day. So we're gonna zoom in there. Meanwhile, it does look like
sort of pretty close to a W, but it came down toward the end of the day and then had that liquidation sweep back on up.
Let me get a 5-minute chart in here so we can get granular.
Yeah, there we go. Let's do it. Let's
granular.
What's going on?
I gotta do a little scroll. Oh, it's not gonna let me, I don't think. All right, so maybe we don't get the full price history. You know what? I'm gonna pull it up on my small chart because I do want to see this. Where's my grid? There we go. Yeah, SPY cooking down.
It's cooking. Yeah, it's smoking, baby.
Awesome, smoking. So those calls now a clean double. Clean double. I do got to alert my Discord.
Do it.
63 puts a clean double. De-risk. Congraties. Yay, everybody wins. All right, cool. So what's next on tape here? What's the next setup? That's what I'm looking for. I think that we can expand down. It's just going to be a matter of where the resting liquidity is that we're reaching for. So we do have a little level here. 6,400 isn't an unreasonable place for a bounce. So, like I said, always say de-risk. If the market gives you a double, usually take that.
Yeah.
Take that. So speaking of which, yeah, just keeping an eye there. Whoa, I got a line chart going on, Art. Oh, a tick chart. We have ticks, guys.
Yeah, we have ticks. Yeah.
What? That's awesome. Very, very cool stuff over at Trader Evolution here that I had no idea. So ARTL, do you think this one still looks pretty?
Yeah, today, it looks sexy. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those ones even today because it had that big move on Friday. So, of course, you can see Friday right behind it had that big day. And so we're making that higher low pattern, higher high pattern here with a nice uptrend channel overall. I think she matriculates her way back up to 10 today if she can hold that, we'll call it 840, 830, 850 mark, somewhere in that area. I like ARTL, but yeah, point being, ARTL did the same thing, what we're seeing a lot today from ELAB. And that's what I love, just rinse and repeat the same setups over and over, and you got it, J-Trade. Yeah, man, that's funny. 2 J-Trades, I know. There's another J-Trades that streams live here on TikTok and on YouTube. I used to stream live with him back in the day. He's in Louisiana, just a state below me. But yeah, so yeah, you got it, brother. Yeah, that's what the thing is too. Take it slow, take it easy. I mean, and you're doing futures, and I actually had a couple futures traders on my live stream on Friday, and that will just kind of bring that eye and the light to other my traders who trade equities and stocks and a lot on Trade the Pool to the eyes of the futures. And of course, there are prop firms there like the Fivers, and we talk about that here, Steve. And the same thing that Caesar said, and then Alejandro said, had a female and a male on, so you get the tell the tape of 2 different backgrounds, right? And they both said, hey, you first get into this, it's the same as all of it. You're trying to find the levels, find the chart, find support, find resistance, have patience, not go big. You're not trying to go and, of course, trade the minis at first. Everyone's trying to trade the micros, trade the minis at first. So there's just everyone wants to get into it and go gung-ho and just start, wild, wild west and start firing away and as max as you can. you'll learn like most do early on. That's not the way to do it. It's slow and steady base hits. Like Steve just said, if you get a double, woo, wow, I usually just want a base hit. Like, ELAB went from a base hit to a double, kind of almost turned into a triple with that move up to 4, but didn't, I would say full home run, but that's the thing is I'm looking for singles. And if I can turn a single into a double, and then next thing you know, I may turn that into a home run. Very rarely looking for home run trades. Every once in a while, knowing they may come, like a TCGO, which we've shown that off the play that I was in for but that's it. But those are the make or breaks where you can lose a lot or you can make a lot. Most of the trades I'm in are, hey, I'm probably going to make a little bit, but my risk is right here. The maximal reward I can make is a ton, though, So it's like, those are the trades I'm looking for. If you showed ELAB, here's my reward. It just happened to be that way. And this month you're seeing that where you saw how big the reward was and the risk was just right there. And so, taking that every time.
And I love that you're mentioning this. I do want to clarify, the only reason that this is a controlled play is because it's such a small thing. I said, hey, these are gambles. I even said I didn't take them. I have none of these. They double. I don't own them. But the whole idea is, if I think a play can double and I can throw 50 at it for a chance to make 100 or 200, that's good risk reward. If that's within my risk tolerance, say I'm risking 100 today, well, I can buy 2 of those and they can go to 0. So, if I'm selling one at 100%, I'm just letting the other cook here because it looks like we are cooking on lower. Big red candle here. Well, big red candle potentially brewing, big top wick. So to me, still looking heavy at the low of the range. This is not time to bail completely. This is time to manage risk.
Yeah. I think she's hitting Fridays after hours lows. I know we could hit Sundays, but I think I see this in my opinion, 33, if not 32 is coming up soon here because this is some heavy selling. Nothing really there on the bid side to start to hold this play up, and there she goes cracking down for more here. So give Steve the 32s, baby.
Give me the money. So this is now testing a wipeout of 6400. They did just put more liquidity on, so now it's a test. Now it's a battle, and we got to watch. Whoa, and look at that, shaken and a bacon. So I would say that could very well be the bottom of the move, or it can bounce and go higher. It did flush the liquidity there, so just be a little bit careful. Like I said, if you already de-risked, then just let it cook. And I would say if it gets back over this 634, then maybe it's starting to do a big mean reversion move, because we are seeing a little bit of topping in oil too. So that's a clean, I call this a clean dismount, and if it keeps going, it keeps going.
Oh, getting some gymnastics terms on there with the clean dismount. Okay, now.
Well, Josh, you hit me with the matriculation earlier. I was like, geez, somebody's playing Scrabble. I gotta show up.
I love that. Yeah, I use that word a lot. Everyone's loves like, I love when you use that word. And I was like, that's about as big as my vocab will get in the stock trading. Because next thing you know, I'm making it simple as can be. What's funny as a kid, I took gymnastics. Of course, when you're a kid, you do a lot. But yeah, I did a little gymnastics as a kid. Hit that trampoline real hard.
There you go. That's where you learned how to catch the bounce. That's where you learned to be flexible. There you go.
Exactly. I should think about that. Yes, this all comes back to my gymnastics days. When I was 5 and 6 years old, I learned how the bounces worked.
When I was a young warthog.
Yeah. There's that sweep down too on ARTL Artle. I love it. Back down to that 840 area I talked about. I still like this play. Our ARTL, EEIQ are my 2 back burner watch out plays. And then, of course, we know we have ELAB on watch for the day. Another one, actually, just for you, buddy. This is one for slow traders. BFRG, Bullfrog. BFRG. Ooh. Go Bullfrog.
I haven't looked at this name in a while. This is the AI proxy, right?
Yep.
Yes. Software as a service, AI. This one's fun.
Yep.
Ooh, the B-Frog.
Yeah, baby. It's doing some leaps and bounds here. It's doing some nice leaps and bounds up today. Nothing too crazy, but we're working it.
Leaps and bounds. I see you. I see what you're doing here. All right.
Another one I liked as a kid, Frogger. Love some arcades. If I ever played Frogger, it was always one of those cocktail arcades, as they called them, that were like flat top, and you could put your drink on it. You kind of look down to it or whatever.
Yeah, my dentist office had a centipede one. That really did help. I think I don't have a fear of dentists just because of that. Because I look back, I'm like, oh, getting a filling, that's no fun. But centipede, it all comes out in the wash.
Yeah.
So B-Frog is an interesting look. It's putting in a higher low. It keeps on stair stepping higher. This is interesting. So this, to me, it's like a building up of kinetic energy where you are either going to break. See, it's trying to hold this uptrend line. It's a little bit of a steep uptrend line, and you kind of got something like this. So is this going to squeeze, or is this going to have to get aired out down to this 110 area? That's going to be what I'm looking for here, but it is looking like it wants to base. It did have that nice... See this purple here? I love the 200 minute for scalping. such a nice way to just say if it or tell if a trend's still going.
Yeah.
Like you get the big pop, you get the new swing high, you're feeling good, and it starts to flag on you. And you're going, well, I don't know if this is going to fail or not. It tries to break out, fails there, but it catches. And then that
I love on the multi-day time frame, I use the standard deviation channel, and it is literally running right through the middle of this today. So my standard deviation channel is running like an uptrend channel, but right in the middle of it, where it's running as support and resistance, which right now it's at 137, 138. If it can reclaim that, it just can't hold it. We keep flipping flop back and forth through it, and I'm right there with you. I think we stay glued to this, in my opinion, because like you said, unless we crack that lower trend that you have in, this is a nice staircasey type of play. It's not too crazy. This is the ones that I tell traders that are a little bit newer, that don't need the extreme volatile movement, but want to experience a little bit of validity.
Validity. Yeah, like that. Yeah, because like on an hourly, this is, I mean, it's gonna do something pretty exciting. That's all I could tell you. It looks like it. If we didn't have these top wicks, I'd be so bullish. So this is kind of just capping it, but their top wicks, they're expanding up. It's like a megaphone that's about to get squeezy. It is very possible, especially when we look back at like where's the next level this thing needs to clear.
Here comes 632s for your SPY.
I knew it. Here we come, baby. I knew it. 32s. I said just felt them 32s and pre-market or after hours lows on Friday. You're getting there, and here she comes. Soak it down, baby. Soak it down.
Down. All right, we're gonna switch just real quick. Get a look at that, and there it is. Boom, a boom. All right, so now we are cooking to the downside here. 633. We have room to 629, 630, I do believe, but I wouldn't get too greedy here. This does look like quite a wash. Just be aware that buyers could try to catch at some point, and if they do get a little bit of squeeze going, a little imbalance, we could put the bears on the back foot. So far, that's wishful thinking on a bull's part. I am just a little bit sad that I didn't take that short, because they are now looking like almost those triples that we talked about. 131 from 50, so very close to a triple.
Yeah, I think that was my ultimate low of day I gave in pre-market, was this 32.50, kind of after hours lows from Friday. I didn't think we'd soak back down into that Sunday freak down to 629.50, but 32.50 seems to be like I'm right there with you. If you take most of your profit, be out most, leave a little runner, get rid of the risk and say, hey, I've banked on this one. You could see wishful thinking on the bulls, but you know how traders are. They see that area and they may want to start buying up, especially after this big sell-off from 34.50, 35 break or so. But yeah, we were rolling right into after hours lows on Friday, just as I kind of figured we might today. And what we're seeing, what I'm noticing, we get these Sunday pulls and Monday pops, but now the Monday pops aren't lasting as long. And boy, here we go already, Steve, back down. Usually it would be like Wednesday, maybe-ish or so, when the pullback would come in the week, and then we'd die off through Thursday or Friday. And then Sunday get the freak out low, and then Monday up again. Well, we're doing that, but we're only doing it for a day. And boy, oh boy, if we come back down to those lows, we're definitely seeing, like we've talked about, that 620, 610 area is coming in hot.
Yes, sir. And you know what? This is a really, really important thing that you beat me to the punch on here, talking about how weak this is for a Monday candle. Every other Monday candle has been quite bullish. Let me double check my dates, but I believe, so last Monday was the 23rd, 16th, and 9th.
Yeah.
So the 23rd, we tried to push up. We tested the moving average. The 16th, we closed flat, and then we did try to test that on the previous day. So these were all like little mean reversions into this this sell level, right? And then the one before the 9th, was the big green day where we just reverted all the way back down. So this is looking quite scandalous, and everybody was saying, we got to be close to bottoming. And I'm sitting here going, I see a sell accelerating. This is spooky, especially because of how sure everybody is that you can buy this dip. I'm not seeing a buyable dip yet. I'm really not.
No, and Amen, talking about the 30-second rule of TTP. Yeah, so essentially what will happen is if you close it, if you're essentially won't count. So if you're green, it's not going to go against you. If it's red, essentially the fees will go against you, right? So I try to hold that for 30 seconds. If you don't, you have the tight stop loss. Essentially what will happen is it voids out the trade, but the fees will go against your account if I'm not mistaken. But definitely it will not count. So if you are green, which I've had happen to me actually early in the day, I try to catch a dip and rip, my friend, and I wasn't in it long enough on MKDW. So bring up NKDW. I actually tried to get in and out of this as it was halting up and down, but I wasn't in it for 30 seconds, and it did not last. So MKDW, or did not count. But the fees did go against my account.
Of course they do. That's the game we play. But you know what?
I played it because look at that. I mean, that was some movement. I was like, hey, the risk reward was there. I wanted that. I mean, yeah, it was about a $400 move in less than 30 seconds, but I literally cut it at about 23, 24 seconds. I was like, oh, God, I don't know if I can't. I don't know what time. And so I just cut it because I don't have my PN up. I don't know I didn't see the entry time or whatever. I was like, well, I'll cut it. Whatever happens. Because I just wanted that quick little bit of movement and happened a lot faster. I got the dip off my halt strategy. So that first halt up right around 620, I wanted to go for a dip buy off of it. It hit it and it flew straight up into 7, but it did it so fast by the time I cut it. I could have held it, honestly, as you can tell, which I got in right at the 10:10 mark. So 10:10 Eastern time is when I got in on the dip buy. It lasted for a few minutes, and I could have made the profit, but yes, that's what will happen. If you try to take those quick scalpier plays and you're not in for 30 seconds, you won't get the profit.
Absolutely. That's and I love your mindset of saying you're not entitled. You were just gifted money by Mr. Market. And you said, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm a little unsure. I'm going to ring the darn register, and then whatever happens,
Yeah.
So that's the same thing. We're going to go back over to SPY real quick because the same thing, it doesn't look, oh yeah, it does look pretty big. So I said, hey, I don't know. This is a place where bulls could step in. It was wishful thinking at that point. I didn't want to cut you up, but right when we were talking about it, a buyer did show up here, and lo and behold, I didn't predict this. I said it could have happened. All I knew is that the contracts were a triple from an hour ago. Take your money. Take your money. So that's what I told. I said, take your money, protect your profits.
Yep.
Now, say that candle is why.
And like you said, it minimizes risk. It's such a great thing that all the stuff you say, I say as well. I mean, it's like, hey, you start taking profit. Now the risk is starting to minimize itself because now you're not nearly as big. You put money in your back pocket. So it's just such a win-win situation when you do that. And so it's one good thing where you take the profit, and then I usually try to then scale out along the way if you can. If you get those little pieces and those runners, and you'll make some. And again, that to me is where traders that early on do that, and they go, well, if I was still holding full share size or full contracts, and then they try to full port every trade from then on, thinking they're actually going to get that size run. And I'm like, no, that was a base hit that turned into a double and a triple that you weren't expecting.
And anybody who's saying, if I had only held all of them, all I got to say is, you have never ran a small business and gotten caught with way too much inventory. It feels bad. You got to think about this as inventory. We were buying short inventory up here. So let's not be confused. We were selling inventory up here in this double top. This is clear distribution. We came back up. We couldn't break higher. Clear distribution from within a selling bearish range. So this is why we were looking for this whole short in the first place. And the thing is, if you are looking for the short too fast, you will take it here. You will take it here. You'll be waiting for any green instead of significant green, which you can fade into. So it's really important to take those profits when you get them. For example, I scalped short this morning. I said, this is a short here. I actually, I didn't play this well. I took I just took the break of here and one candle, and I saw this bounce, and I got out right there. So I left a lot on the table. And if I was going, if I didn't though, if I was just holding short this whole way, and then this happened, I would have to stop out. I would be red on my position that I got in probably from up here if you're a 0DT. And that's why it's always better to trade shares. You can do leverage shares, and this would be so much safer. You could just get out a little bit here when you see a little bit of bouncing, and then you're safe. You bank profits. You come up here, you're still up half your profits on the day. And then you can say, well, this looks weak. I can add back in. Then, oh, a little bounce here. I can take this off here. And so you're just taking a small amount, but you're protecting your core position. Then it runs up here. You're going, okay, if it goes over here, I do have to cut. It'll be a small green day. That's fine. But then you get the home run. You get the setup you were looking for. And then this allows you could even say, hey, we're getting the move. Wick back into the moving averages. I can get aggressive. Short here. You can, if you take profits on this direct move down, when you see the first green candle, you see another pop and it fails, you can add back in. Like you get the latitude to move around a position when you are diligent about just, oh, we got a big move. Let's lock some in. So I always want to hammer the table about that.
Please do continue to do so. They need to make sure they got it in their brain.
Yes, sir. And I'm not saying this like as some excellent trader. I'm saying this as somebody who's practicing this every single day. So I'm saying it to me because I know if it helps me, it'll help you.
And or have like myself, like I'm sure you have failed at not doing that. So it's like, hey, it's like just listen to it. It's like, and I always say it's like listen to your parents. Where back in the day, you don't want to listen to your parents. They're older, they're wise, they've been doing it longer. You're like, no, I know better. And then as you get older, you go, why didn't I listen to my parents? This is exactly that same scenario where we're going to be right, most likely 70 to 80% of what we're saying, maybe even higher. Just listen to us. I promise you, because we went through it, unfortunately, and we went, it's like, I have the faults. I went through them. Don't have those same faults. I'm trying to save you from having those same problems and issues that I went through.
Right, and it's what we talked about with Hudson on the last call-in show. Guys, definitely be here for the call-in shows. They're really good stuff. And what we talked about was, sorry, I just watched this VIX candle just drop. What did we talk about? Josh, I'm sorry, my AD just fired off.
With Hudson?
Yeah, with Hudson, it was about this. Oh my goodness. Just gone like that. Apologies.
What you were going to talk about? Oh, okay, yeah, no, I just know Hudson, what he was talking about, a lot of different things, which was good, but risk-reward ratio, I don't know what it was that you were talking about. Well, he had a lot of different good things that, on Friday, but yeah, or Wednesday it was. No, Thursday. Now I can't remember what day we had the call-in show. Thursday. It's Monday. It's how I feel like Monday, the beginning of Monday, and the end of Friday. I'm like this, where I'm like, whoa. Now Thursday clicking, Wednesday clicking, or Wednesday through Thursday, whatever, and then finally midway through Friday, I'm like I can't type, I can't talk. Been typing and talking all week.
It's all good. You can trade, and that's what matters. What I think about Mondays and Fridays, for me, I'm not super sharp on Mondays and Fridays. For me, it's the weekend phenomenon. I like finally relax a little bit, then I'm right back at it. And I think it's also like the bookends of a weekly candle. So you can get some manipulation on the ends of those, and often you'll get the tape save, the tape. What do you call it? Window dressing at the end of the month or the end of the week there, where they're trying to kind of salvage the candle and pump up to get a nice bottom wick. I remember for months we had the no short Fridays in my server, where it was just like, it was just cash money to wait for a little dip and then just expect bears to get clapped. So we got to just change with the times there. But man, all I know is that you take the money when it gives it to you. Because I was kind of expecting more downside. I was kind of expecting more, but here's significant buyers. And what I did notice also, this GEX profile was really helpful for this. So what we saw when we started to break down is this previous high point, the 6375, 6380 node, that was the highest. And we saw the 6400, which was the highest before that, continue to fade as we came down to this price and tested. This was this level right here, this blue level. So when we were pushing down on that, I saw this 6350 grow. And let me double check. I believe that's where we transacted pretty directly on SPX. Oh, so close. So we front ran it by 2 points. But that gives you a clear window there where you're like, okay, when we get close to here, I knew we were close, and then you just can kind of feel like, hey, it's having a little trouble. It's kind of like I was just at the symphony this weekend, and
what, you went to a symphony this weekend? Listen to you getting that inner feminine side there going on there. I love it. There we go.
Right, first off, Josh, all right, I'll go to bat for all of my symphony enjoyers. Symphonies are masculine as hell. It's about boom, bombastic crescendos. It's about like just walls of noise. It's kind of metal, Josh. Honestly, it's a little bit metal. Although one track I did feel like I was in a Tom and Jerry cartoon. I felt like I was getting chased by a dog or something. But my only point was, you can feel the music build up, swell, and then it's like this big boom, and then you can feel the energy, and that's what I love about live music. And I bet you, maybe not for symphonies, but I know you feel that live music.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, for sure. Yeah. I know. You go to an auditorium, whether it's like you go to like some kind of orchestra, symphony, you go on to watch some kind of plays. Yeah, that's not, usually you're not going to go to your bros. Yo, bro, I went to a symphony this week. You're like, I went to Metallica and a whatever concert.
I was trying to be cultured, Josh. All right,
hey, I'm giving you a hard time. I had to give you a hard time because listen, I was taking
my girlfrine's mom out for her birthday. I thought I was being a smart.
Look at you. Well, hey, my mom's birthday is actually this year. It's on Easter this year, so my mom's birthday. Yeah. So I'll have to go to church. With her, on Sunday, and her church is like those newer churches that are like that, where they're singing, they're playing music, non-diminished, whatever they called them, whatever. Anyway, so it's but now I feel the symphony. I like live music, and even going back as a kid, that's where a lot of those Disney movies, because that's how all the movies into the '90s even were made. They had like an orchestra, actually, all that background and the violin, all the music you hear a lot of the time was that, that little, like, you don't really look sometimes that almost like in scary movies, right? The dun, 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 dun. That's all done by actual instruments, not like someone in a computer and doing everything with like we're doing now, where everything's generating. You notice that there's hardly anyone actually orchestrating for movies anymore. But yeah, if you go back to like old what was the Fox and the Lady in the Tram? I don't know. Fox and Hound, yes. All those had all that kind of like had that, and that's what brought those, because you would oh no, the Fox and the Hound are in this one scary moment, and then the building the music, it's building up, and I thought he was gonna die. Yeah. Yes, yeah.
They shot Mama
exactly.
Bambi.
Yeah,
That was
yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? But that, yeah, I love it. No, I feel it. So I could see me and you going to a symphony and enjoying it for sure.
okay. All right. My favorite bit about Bambi is I'm on the man side. I like the character of man. Like, he's just got to eat. He's just out there trying to provide for his family. He gets a bad
Yeah,
rap.
right. Like, come on, man. Like, what? Just give the guy a poor break. Like how many hunters in the South are going through? Or I say South. I just went to school with other guys that did duck hunting and deer hunting, and it's a big thing down south. But yes, symphony. Yes, I feel it, my friend. Orchestras, all that kind of stuff. It's loud, and the music and the emotions and how it's up and down, and yeah, it's soft and can get loud, and I like it. Yeah, I feel you. I just had to call it out.
Balance it out. You do some symphony. You go shooting a little bit. I like both.
There we go. There we
I like
go.
shooting more than killing, so maybe I am a little more on that feminine side, but I'm comfortable with it.
You think about some of those movies too. I mean, back to even nowadays where you hear that, you can just tell like one I love a lot is, and I think they play like Beethoven or something in the background. But the second one is called, it's called Ready or Not 2. The first one came out, it's called Ready or Not.
Oh, I've seen that. That's good.
It is good. But those moments, yes, where they're playing the symphony in the background, oh my God, and those high intense moments, that stuff is really fun, and then builds that moment up even more because of that music is building it up. So yeah, love it.
Real quick, we do have a little head bonk, bing bong. All right, so we have the doom loop line. I call these doom loop lines. These hard downtrend lines which have multiple touches. You see the 3 really clearing right here before it sells off. I think we might. That looks like a surge stick. We're going to break this doom loop. So don't get too eager to jump in. This was probably a news candle. I'll be looking for it in a second. What we want to see is a hold of these moving averages, a catch, kind of back testing this downtrend line, and then a surge back up to fill this mitigation level, because this was high volume where we broke down from. Makes complete sense to look for this, and then we can see if we get a short here. But nice, just taking the move and saying we don't know what's going to happen next. Don't get wrapped up in this. This is a little bit sketchy, and we wait for this to give us a valid entry. So if it closed up here and wicked back, that might be valid. This is not confirming anything yet. So Josh, real quick, I'm gonna go looking for news.
After you said nice a couple of times, now I have ice baby in my head, thanks to you.
Oh, okay, I got you. That's of all the things I could inflict you with, that's a pretty decent one.
There we go. That's not bad. That'll work. And as far as failed W shape there on ELAB for our small cap, and then failed cup. Although we are starting to make this other weird kind of and cuppy in handle on EEIQ. So ELAB kind of back on down. It's still on watch for me. And EEIQ did have that failed cup and handle little U shape there. So just keeping you guys up to date on what I'm looking at.
Sure thing. You said EIQ there, that second one?
Yeah, that was the other one. Yeah, where they had that kind of cup and handle forming there.
Oh, yeah, we talked about this, and it did the exact thing we talked about, guys. You see this enough. It's not rocket appliances. It wants to do the thing, right? So look, we have this little range. See where I'm drawing this box? It's where like this first kind of surge down candle happened that really broke it holding these moving averages. So that's the level I care about. And then I just draw it out to the top here where it tried to break above before it failed. So this is the range that I think needs to transact. Really close, really quick. But it did give that look to get you out if you got caught in the drawdown. So now we are rebasing here. As long as it holds this low volume node, see how it dips into there? It wicks into it, just like filling a little bit of a well. So I'm going to see this hollow area on the right. You draw it out like that, and that's where they want to transact. So really clean there. Now we've got that cup, that scoop action, that downtrend line trying to negotiate and break. We got our moving averages flattening out. We're starting to curl over, and this is one that's on my watch list for a push on up and through here. If we can get it, that would be a really clean setup. So keep EEIQ on that focus list.
Baby. That's pretty.
Ooh, baby. A little bit of a haircut here on oil, still holding constructively over the morning push. I think that's the opening range that we want to see hold if we want to see this continuous push. I don't know if we do, though, because we might be able to get some updraft on SPY. If not, I'm going to put to a 1-minute chart in the top left there for y'all. And seeing, just a little bit of a head bonk. You could consider this a continuation short down to that 630. That's valid. Your stop would be over this pop there, and I'm just going to let my server know. Another potential valid short setting up here with that top wick rejection through the down trend line. If you take intraday, you're looking for 630 to 629, and your stop is over the wick. There we go, and I'll just frame that on the chart as well. I do think this plays out.
Bill Ackman says it's one of the best times at a long time to buy quality stock. Ackman's bullish stance comes at a time when markets. All right, Bill Ackman. Well, I beat you back in the challenge in October, so bull honky to what you say.
Exactly. He wants us to buy some Pershing Square. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Whenever these guys who really have a lot invested in the market are telling me it's time to buy, I question it. So this is the setup that we just framed that I just described for my server. A little free paid content for y'all. If we get the wick over here, the play is invalid. If we do not, however, so far it is starting to pan out. Looks like it could continue to slide down. Your take profit is into this pivot just in case it can't sweep the new low. That's what I would say. You always got to worry about the potential higher lows.
Yeah, I think and I was going to say, I was sorry to cut you off, but I think we get really tight there into this bottom low of day in market, which is that kind of Friday after hours low and that downtrend you have line. And it's going to be one of the gets tight, and it's going to be a pop back up, and that low is created, or you have that continuation back down to, like you said, that 630, 629 area. So if I was out in Vegas, had to put a prop bet on it, I would say watch that low of day break and crack and for move back on down for more lows, in my opinion. Just it seems to be one of those Mondays where we're going to get weaker and weaker. You know, like you showed those last couple of Mondays where we tried to pop, even may have finished red. Today, we didn't even try to pop. We didn't pre-market, but that was just because of what we have done off of those pre-market lows and Sunday's sweep down. We didn't even try to pop today. We were straight down, gutted out of the gate.
Right out of the gate, it really showed that directionality, right? But what I do love is that you don't have to ever chase, because, I mean, sure, sometimes you'll miss plays by not chasing, but you will not get killed, and you will often get these beautiful lookbacks. So let me show you what I mean by that. If you just draw that extension range, so it got the big flush and then it found a rough bottom. Doesn't mean it's going to stick, obviously, but you know, it's for the morning session, this is the bottom. So then you can just look for the range and you can see where the sellers come in. So over the 6.2, this is the golden pocket. So if I'm a market maker and price moves down too fast, I try to buy it to catch it a little bit, and then I try to reshort it up in this golden pocket here. And then I will cover into big liquidity down here at 630, where I know a lot of people are going to try to buy the dip. So that is how I make my money as a market maker. So you can try to play along with the market makers there and fade the overzealous low, in negative gamma, you're going to have these big pops up. And this was the other big setup that my server was watching this morning for the negative gamma rejection. So negative gamma was 6,375, I believe. No, I'm sorry. 6,400 was the zero gamma wall. And 6,400, let me double check so I don't misspeak here. Should have been right at the 50. Yeah, right at the 50, that was 6,400. So we were looking for, if there is a rejection, if it pops into positive gamma and then goes back into negative, then it has to get accelerated. Very often it will get accelerated. So that's why you get this straight shot move instead of just catching here. And it even caught me by surprise how fast it rolled in this little consolidation here. I mean, man, it just like it swept 6,400. This is 63. 6,400 ES was this level. 6,400 SPX as well was this level. So it was playing between those two levels, and it just never looked back when it lost this one. So this is what happens in negative gamma when there's just no bid like that. It gets overjuiced, and then this is an overjuiced recovery, and that's probably going to go lower, but harder to say now. But I love these negative gamma pushes.
EEIQ there. Here she's starting. I think you saw it just like I did here. She's starting to work a little bit here. So yeah, love it. That's looking pretty good there for that pop up. And really overall, it's kind of forming a bigger inverse head and shoulders. It's got the head kind of trying to build it. It's like a downtrendy head, inverse head and shoulders, but it's got that, just has that bullish look to it, like it wants to squeeze there. So keep that on watch. I had the stocks out there on the list, guys. ELAB, EEIQ, BFRG, and ARTL. Those are the ones I'm watching into power hour, into the closing bell. Of course, I think today and after hours we'll probably get some new runner. But otherwise, as far as what you're looking at for the rest of the day, we got it covered. You know, it's ELAB, it's UGRO. UGRO is another one, UGRO. I forgot about that one. Got to keep that little girl on watch. But those are the tickers for me as we head into the rest of the day. I'm always around. So I'm looking at stocks all day long in the small cap or even large cap sector. But those are the ones, if I'm looking at small caps, it's process of elimination always, and especially as we move later in the day, because you don't want to play drunk or don't play drunk. You don't want to play drunk. You don't want to play junk. Here I go. I can't even say it. Play junk plays. Stay away from the junk. Eliminate the junk. Junk will leave you in the trunk, my friend. So you don't want any junk or drunk plays for sure. That matter. Oh man. Speaking of Friday night live stream was great, man. That was fun on Friday night.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'd love to just start joining you every week if that's cool, because it's so much fun, and it's
Yeah.
been
Oh yeah.
killer, awesome. So yeah,
Do
I'll
it.
be
Yeah. Anyone that wants to join, yeah, we want regulars like yourself. Whoever wants to join every week, please do it. Yeah, 100%, my man. So more the merrier. Yeah, like I said. So yeah, you get meet Steve and I every day. Of course, Steve was already Monday through Thursday doing his Power Hour recap. Friday with the great lessons that he does. So he's already Monday through Friday. Now I'm Monday through Friday. So today, of course, we have the lunch recap. Tuesday we have the stream with the boys in the morning that I'll be joining. Wednesday another lunch recap. So every Monday and Wednesday join us here at 1 p.m. Me and Steve will recap the morning, whether it's small cap, large cap, what we traded, why we traded it, and show it and break it down to you. And of course what to look at for the rest of the day and what's happening at lunch as well. And then on Thursday, it's a call-in show, like Steve just talked about. We always have people actually call in. We have the normal live stream, and then at 12 p.m. Eastern, we move into the call-in show where you guys can actually truly call in or click on the Google Meet link that we have out there and truly talk to us and spread your wisdom and what you went through or what you're still going through, because it really it translates to other traders and what they're going through, have been through, and that they feel like they're not the only one out there, and they can relate to what you're going through or have been through. And that's every Thursday from essentially about 12 to 1. So yeah, Monday through Thursday you got us, and then Friday night, of course, Steve already in the afternoon with his lessons. Then we got Friday night live stream, which will start at 9. It is this last Friday, every Friday night. I'll see if we're doing it this Friday because the market is closed Friday. It's Good Friday, so I'll have to see if Kevin and everyone's good to go this Friday. I'll be good to go. So that is the only caveat to this Friday. It is Good Friday. The market is closed this Friday, so do not forget that. Are you still going to do your lesson on Friday even though the market's closed?
I was just about to say, so no lesson next week, and actually we are shifting to every other week. So for the webinar, no webinar this week, webinar next week, no webinar the week after that, webinar after that. We're gonna keep going back and forth. And yeah, I will still be on Monday through Thursday here every week for Power Hour, for the lunch shows, for the Fiverr streams Wednesday morning. If you're a futures trader, come on in, hang out with me and Dave. And what else? The call-in shows. These are so much fun too. Yeah, so between that, you'll get plenty of Steve. Don't worry.
Plenty of Steve the Achieve, my friend. You will get plenty. And I love the little graphic drawing you put out there for EIQ and what to kind of expect as this moves its way on up.
So this is like my legal disclaimer. These paths are fun art projects. I'm not saying it's going to do exactly this. I'm saying this would be really nice and really clean and really pretty if it happened. Rarely does it work this nicely, but you got
when they do. Yeah, exactly. But this is when they do. This is kind of the time your single turns into a home run.
Exactly. Yeah. So maybe it does this and then rejects horribly. But you know what? I locked in profit here. I got stopped out break even on the second half, winning trade. Maybe it goes up here and then rejects horribly. Well, I locked some in here and I locked some in here. Great trade. Maybe we get the home run. And this isn't even the home run, guys. This is if this pattern does its kind of first test of a big breakout, then actual measured move would be sweeping right back up here to the pre-market highs, which would be pretty wild. That would be a 30-40% move, something like that.
Right.
So don't expect that, but if it gives it to you, you say thank you.
You get your entry and take your profit along the way, and each target takes a profit, and then you leave those little bit of runners, and absolutely it's perfect. And Joe, I'll reach out to Gil. I'll reach out to my bestie. I'll rub on her toes a little bit and say, come on, let's go. That's again, I want Kevin to go live Friday, so I want to make sure Kevin's good to go and everyone else. What?
Rub Kevin's toes too, then. Make sure everybody.
Rub Kevin's toes too. Yeah. I'm like, hey, come over. I am now the masseuse of Trade the Pool. You come on down to my. It's like if we literally had like a headquarters, and I would be like, you go into my office, and it's not an office. It's just like masseuse tables.
Oh yeah. Well, Josh, you don't have to touch these piggies. I'm doing it for the love of the game.
Y'all come in. I'm like, hey! I got Joe, Steve. I've got Joe over here. Give me 5 more minutes, man. Get out. Can I get a little privacy?
Come on. Stepping on my toes here.
Man, sorry, man. Steve, sorry. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah. So Joe, we'll figure it out. We'll definitely we'll have that figured out by tomorrow, I'm sure.
Just want to let people know this is the short. It is still green. This is a buy candle. It could be a higher low. if I was in this trade, if we close the candle over this 21 there, I'm taking a small win and I'm waiting and seeing because I might get a nice long here into the close. Just a little mean reversion. Still bearish overall, but if anybody thinks that bear markets happen in a straight line, they're going to lose a lot of money. So yeah, got to be ready to bail and get back in.
I wish that would make like all of us. We would probably be millionaires and billionaires by now if it was that easy.
It'd be really nice, right? Really convenient.
Yeah.
You get these $5 to $10 straight sells, and every time you get one of those, everybody in the market thinks that it's going to keep dropping another $5 to $10 straight, and usually locks them in.
Yeah, yeah, and it traps so many traders, and they're like, "Oh no, I blew up another eval," or "Oh no, I blew up my account."
I've been there. But this was a $6 straight move. That's why we booked it, and now it can do what it wants. I didn't close the candle, so I would still be long here. But I'd have a tight leash on it at this point because I wouldn't want this trade to whipsaw me back, have this be a W bottom, and me get squeezed in 3 candles while I go take a bathroom break and then come back to a bad. So you got to have those stops in and don't force it. No need to force it.
Yeah.
If we lose this, then we're back to full bearish.
100%. Yeah, and just for me the rest of the day, watch EEIQ. Of course, you got Steve there on SPY, what to be looking for, and y'all know what we've already covered. We've covered EEIQ a few times now, so you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day. Off to lessons and finishing my stream on my side. And Joe, if you can't put the links out there for us, since you're around, my handsome, beautiful man, put me and Steve's link out there. I'm on Instagram, X.
And I'll get my. I apologize. I just stepped on your pitch.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can find me at Josh Smith Trades. Josh Smith Trades, AK47, but all like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever you want to call it, YouTube. Just look up Josh Smith Trades, and you're gonna find me. So Josh Smith Trades, no underscores, just how you spell it. Josh Smith Trades. I will help you out any way I can in small caps or large caps, my friends and family. That's all we're trying to do here. Besides what we do here, teaching and preaching, you guys, we do the same to our own community. So that's what we're here to do.
Yeah, can't recommend Josh's stuff enough. Great guy. And the big thing for me is that you're so positive and you're so just hungry and go-getter attitude. Like, that's what it really takes to stay in this game and turn that corner. If you're a new trader, you got to have somebody in your corner who is hype. So, yeah, check out Josh.
And like you said, and positive. I mean, like, that's the one thing about me. I'm always finding the negatives in every positive. And I was even saying this to one of my friends, one of the girls I talked to that I went to actually grade school with. I was just started talking to her, and she was saying, I love all your energy. And like, yeah, I always know that. Because I see that. Like, I was gifted, God, whatever, I was created, and I have a ton of energy and have a ton of positivity. Yeah. Well, I now know that I'm an older person. There's a lot of people that do not have a lot of energy, and they definitely don't have a lot of positivity, whatever they're going through their life. You better believe that when I see that, I'm immediately magnetizing to you to make you a positive, more energetic person so I can uplift you, and I see that in the one-on-ones and how. Oh yeah, so I love that. It's that, like I say, we've talked about on the live stream before. I think we're talking about on Thursday in the call-in show. That gratitude, that feeling you get when you work with someone and they get better. Now they're getting it, and you're just like, wow, you feel it's like your kid watching it grow up, or just putting smiles on people's faces, or now they're banking and they're making money and the smiles that are on their faces, or whatever it is. Oh man, that right there, those endorphins that kick off. I don't know if anything in the world besides going really fast touch it.
I love it, Josh. Just to wrap up here, I would be out of the short. To me, it looks like we are in a chopping phase. Probably most of the selling pressure is done. I'm seeing oil cooling off a little bit too. That would be my other side. I am seeing VG potentially put in a double bottom. This would be interesting because it hasn't been trading lockstep with oil. This is natural gas exporting, which still should be very bullish if the war continues. So keep these on your radar, guys. I will be back in, not too long, 1 hour for Power Hour, and we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to talk about the same basket of stocks too, so don't go anywhere. If you've been watching these, this is your spot. Last thing, I will drop my Discord link there just in case anybody wants to join my community there. Free to join. And thank you so much, Josh. This has been a lot of fun.
Sweet, brother. Well, guess what? I'm going to join your Discord right now. I forgot. I keep forgetting to join that when you put that link out there. So accept the invite, and I did. So there we go, man. There we go. Love it, man. Well, have a good rest of your day. Come back, like Steve said, an hour for Steve, and you're the man, brother. Appreciate doing with you all the time.
All right, very last thing. I would have got stopped out break even. It does still look weak. Do with that what you will. We will be back to check in an hour. Take care now, guys. Bye. Yo, what is up, guys and gals? It is Steve Tileman right back here with Trade the Pool for Power Hour. We have been short most of the day, wondering if it's time to close or if we get another dollar or two move down to that 630 handle that I'd really like to see. We are going to keep an eye on it. Still short here. We've taken profits. This is a winning trade. It will not go red. Them's the rules. Looks like we are in slide mode with no bid. Capitulation is potential here for another dollar or two down, get a real nice sweep out. That's what I would like to see. The caveat being we do have our major pin up here a little bit above us now. The bottoms are growing out, but until they overcome this one, we could start to see a bit of a retest of that level. That level mentioned, the highest node is this big blue block here. As long as we are under this, I believe that we are gravitating away from this and building up momentum as we snowball. So keeping a look at VXX in the bottom left, very strong, very tight. Looking to break out here while SPY's already, Q's already making new lows. Apologies, SPY's not quite making new lows there. Oil, interestingly enough, having a little bit of trouble, but I think that we are pretty close to one more push on down. So I will be ready to monetize the last of my calls. I'm sorry, puts. Calls aren't getting monetized today. Still grinding lower. We are watching for this level at 6380 to get popped next. And then we have room down another 10 points or so to the bottom of this big shelf, I think. And this is going to be 6325 to 6330, right in that range. SPY trying its best to reclaim this 9-minute moving average, but until it does and posts a follow-through candle, I'm sticking with the short because I think we can drift on down. Drift on down. Let's see if we get it. Still fighting for it. Okay, I got a heads up that Anna is coming back to life. ANNA. This is a fun natural gas play. Whoa, it is waking up. I traded this thing $4 to $7, and I feel silly now. It's trading at 10 a week or two later. I could have held that one. SPY trying to get a little bit of a push here. They did find a buyer stepping in. Until we get over the 6390 on ES, this is going to be where we are getting popped, and this is going to be a battle between new buyers and the sellers that are still here. You can see them hammering that first candle, but getting backed off a little. We're going to watch the trend here. This might be a candle close over the 9, which would put me on 1 foot out the door mode. 1 foot out the door mode. 14 seconds left for this candle to print. It is trying, but bears are trying to hammer it on down and close it under the 9. There we go. 7 seconds left. Let's see if we can close the candle weak. We like to see it. 1, and that's a weak candle. It's a weak candle. Open the door below, and we want to see these levels climbing higher as we go. We also want to see this oil catch and pop. That's good. Now we're looking for sellers to step in off that top wick, off of that it's falling 21 moving average. Still think we get another flush on down. And there we go, starting to push on down. So we saw on Bookmap they tried to hold the line. That was fake. These guys stepped out of the way. This seller held firm. Oil starting to pop now, and yes, SPY should be dropping. There we go. New low a day on SPY. Nice. Nice. How low can we go? Well, I'm looking at a few things. Drag this on screen real quick. These are measured moves of today's opening range as well as today's consolidation range here. I think that 630 is not out of the line of out of the realm of possibility. That is going to be about 22%. Sorry, 0.22% on SPY. 0.22% on SPY if we can. Stop should go over that top wick now. Stop should go over that top wick. Bull's going to try. I would like to see them get squashed right before this engulfs. Somewhere right in there. Okay, a little stronger than I'd like, but we're going to give it a minute. Still got 20 seconds for bears to try to step back in on this candle, or likely the next candle, because yeah, this is decently strong. We do have to recognize that if we don't get a big waterfall, we already got a pretty big sell. And they could try to stop the line here and gravitate us back on up to our pivot above. But until I get that close over the moving average, I'm not going to be too scared. Trend is down. And oil is strong. So have no fear. New low on SPY. New low on SPY. Beautiful. Beautiful grind down here. And I just want to see one big flush to start monetizing. One big candle. One big candle. Let's cook it. So we're testing the support here at 6380. SPY found a little buyer there, but oil's very strong. Oil's surging. Wants new high a day, I do believe. It's a W pattern that oil's making. It wants to go higher. All right, still looking like it's got room down. I'm waiting to see if there's any catch, but looking good. All right, they're attempting to book flip, shove it down, and push liquidity on top and push it down. Let's see if they can turn that, or if bears try to use that to push off of. I usually would not want to long this. Yeah, so like still seeing the push down there, still seeing the push down there, still holding short. We are now under 631. At the lottos we took for 0.4 are a double, 0.35, sorry, are a double, second double of the day. And the first lottos are now 4 bags. Beautiful. So you can monetize here if you want. I think that we can get another $1, but it's a little sketchy. So let's see. Second, I get a big green candle, I'm out. And this is what we were looking for, baby. This is what we were looking for. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. A little more. Nope, I'm out. All right, nice trade there. Nice little double. Nice little double. It can go lower, but these were 0 days, and they were 631 calls. Bought at 0.35. Monetized 0.72. Yeah, there we go. Let me let the Discord know. All right, so give the boys a little more if they didn't get out. That's fine. That's fine. I made my money. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing in chat? Let me check them comments now that I'm out of my trade. Hey, Talk, good to see you, man. Oh, and now they're gonna give me the 630. But you know what? We got the big candle. We got the big candle. I should have stuck with it a little bit longer, but it felt like too much to get these extensions on extensions. Yeah. Probably should have stuck with that one a little more. But we got our shorts in our shares cooking. We're short whoos. That is short hood. So we're long whoos. I apologize. Short hood. Oh, we are plunging, guys. Oof. All right. All right. All right. And yeah, Bookmap just trying to shove it on down. 63.70, a little bit of a liquidity level there. I would say that, man, if you're still holding, just be ready if there's a bigger green candle. So I got faked out. This was still a red candle, but it closed a little bit strong. And I said, hey, my calls are up a double, and if I get one big green candle, they'll be back to break even. So you know what? We will be okay with that. We'll sleep okay at night. All right. Talk hasn't traded in a full day in weeks. Blood in the streets, blood in the roads. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, look at hood. That's beautiful. Our shorts just cooking. Cooking. All right, what else do we got? We have Tesla short. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Close to our first take profit at 350. 350, our first take profit. Beautiful sell. Beautiful sell. Ah, the calls doubled again. Up 30% from where I sold. That's okay. That's okay. I wonder how far it can go, though. We do have 40 minutes, 50 minutes to free fall here. How about that? Okay, just checking my positions there. Yeah, woof. Heavy, 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 especially on Tesla there. We love to see that. You're in Tesla Z? Beautiful. Lance, do we dare re-enter? Bad discipline, I would say. There's no trade here. There's no trade here. Either you're in or you're not. Intraday, of course, is what I'm referring to. Oh, there's SPY just cooking down. It's going to go to my level. I don't know why I got scared when it just broke down. I think I was a little too antsy getting on stream here. You know what? That's all right. That's all right. Oil absolutely screaming here. And let's see how low we can go. 630 is going to be the big handle where I would expect some buyers to try to step in. Woo. Stocks on the sell. Yeah, you can always do what you want, but just know what you're getting into. This is weak tape, and we are plunging to the 630. I could have held, guys. I could have held. All right, let's look at the pain. Missed out on $80 contract so far. Whoops. So they were a triple. They were a quadruple, actually. Whew. Someone giving me a hard time in my Discord because I said monetized instead of sold. Yeah, it's the Pooh Bear with the meme. It's true. It's true. There's 630, guys. Congrats, Bears. Lock it in. 0.352. What did they go to? What did they go to? 1.35. I sold for a double. Oh well. All right, nice sell there. Nice sell there, and we are just cooking on down. This is no bid on anything except for oil. Even my TSN having a little bit of trouble. VIX shooting like a rocket. Oh my goodness, we are under 630. We can go lower. 629 was my stretch goal. Holy moly, I sold early, boys. I sold early. Oh well. Yo. They were waiting for me to get on stream. They were waiting for Power Hour. Brutal. Brutal, brutal. Hey, you know what? The system worked. We caught some good plays today. That's enough for me. All right, I would be out by now. A little bottom wick trying to reclaim 630. You can get a little bit of a squeeze into the close. Does that mean we're going to go lower? Probably. I don't know. Who's to say? But that's a logical place to get out here. Under 630. That's a ring the register moment. That is a ring the register moment. So, guys, does that mean I'm selling my short shares? Nah. Hanging out. Still think we go lower, but I think we could bounce a little bit here. Am I playing that? Nope. An analyst calls Tesla a 140. Oh, that'd be beautiful. That'd be beautiful if the bubble finally popped on Tesla. All I know is that I think I want to hold till 300, and then I'll start watching for buyers. 350 was my target, but this is so weak into it. I'm not so sure that I want to monetize. Not sell, monetize. Mike, these markets are all over the place. Me too, kind of. If I don't sit in the pocket and wait for this high probability trade, like the short that we were hunting, then I just get chopped up. Chopped to pieces. It's tough. So I got to be real disciplined, real diligent, and it works if I work it, you know? The system works if you work it. Just like AA, I guess. The smallest, the faintest of bottom wicks. We still have a bigger target down here at 6,355. Call it 6,350. That's only 15 points lower. That's a possibility too if we cannot reclaim our falling 9-minute. Lancer in the chat, we were talking about this all the way down in here, how the short opportunities, ever since it rejected here, I said, look short. We talked about this one rejecting here. That was a good one. And then every time off the 21 minute, offered nice shorts. Really, anytime it's over the 9. Can just guide you all the way down in these easy money trades. Easy money trades. Oh, Talk's calling his shot. He says SoFi to $12. Take it out. Get it out of here. Let's take a look at SoFi. SoFi. Wow, that looks terrible. This looks like a great short even now. It's 1, 2, 3 knock in the bottom. This does not look like it's going to catch much. Wait for maybe a little wick into these moving averages and a rejection. Call it $15. A little bit over 15. Find a seller over 15. Hammer it. That's crazy. I thought you were being facetious saying 12. I haven't looked at this chart in a couple weeks. It's not that far. That's pretty reasonable. Pretty reasonable. SPY's still heavy. Still heavy. Might need one more wash. I missed a double. Missed a double from my sell. But hey, guys, if you wanna ride with me on the next one, come on in, join the Discord. We've been hitting some home runs lately. But it hasn't been easy. I've been stopping out on stuff too. It hasn't been all green. But you know what? The wins are bigger than the losses. That's what matters. There's the Discord there. Guys, USO, absolute powerhouse in today. We were talking about it when it was right around here just a few minutes ago, surging on up, clearing this liquidity at the W, and it looks to me like it wants to keep on going. Mechanical squeezes don't lie, and there's not enough oil. Not enough oil. That's a lot of down pressure on the indices when you have oil up, what, 5% today, something like that. We're going to see a little mean reversion move here. They're going to try to test and clear out this liquidity level at 6370 ES. If it can flip that, it's going to go for the big one here at 6380. In general, I wouldn't be inclined to really long this unless you are very quick-fingered on the scalp. You got to manage your risk under the new low, because if it does make a new low, it waterfalls. Can we get another flush on SPY? Joe, I already sold. Stop it. Stop it. These candles look so big. I was waiting in this small range for so long. We started to get expansion, and I got scared halfway through the sell. You know what? Hey, at least I held through to the sell. That's what counts. So we're going to zoom out just a little and frame our trades today, because we've had some good ones. This was the high probability. This scared me. I didn't short this cleanly. I did mention it here. Caught a piece, not cleanly though. But then this fall down here, this one was really clean. This was high probability, and then you got the entry here, which I just marked out. And look at that, bada bing, bada boom, just streamlined right to the target. And where does it hold? In this zone. Why do we have this zone? Overnight session lows. See? It got liquidity here, and there's some catch. Likely bounces somewhere, then ends up going lower. But hard to say right now. Hard to say right now. We do have the little head bunk action at 6370 ES, so that is still holding us down. That aligns with the 9-minute here. Let's see if it can kind of cook that, flip it, and then use that level as support. Otherwise, stair-stepping on down. Next level is 14 points lower on ES if we lose the low. If we lose the low, you can momentum scalp it. Ideally, you wait for a wick back into the falling moving average, just like we did for this setup. It lost the low. You wait for a wick up and a rejection into a moving average. This one gave the 50. It tried to squeeze you there. It was spooky. I said on this candle, this is spooky, but it's probably the short entry. It was the short entry. It was spooky. It's funny how that works. When you're in the downtrend and you get a move that seems too strong and then it stalls right at a key level, well, not a bad place to take a shot here. You put your stop over here just like we framed it. I guess we took this. I don't even remember when this was called out, but it's on my screen. All right, bulls ate this liquidity. Now we see if that is seller, or those are sellers that are waiting to get filled on just a little pop-up and they want to momentum carry it down. We are negotiating. See the bottom wick? Those were sellers initially. We got to see if the new buyers can hold the line and run them out. These sellers will be quick to get out because they know they're overextended and we're into a key level. If there is not the oomph to go lower. If there is not, we could get a little bit of a squeeze. Back a buck or two up. Cyber, good day for most. I want to buy some CrowdStrike. Am I allowed to buy CrowdStrike yet? Let's take a look at it. Am I allowed to buy this? Is it a high or low? Do I nibble some CrowdStrike? I don't like the daily candle. I don't like SPY's daily candle. I think I might get a better entry. No? Yeah, I don't think so either. Feels like a hope and a prayer, hoping this is a higher low without really proving itself. I mean, what, one good candle, one bad candle after a higher low? There's no reason that this is proving to me that it's a higher low. You know, I could say, oh, I could say like right here, oh, higher low. Not really. Not really. We'll keep an eye on it though, going into next week or going into the rest of this week. God, it's only Monday. Whew. It still looks weak on the 1 minute to me, but we shall see. Just negotiating the moving average. Pan W up 6. Palo Alto. You bought the Friday dip. Very nice. Yeah, it seems like most dip buys on Friday, the panic dip buy did work out, but then the real play was just a hammer short. Hammer short and cash session on every pop. On every pop. Meanwhile, we're getting towards the end of the day, so I think it's good time to switch to tomorrow's expiry. Just go like that for it to update, and we'll check in on this. Oh, that was fast. Nice. So this is tomorrow's expiry for Gex profile. 6300, or I'm sorry, 6300 is the big level. 6300 to the downside. We could see some bopping and chopping between 6400 and 6300, which is quite a range. So we might have some chaos ball on the tape for tomorrow. Keep an eye on that. If it gets through 6400, we could see a squeeze. Otherwise, look for these bottom areas to grow on out as we get lower. 6250, 6200. These can guide us down if we do waterfall. Can guide us on down. Talks nibbling financials. Interesting. So I shorted financials on Friday, and it was just a day trade. That worked. Didn't hold it as long as I should have. To me, I identified bear flag on the daily, right into that equilibrium, the 50% fib, that red line. So yeah, we just took the momentum through the low of the previous candle. I sold at 48, I believe. That was a long time ago. 4 days, 3 days. Whew. Still not a great candle, but I understand why, if you're trying to buy something, financials could be what leads the way up. I just don't see it, to be honest. So maybe you're just longer horizon than me, or maybe you're seeing something I don't. Just not loving it quite yet. SPY trying its best, still having a real hard time negotiating this moving average, looking like it's failing yet again, and probably going to make a new low here with the momentum. So guys, man, I should have held that short. But you know what we did? We did hold all of our short shares, so we'll take a look at those. Yeah, cooking. So I'll pull that up on the other chart real quick. Big candle, big flush, still dropping. Good job, bears, if you held. I got a little antsy and sold early. So Tesla, here's the setup that we took. Mentioned in last week's newsletter. Come on into my Discord if you want to check out the newsletter. You can find it in there. I'll post next week's for free for anybody who joins. So we got the 390, this gap, this horizontal level here. The wick back into it. We were watching it over as it looked weak into 391. Got SPY prices in my brains. 391. Saw it looked weak, looked like it was going to lose price action on that day. We'll zoom into the 15-minute to show you that. So intraday here, we shorted right about here when it looked like it was going to puke and go after these two lows and then just keep on running. So that was the correct play. It gave us the confidence, seeing the weakness in the morning over the zone and then losing the low tick here, the bounce up, gave us a really nice short entry there. 391.20-ish, I want to say, right around there. So we're still holding this one. It's just been a beautiful, beautiful trade. I could have added there. I wasn't watching close enough because it just was working. No alerts were setting. And now today, just absolute puke sesh. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. So now we are starting to get into the place where I was considering trimming. And this uptrend line, it's a zone. Just because we're tapping it doesn't mean that it's going to, respect right to the penny. But this is a big uptrend line. See this? We either hold this or we start the big sell, which I kind of think we are. And if we do, then I think that the target here is 250. And you could see it move all the way back down, fill this 200. We could really, really slide. Where I will trim is where there's confluence between this uptrend line, the hard bottom of the uptrend line, and my monthly support trigger, and my 50% equilibrium here. So 330, we're going to call it, give or take $5. 330. That's my first target for Tesla short. And this is something that I wish I had started doing earlier in this cycle, because when the longs started getting stopped out up in that top of the range that ended up being a distribution range on SPY, I really should have been starting to plant my flag in a few of these short swings, because a lot of them were setting up so beautifully, and they still have so much room if we are going to get a legitimate bear market. So SARK, for example, this is a chart that I would be looking to long. See this neckline? Volatility contraction patterns here, getting tighter and tighter, now smashing through. I think SARK has some room. up 10% or so. This is short arc. You're shorting Kathy. Shorting Mama Kathy, and I think it's the way to go. I think it's a good place. I'm going to be looking for a retest of 35-ish, a little under there, for a potential place to get in. Let's look at a daily as well. Oh, mama, that's such a pretty chart. Look at that. Beautiful. Sark, absolute banger. Tesla S, is this the 1X? Yeah, so check it out. This, another one. It's a beautiful chart. So you can see my lines on here. It's an ascending triangle, beautiful breakout over the W base, over this top of the bottoming structure. Why shouldn't it surge back up to here? It would be 12% on Tesla S, a little 25% on my Tesla Z. I'd take that all day, baby. And SPY just cooking on even lower. Man, I should have held my shorts. I should have held my shorts. So, very, very heavy. I would not expect this bottom wick to hold unless it's an absolute power one and it closes way above here or something, which does not look likely. Does not look likely. And we're continuing to see the 6295, call it 6300. Yeah, the 6300 node grow and grow and grow. It's about to outpace the 400. As it does, you can see what price is doing. It's getting magnetized down. Down, down, down. Okay. Even my chicken's going down. My chicken's going down. I'm still holding this, though. If it holds low day, I want to be in this. What else? What else are we in? NEXT having a hard day. Let's look at the daily. Got a few shares of this one floating around. Looks like it probably needs to come back and fill this gap. Is VG doing the same thing? A little bit. I see these just as in a flag. I'm not going to sell if it's holding the flag. Still believe in them. I'll pull up Tyson's chart on the other one real quick. Because it's another one. Long term, I think this is a really nice chart. If it breaks over this through this blue zone, it is off to the races. This is a big volume shelf. Big volume shelf. It's trying to push on up and through. All right, guys, we are halfway through the hour. Halfway through the hour. SPY's still so heavy. Man. I'm out of water. I'm going to run and grab some real quick. Careful. If we lose this, I would just play the measured move of this small range. Does look like we're losing it. Wow. So 629. 629 is a 200% move of this small little breakdown range. That's a higher time frame level that I thought that we would get at least some bounce off of. So keep an eye on that for sure. There's the flush. There's the Watergates. Oh my gosh. Those puts now 5-6 bagger probably. All right, it tagged 29.43 to the penny. So this is the 127 fib. When you have a range that breaks, this is the level where bulls will try to save it. Look for a reversal here, potentially. Otherwise, next level down 629.18 and then 628.90. I think 629 is a good target if we do close this candle heavy. 30 seconds in, bears fighting for it. There they go, trying to get the close lower through the wick. That leads to a wipeout. And I'm just watching the premiums here. Very close to overlapping. I think it actually might have just overlapped. And boom! Heavy candle through our fib, back testing the fib now. Let's see if it can hold. Run the stop. Looks like it's going lower. Cupcakes. Sounds good. I could use a sweet treat for my fat face. I'm hungry. Okay, we're battling here. We got a big liquidity level about 5 points down that I mentioned, 10 points up. Let's see if we transact it proper, or if bulls step in a little before, or if we plunge through it. So far, we are bottom wicking, trying to reclaim our 1.27 fib. This is the pivot we were watching. To the penny, it's reacting. To the penny, it's dancing. Let's see if it can pull on through, do a failed auction below, and try to get some traction up, or if we just keep on sliding. What's that song? Goo Goo Dolls? Why don't you slide? So we're trying to reclaim the range and see bulls. Bulls, they need to pick their spots. Bears, they're gonna jump in on these moving averages, and it's about, did they conserve enough energy getting beat like this to try to squeeze the bears out of a late day short? They're trying. We're batting against this 9 moving average. So far, it's been a brick wall. We've tried to squeeze above it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times now. Let's see if this one sticks after grabbing liquidity lower, or whether we keep on moving on down. So far, we got that slide. Big top wick off the 9, but we have 36 seconds and it's a battle. See how bulls are stepping back in here? They want to close it above it. Will they? I don't know, but it's looking better and better. Looking better and better for a little bit of a squeeze. And where did it catch? That 1.27 extension. All right. So definitely got to be fast when you're in the bottom of the range. So I sold early, guys. I sold up here. Sold my put up here. I was early, but I did avoid this. I should have held, but I would be out on the closure of this candle over this 9 moving average unless it wicks back below. Long CVX, short OIH. What's the angle there? That's very interesting. Long Chevron, short oil services. I like the long Chevron. I'm confused about the short part of the pair trade. Tomorrow is the day they attempt to escort tankers. This is interesting. How are the tankers doing? I'm not going to look at BWET because it's going to depress me because I played Eco instead of BWET. Still hold some Eco shares. It's looking very, very constructive to me. Nice 4-day flag. It looks like it wants to be a buy in today. Oh, man, look at the sellers just hammering off of that 21 minute. Hammering off the 21 minute. Woo. Big candles, and this is getting spooky. Man, that short would have paid. Oh, you're gonna make me look at BWET. So BWET's going crazy while the other, yeah, look at that. While the other tankers are not, because BWET, I believe, holds the contract for the China East Asia or China Middle East trading route. Oi. Oi. You hear a music box. Let me fix that. How about now? It should be muted now. It just started playing. It could sense the disturbances in the force. Sitting over here with no short exposure leverage, that is. No short exposure left. Besides the pure hedges, but I'm not allowed to touch those until I'm ready to buy things or until I see a big flush. Still trying to hold. This is choppy at the bottom of a range. Can it go lower? Probably. Do I want to play it and bet on it? Nope. We got the high probability move. Now it's garbage time in my book. Although, you know, I am seeing liquidity down, 6,355, 6,350, and we are stacked below. So I don't think we reach there today. I would like to see mean reversion, and then we get a nice short tomorrow again. Will we get it? Heck, I don't know. Heck, I don't know, but we got a little bit of a fade in USO here, trying to break down of this little tight flag. So little mean reversion back to the top of the range or something could be healthy and could give SPY some reason to go up. Yeah, you shorted hood as well. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, shorts are cooking. SMT, short micro strategy, that's still in the cards. Let me take a look at that. Felt like I missed it. Maybe I didn't. Talk, how you feeling about silver? I'm curious. Still kind of want to build a position there. Give me 1 second. Handling a trade. So let's take a look at SMST. I'm curious about that one. Un momento. There we go. All right. So So SPY still just looking very heavy. And SMST on the daily does look beautiful. You got the moving averages curling up. All right, all right, all right, all right. I do see what you're seeing. I do like it. This has room to pop. Bigly. Bigly. I like it. I'm not going to lie. I like it. So this is on the focus list. Probably the last short that I would add because I'm pretty good on my Tesla Z and my hood or who's. Don't want to scare the who's. So let's see what bulls can pull out of their back pocket here. See if they can get any traction, get a little bit of a mean reversion move up, 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 up into the close. First order of business is reclaiming 630. That's going to be our big pivot. That's going to be our head bonk level on this falling but flattening 21-minute moving average. That's our level. We're going to clear this high liquidity block, make things a little easier to see. There we go. Also going to clear this short trade because we're no longer in it, even though it hit and surpassed our target. Sold early. Oops. Big candle. It's hard to short, right? But look, if you're waiting for this moving average, you'll know pretty quick if you're wrong. You could put a stop probably right above this one. And if this is going to hold short, you'll know pretty quick. If not, then you get out pretty quick because you could get a little bit of a squeeze to the upside. I do like the SMST, I'm not going to lie. What's BITO? Is that inverse Bitcoin? No, bitty. Itty bitty. BITI. And there's the reclaim of 630. Well, the test. So now we watch. We see the strength. Looks like they're going to squeeze it, guys. I feel pretty good about this tape read. This was sloppy. I should have held to the target, but there you go. That's why you don't overstay your welcome. Oh, AA. I wanted it to come back down to 61. It did not. Very strong, and that's off Iran bombing 2 aluminum facilities. So congratulations, AA Bulls. That trade shook me out. If it sets up again, I want to get in. It looks very, very strong. But it's hard for me to chase. Hard for me to chase. I wasn't watching it close enough today. Yeah, some factories in Israel, Iran for aluminum got blown up. Yep. So here's the test. We have the falling 50-minute on Qs and SPY negotiating here. This is where we sold off hard the last time. This is where the rubber meets the road for these little squeezes off the bottom. If it's going to be real, if we're going to get some traction, it needs to flip this first. It needs to flip this first. Excuse me. So USO, this doesn't look done to me. It's just waffling down, probably fakes the flag breakdown to this previous high, then tries to catch. So the seller's still there. Seller's still there. Talk, how you feeling on Tyson? TSN. That's one that I'm thinking could do really well. I'm going to go to a daily on that. To me, I think this week it flags, and then it tries to push. It's been real strong. Not the best candle today. Could not break the highs. It got stalled there. But it's holding the opening range decently enough. And a little bit higher. The 6830. Make me feel a little better. Guys, talk is playing the consumer packaged goods range. I'm a DDA as of today. We should talk about that too. DDA I tagged in. I'm flat on just a few May calls. Honestly, today's candle isn't good. I need to come back here. Test 27 in this rising moving average, and this could fade. This could be a rising wedge that breaks down. I don't think it does. But not a good close. Not a good close, to be honest. Unless we get a big pop. So DBA has wheat. Wheat I did not get filled on. Yeah, wheat's stronger. Dang. Wanted wheat just a little bit lower. Did not fill me. Yeah, 10 minutes till that mock candle. 20 minutes till the bell, guys. Settle up, settle up, settle up. What's Microsoft doing? I mean, we know what it's doing, but let's see how bad it is. Oh, hasn't made a new low today, so that's something. No, it did make a new low. Never mind. Never mind. Nothing going for it. Buy Potash to hedge. We're still in NTR shares. That's my only position in that play. Potash, who knows? You'd think it would be potash, right? And then I saw some guy on CNBC say potash. Now I don't know what to think. I just sound stupid either way. I like this. It's a back test of the breakout. It's been waffling around. We trimmed 85. That was the first measured move target. Came back down. We were a little red, but then big green. So I've just been holding, hanging out. I think it's fine. I think it goes higher. I like NTR more than Mosaic. I like CF probably more than both, but I missed that one. NTR gave me the look back entry, so I took it. Spot. Playing footsies with constructivity here. We're flipping the moving averages, but there are still sellers here. Bulls need to hold a higher low off these moving averages and push for a swing high. They need to reclaim this 50-minute. Till then, we can see sell-offs, and we are seeing oil trying to break out of this little flag. So if oil breaks out, that might put pressure on SPY, but that's not what we're seeing quite yet. VIX still trying to drop, but back testing where it broke out from. I'm from Cali, so it's potash. Yeah, we partake. We have been known to inhale. What can you say? 50-minute. The 50-minute. That's our gate. That's our gate. You can see the battle that's taking place there. It's fun watching these intraday pivots. All right, guys, I will be back in 20 seconds. I need to grab some water real quick. Watch that 50 and watch these rising moving averages. It's going to pinch in here. It's going to pinch in here until it makes a decision. I'd like to see pressure release up to VWAP since we're overextended. But you know what? We could even see more de-risking. So just keep watching our moving averages. Be right back. Boom. Popping the top. All right, now we watch for the back test off of this, and we can get a little squeeze going. Where's the squeeze target? Probably 631.50. We're going to go back to our intraday on our GEX profile here. See if that gives us a little more granularity into the close. Okay, we're going to move this to 6,300 because I don't think we are going to die horrendously in the last 10 minutes here. Okay, so 6,330 is our biggest point here, and I'll pull up that on ES, or I'm sorry, on SPX. $63.30, so right at the moving average, right at our pin here. This is the level where the market wants to hang out at, unless we see some more liquidity come in above. So that would be looking like these. Oh, they are growing. You see those inching on up? So we can look for potentially up to 63.50. 63.50 would be the next kind of stretch target for a little bit of a dead cat into the bell. Let me see what I see. 63.50 would be pretty intense. I don't think we can get that. 63.40 seems reasonable. That's the falling 5-minute as well as this previous negotiation range if we can negotiate over this 50. See how it's still sloping down? So when we get above it, it wants to come back to it. It wants to come back to this 6,323, or sorry, 6,330 SPX. That's what we're watching. Ooh, nice. TSN, big buy candle to save the daily stick. So I like that. TSN's looking like it wants to post a better daily candle. So yeah, if we can close a little bit higher, especially over yesterday's close, that would be beautiful. That would be a really nice look. So we were watching this TSN for a swing. We saw a lot of 65Cs for April 17th. I'm in one of those at the cost basis of the whale at 1.3. I think I'm probably a little red. Probably break even now. Let's take a look. Nope, down about $15 on the contract. But we will be watching the OI into tomorrow and make sure it sticks. If so, I like the chart. I think it's valid. I think it's just digested this range before breaking out. Let's pop this back to tomorrow now. Okay, we are negotiating top wicks, bottom wicks, right at our pivot. Makes sense. The close over 63 or 630, I do believe, opens the door for dead cat or mean reversion up overnight, which can give us a nice short entry again, if it would be so inclined. Checking in on VG. How's it holding up today? Nice. All right, we want constructivity into close. We want to see people keep buying this every time it's under $17. That's what we like to see. A little weird price action today, but I think it's good. I think it's good. Good flow on these two. 17.5 Cs for April. Yeah, USO. Okay, that failed its flag. Nice. Nice. All right, so needs to wash out into internal liquidity. That gives bulls a little bit of maneuverability here into the bell. But again, guys, what I'm really looking at is these three big bands much lower. So this week, I think these transact. It's 75 points down. There's going to be a juicy trade. Juicy. And let's check in on DBA too. DBA just grinding on down. This one's not working, and I got to figure out why. I do have time. But not my favorite response there. Loving the strength in Tyson though. And SPY, they're trying to rip it a little bit higher. Let's watch our GEX as it develops. So for tomorrow, calls have been coming in here as well, but still a lot of puts that are being held. We'll see how many of those get closed into the bell. Next target down, like I said, 6,300. That aligns with the 6,355 on ES, about 50-point difference. And that's going to be our target. Definitely looks like a heavy GEX profile to me. Let's go down to 200. Even down lower, it's showing. So I like this little green end of the bell. Doesn't mean I trust it, though. Snowman mentioning going green, are we? Let's take a look at the daily candle. Definitely not going green on SPY. Maybe you mean your profit loss, which is great. Look at this surge. Beautiful. Beautiful. So we're carving out a bottom wick here for a mean reversion. I would love to short into this gap at, oh man, 645, 643, 644.80. That'd be really nice tomorrow or the next day. A couple days up. If we get it. I don't know if we will. That'd be pretty crazy, to be honest. So that's what I'm kind of looking at there. We have 2 minutes till the mock candle. Be sure to make sure your positions are settled up. Yeah, we can hope, Snowman. You know, yeah, we got time. We got 12 minutes on the tape. What if the bulls really step in? So coin flip tomorrow. Coin flip every day, Tuck. It's all 50-50, right? You know, it either happens or it don't. So what can you do? What can you do? You can define your risk. You can set up odds. You can set up you can frame a setup so that your odds are better than that 50-50 coin flip. MU's insane. It's at 322. Why didn't I short it when I stopped out? But you know what, guys? If you're all bulled up on a stock, sometimes the best you can do is get out when it's time. We'll talk about that. Let's go through the treasure trove of my incorrect pathing. So, how do we play this? First off, we got long from 342 in this space. 340-ish, 342-ish, somewhere in there. One of these days. Got the nice surge. At 420, I was a seller, a trimmer. Held through this, did not add. Popped back up. This was giving me bad vibes, but I did hold. And then I added at 393, not a clean hold either, or not a clean add either. But I figured, hey, if we're reclaiming, we can get a squeeze going, and I'll just trim at the highs. So I trimmed at the highs. So this was, let's frame these trades to 420. And my stop was close under this red candle of the base. So 7% stop for 22% gain. That was a nice trade. SPY showing a little weakness here. We'll see how they hang in there. Oh, whoa, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful step-in candle here. The mock is a buy, guys. The mock is a screaming buy, and we might get a little bit of a reverse trend rally here for a day or two. I'm seeing my VG sell off. Don't love that. Oh, it's doing a little shimmy, too. We'll let it work itself out. At least our TSN is cooking. Dow stocks need energy. NBIS kind of setting up for you again. Let's take a look at it. I have a hard time believing any of these plays. I know you've crushed them, so you saying that puts it on my radar, but this looks hellish to me. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. When it didn't get that was insane. I don't know why I even thought that would happen. Real talk. Flag breakout here. Big flag. Whatever this news, I think it just is making it take longer, to be honest. I think it needs to reset again. And I think it needs to go lower before it goes higher. I think it needs to sweep these equal lows. I think it needs to come on down to monthly support in this previous breakout gap. That's where I would be looking for a long position in this. You could say this is a failed bear flag. To me, it doesn't look failed. If it reclaims, then maybe. If it reclaims the 50, maybe. For me, this looks like a bear flag that's just confirming. But it's messy because it's in the middle of a high volume node. It's right at point of control. There's a rising 200 day. So I don't think it's a clean short. But I personally, I can't be buying it. I would love it if it came down here and caught really strongly. But I don't even think it does that. I think it needs to come down here to 60. Maybe not 60. Maybe just this high volume node. Something like that. Just my 2 cents. Look at SPY and Qs. Oh, powering up. Powering up. You like to see it. All right, so my current war hedges, I have VG calls, energy export, natural gas export. I still have, Chevron and PBR shares in the energy port. I still have, I think that's it. I think that's it for war plays. For the war plays, besides that, I have some risk-off stuff in case we do just keep on rolling and we see influxes into the lifeboats of chicken nuggies and sugar. When in doubt, buy junk food. That's what I'm saying. Adrian saying NBIS is broken, but it's stupidly volatile, so just nibbling, heavily buying heavier below 80. Yeah, if your plan is average in and you sell pops, which I know you do. Do you? Yeah, what's going on, Talk? Emmy's a sell and Soxel's a buy. So I think that OpenAI headline is actually, there's some validity to it, or at the very least, it's enough to spook the market. The headline I'm referring to being basically they're having trouble meeting their agreed memory purchasing. They're supposed to purchase like 50% of the supply or something crazy, and RAM's spiking, and they're not making enough off chatbots. Everybody's using Claude probably. I don't know. So it's a weird situation there, where you have these cyclical semiconductor plays not trading with cyclical semiconductor plays. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's interesting for sure. What we could tell though is that the setup was broken. So let's go back. I don't know if I finished going through why I cut. Look at that. And now it's looking like it could be a buy again. If it holds. If it holds. It needs some time to prove it. So we trimmed up here. I'll frame that as well. That's a 395 to just swept the high, took that off. The stop for that was if it closed under there. And then I said, we just were acting wrong on these 2 days. This day was okay. And these days were bad. And so at the end of this, we were at, what was it? No, it was the end of this day. I missed this day. I should have sold on this day at the close because that was just a bad close of a candle. I caught it here and I said, this looks bad. It was like 396. And I said, I'm slightly green on this ad. And I don't like this because it's the exact same thing as the concept of buying on the right side of the V. So here's inverse Micron. So I bought, well, on this chart, I sold here, right? I sold here, and we got the move. I locked some in there. Whoops. Now it came back through this level. So this is the concept of the V. So if I'm or if I think this chart is going up like this, I don't want to buy it right here. I want to buy it when it reclaims that level. See that? So buying right here at the exact same price as right here is much, much, much safer. Because if you're buying right here, you're praying that this bear flag doesn't play out. The bear flag played out a little bit and then ripped back up, and that's all she wrote. So buying here, or in this case shorting, gets you the clean move. Did I do it? No, I thought it was going up. So instead I just made money. Woe is me. Woe is me. Woe is any bear that didn't listen down here and got caught in this riptide. So this is a bear market rally, folks. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, Adrian mentioning that MU caught the perfect storm. Highly volatile, cyclical, pumped a lot in a short amount of time. Final nail in the coffin was the Google report. I didn't even know there was a Google report. I thought this was off the OpenAI headlines. So either way, something went rough. More room on SMWR? You mean SWMR? I know, because I always think it's swimmer. That one looks like swimwear. All right. So we can look at that. SWMR. This is the drone play, and it is screaming. Hit 44.80. Absolutely wild move here today off the open at 35. This is trading like a penny stock, which I guess it still is, even if it is $40. Wow, SPY just rampant, and that's a sight to behold. Where did it go? Where did we say it could go? I believe I said it would be a lot if it got to the 50 handle. Did it do it? I think I said 40 would be more reasonable, but 50 is possible. It would be a lot. Well, we got it. I should stop doubting my levels. I thought we would do it tomorrow, but just speed ran it. That was a good trade right there if you took it. Look, we watched this level, said if it reclaims this, we're in trouble. You could have taken that. 1/4%, 1/3% right there. 20 minutes. Not too shabby. So guys, yeah, in this volatility, you get so many good looks. You just got to be patient, and you got to not oversize, because if you're wrong, you will get ripped up, tore up. So now we have the nice doom loop break. That's why we're squeezing, because bears don't know where to short. They're waiting for up here. This is point of control. This is VWAP. Why would they short right here, you know? It's just coming back. Well, actually, why they would short right here is because this is the biggest GEX level in the area. But now it was today. So this is tomorrow's GEX. So now you can see it is much less dominant. We have the 6,400 above and the 6,300 below. So that's the range that we're playing in. That's why we could see that kind of squeeze up to that 6350 SPX. And that essentially is where we're just head bonking and selling off from now. So we're playing pretty nicely with our levels here. I think the ranges, we could look for a potential move up to this 6,400. If we do get that, I'd be really, really looking for a failure to short into. That would be a really nice 100-point short potentially in a day or two. I would love that. SWMR, yeah, very strong into close. This thing's not done. My DBA, just show a little bit of life for me. Come on now. Come on now. All right, guys, 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. We are seeing a little bit of de-risking after that. De-risk to the upside, you could say, or the pump to the upside to get these guys out at the point of control for today. And there you go. There's the sell. Adrian's buying some BTU. Okay, Peabody. Some coal. Can take a look at that real quick. Coal. BTU is a fun trade, and it's been doing... I sold it like 4 months ago at 35 bucks. It's been doing a whole lot of nothing. But this does look like a nice entry off these moving averages. It held the higher low, holding all the moving averages pretty cleanly. Wants to close right into that 20 or 21. Also holding this previous swing high pretty darn close. High volume node there. To really get cooking, it wants to close above 3640-ish. 3640-ish, roughly that. 21-day moving average. I like it. I like it. Yeah, range bound, fast mover. Cole's good. I like Cole. VG giving me a headache. Tyson even pulling back a little. That's unfortunate, but we'll let the play work itself out. Oh, there's the bell. All right, sorry if that was loud, guys. All right, that is all she wrote. So what did we get today? A lot of fun moves if you're a day trader. We called out the short from open. I scalped about a third of it. Did not play it cleanly. Called this breakdown here. This was clean. I sold into here, and then I got a little piece here. Close that right there at 631. So overall, we did catch most of the downside action. Could have played it better for sure, but you know, just going level to level when you get these pops can be the way. You know, you take the straight move, you wait for it to drift up, take the straight move, wait for it to drift up or sideways, take the straight move, and I sold, yeah, a little too early right there. Oh well. All right, guys. That's been it for me today. I hope you guys have had a good day. I hope you guys survived this choppiness. It was a pretty ugly day for being down as little as we are, right? Not down all of that much. So stay alert this week. We have a lot of downside pressure. That doesn't mean that we can't squeeze to the upside first on a headline. So see what Trump has in his back pocket. See if we get any headlines overnight, and see what comes next, guys. Always be a little cautious. This market is gonna whipsaw you, and we don't know for sure where the bottom is. So till then, keep that cash on the sideline and keep taking the small plays. Keep sharp, and you know where to find us. We'll be right back here tomorrow, bright and early. So thanks so much, guys. If you like what I do, I will drop my Discord server one more time. One more time. There we go. All right, guys. That's it for me. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a wonderful day and take care. Later, guys.